Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Eric, calm down. In Las Vegas, the original private club has long been turned into ruins, and even the ground is falling apart at this moment. On the ground, huge amounts of metal tentacles were unscrupulously exposed on the street like an octopus monster. The abnormality here obviously attracted many passersby to watch. If Professor X hadn't urgently used his spiritual power to seal off the street, the US military might appear in front of them within 5 minutes. Professor X wants to calm down Magneto. They are very clear about Hai Huang Zio's ability. The variant ability of energy absorbing makes Hai Huang Zio completely immune to other physical and energy attacks, except for the fear of spiritual attacks. However, what responded to Professor X was Magneto's hysterical rants and even more frantic dances of metal tentacles. Go away. Faced with the attack of Magneto's metal tentacles, Hai Huang Zio finally decided to use his full strength. He opened his hands, a ball of red energy in his palm was constantly compressed, and then Hai Huang Zio threw out a red energy ball in his hand like throwing a bowling ball. Boom. After the red energy ball touched the metal tentacles, it exploded with a bang, and a cloud of huge amounts of mushrooms rose up immediately, and a group of red energy shockwaves shattered the metal tentacles in front of it. The entire ground seemed to be washed by missiles, and a huge amount of deep pit appeared. In the deep pit, Magneto was covered in blood. It was obvious that the previous energy explosion left him in a panic. Seeing Magneto soaked in blood, Professor X couldn't sit still anymore. Mind control, Professor X took a deep breath and his mind power immediately spread out like a tide. Hum. The eyes of the Red Devil Azazu and Torrent Quest behind Hai Huang Xiao suddenly became dull, and the Red Devil Azazu appeared behind Hai Huang Xiao in an instant, and the sharp tail of the inverted triangle stabbed at Hai Huang Xiao's neck. HMPH telepathy. Black Emperor Zio snorted coldly, turned around and grabbed the Red Devil Azazu's tail and lifted the Red Devil Azazu up with a little force. Boom. Black Emperor Zio casually threw the Red Devil Azazu into the air, while at the same time he looked at Torrent Quest. At this moment, under the control of Professor X's mind, Torrent Quest is brewing a tornado with each hand. The tornado expands rapidly in his hands, and the surrounding air is stirred by the tornado, and layers of airflow begin to appear. Boom. Black Emperor Zio threw out a ball of red energy shockwave again, and Torrent Quest, who was brewing a tornado, stepped into the footsteps of the Red Devil Azazu without any resistance. Squid. Magneto's body floated up from the deep pit, and then he waved his hands constantly. A huge amount of metal building in the distance quickly broke away from the ground, and then attacked Hai Huang Xiao. Enough. Looking at the huge building falling from the sky, Hai Huang Zio's face was extremely cold. His eyes were full of killing intent. His right fist was clenched tightly, and the nuclear energy in his body was released. Boom. Hai Huang Xiao punched out, and the building above his head was instantly enveloped in red energy, and then exploded into powder under the shocked eyes of everyone. Tap, 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 Hai Huang Zio strode towards Magneto. Along the way, he was unstoppable, and Magneto's metal shattered like tofu. At this moment, Magneto, where there is still the previous anger, he seems to recall the fear of being dominated by Hai Huang Zio when he was a child, even if he manipulated the surrounding metal. But when Hai Huang Zio approached, he was constantly pushed by the magnetic force step back. Just as Hai Huang Zio was approaching Magneto, a black shadow rushed out from behind Magneto. Wolverine Logan, wearing an X-Men uniform, roared and ran towards the Black Emperor Zio. Whoosh. Just as Hai Huang Xiao looked at the rushing Wolverine Logan with cold eyes, a tongue swept out from a distance and wrapped around Wolverine Logan's paw, and then a black shadow jumped towards him at an extremely fast speed. Variation and glory. Fight for my king. Toadman Matthew Harlan jumped forward like a frog, and at the same time, with a slight force on his head, he directly threw Wolverine Logan into the air. You are Maxim's mutants. The sudden change made Hai Huang Zio stop the action of releasing energy. You are from the evolutionary family of mutant. Even Professor X and others were surprised to see the toad who suddenly appeared. House of Evolution, what kind of organization is this? Haihuang Zhao froze for a moment when he heard Professor X's words. His eyes were somewhat puzzled. He has been trying to start the Third World War recently, and he doesn't pay attention to other things. This kind of intelligence matter is usually handled by White Queen Emma. And because of the arrest of White Queen Emma, Black Emperor Zhao fell into a situation of information shortage, and because of this he has never heard of the Mutant Evolution House. Where is Lancelot? What is he going to do? Professor X looked at the eyes of Matthew, a toad man. Inside a pair of ruby-like eyes, a fiery red bird seemed to be fluttering its wings and singing constantly. Geass goes berserk. In such a state, Professor X dare not rashly control Toad and others. Logan, are you sure about dealing with that toad? Professor X walked to Magneto's side and then used telepathy to ask Wolverine Logan. Bass. Wolverine Logan didn't speak, he stood up, and the bone claws of both hands shot out immediately, and then Wolverine Logan roared and ran towards the Toad Man Matthew. It's too slow. Matthew the Toad blinked his eyes slightly, and Wolverine Logan, who was running wildly in front of him, turned into bursts of slow motion. Looking at the rushing Wolverine Logan, the Toad Man Matthew cracked a piercing smile. Awakening. The body of Matthew the Toad began to swell at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then turned into a giant 3-meter-high devil frog. Whatfuck? Wolverine Logan, who was running, was stunned. He only had time to curse angrily, and then saw the giant devil frog jump more than 10 meters high and then fell heavily, directly trampling Wolverine Logan on the ground. Underfoot. Boom. The huge weight plus the acceleration of gravity made Toad Man Matthew step on the ground with huge amounts of toad footprints, and in the center of the pit, Wolverine Logan is bloodied and her bones are shattered. Logan. Professor X's face was solemn. He manipulated the red devil Azazel to appear behind Matthew the Toad, and an inverted triangle tail directly pierced Matthew the Toad's chest. Psst. The triangular tail of the red devil Azazel directly penetrated the huge chest of the Toad Man Matthew, and at the same time the red devil Azazel turned into a red mist and disappeared. The House of Mutant Evolution, Lancelot. On an abandoned street in Las Vegas, Haihuang Zhao, wearing a mind-shielding helmet, was watching the battle in front of him with a look of surprise. I don't know when it started, Haihuang Zhao's Hellfire Club has completely withdrawn from the stage of this mutant battle. The entire Hellfire Club, the Red Devil Azazel and Torrent Quest are all controlled by Professor X's psychic power. Only Haihuang Zhao and the Dragonfly Girl Salvador, who just crawled out of the ruins, were left with full fighting power. On the other hand, on Professor X's side, although there are only Magneto and Wolverine Logan, Professor X is enough to control 2 fifth-level mutants to fight. Although Magneto is injured, he still has the strength to fight. As for Wolverine Logan, he can even be called a regenerative healing factor, and his combat power has reached the level of a 4th-level mutant. This ebb and flow is enough to completely abuse Hellfire Club's Black Emperor Zhao. At this moment, Professor X looked seriously at the Toadman Matthew for 2-3 Harlan. After seeing the fiery red birds in Matthew Harlan's eyes, Professor X knew that he could not use his spiritual power to control him. Up. Not only Matthew from Toad, but Professor X glanced to the left, where there are more than a dozen mutants from the evolutionary family at the moment, gearing up and eager to try. Roar. Just as Professor X looked at the mutants in the House of Evolution, the mutants who had been standing still before suddenly let out a loud animal roar. A mutant as strong as a bull, after letting out a roar, immediately turned into a huge bull with a height of 3 meters and 5 meters. Fact, what kind of monsters are the mutants in the House of Evolution? Looking at the huge bull rampaging, Magneto frowned, quickly manipulated the metal with both hands and lifted him up. At the same time, a metal wall appeared on the bull's rampage. Ahead, boom. The huge bull's head hit the metal wall, and the huge amounts of the metal wall collapsed immediately, and this bull mutant shook his head slightly. The huge amounts of impact made him dizzy, variation, and glory. And this bull mutant is just the beginning, a dozen mutants who have just been awakened and have completely released their power. Puff. A pair of huge amounts of butterfly wings grew out of the mutant girl Gray's back, and then her body turned into a huge 2-meter butterfly. The butterfly flapped its wings and flew into the air quickly, and a piece of scale powder quickly swayed down from the wings. Huh, what's going on? Why do I feel a little dizzy? Wolverine Logan, who was stepped on by Matthew the Toad, was the first to bear the brunt. After inhaling some scale powder, he suddenly felt dizzy, and hallucinations appeared in front of his eyes. Then came Magneto, Black Emperor Zhao, the last one is Professor X. Although he possesses huge spiritual power, After inhaling the scale powder, he still inevitably has some hallucinations. And because of these scales, Professor X's control over the Red Devil and Riptide disappeared, and the Red Devil and Riptide regained their normal thinking. The torrent, blow away the scale powder here. Haihuang Zhao also saw some phantoms at this moment, which made his face livid, and after seeing the torrent return to normal, he immediately ordered, "Torrent tornado." Between the tornadoes shaking their hands, two groups of huge amounts of tornadoes formed, and the tornadoes moved quickly. Wherever they passed, all the scale powder was blown into the sky. Roar. In front of the tornado, another mutant from the House of Evolution began to grow in size and then turned into a wild boar with a height of 5 meters. The wild boar rushed towards the rapids. The terrifying weight made the ground tremble. Tornado. Facing the oncoming wild boar, Rapid's face was solemn, his whole body began to spin rapidly, and then he turned into a huge tornado and swept towards the wild boar. Boom. The tornado and the running wild boar collided together, and there was a huge impact sound. Under the wild strength of the wild boar, the torrent couldn't even stabilize the output of the tornado. Where did these animal mutants come from? Inside the tornado, Riptide Quest was terrified. He had to overclock his body to create a bigger tornado and fly this giant wild boar. Boom. The Red Devil Azazuo teleported into the sky, trying to catch the huge butterfly in the sky, but then the Red Devil Azazuo discovered that there was actually a person above the huge butterfly. Meow. Mutant Clementine's pupils contracted slightly, and then transformed into a black cat with the size of an adult file, jumping directly from the body of the butterfly girl Grey and grabbed the body of the Red Devil Azazuo. Boom. The sudden change made the Red Devil Azazuo want to throw the black cat out of his body, but the black cat in front of him is so dexterous no matter how the Red Devil Azazuo teleports. The black cat will always hang on the red on the body of the Devil Azazuo. Fake. The Red Devil Azazuo cursed angrily and then teleported to appear in front of Black Emperor Zio. Haihuang Zio's eyes were cold, and he patted the black cat with his right hand, and a mass of energy immediately knocked the black cat away, rolling constantly on the ground, and huge amounts of damage appeared on the hair and bones on her body. Hiss, it hurts. The black cat Clementine cried out in pain, and then her whole body lay down on the ground, recovering from the injuries visible to the naked eye. What a terrifying self-healing ability. The 3 mutants of the Hellfire Club were surprised to see the black cat Clementine's rapid recovery from injuries, and then looked at the giant devil frog, whose injuries had also disappeared. Even Haihuang Zio was a little surprised by such a terrifying resilience. Azazuo, let's get out of here. Haihuang Zio took a deep look at the mutants of the Evolution House, and he found that compared to the dozen or so powerful mutants who came out of the Evolution House, the Hellfire Club he formed, it's just too shabby. Looking at the mutants of the House of Evolution, more than a dozen powerful mutants are obviously mutants of the animal system. Haihuang Zio is very clear about what a system of mutant represents. Mutant Legion. This is not a small-scale, more systematic mutant army force like its own Hellfire Club. Haihuang Zio once also wanted to command such a mutant army, but he couldn't find a way at all. House of Mutant Evolution Lancelot. After the World War, you will eventually surrender at my feet. After taking a deep look at the mutant of the House of Evolution, under the power of the Red Devil Azazuo, the Black Emperor Zio and the Torrent Quest, Dragonfly Girl Salvador, disappeared in the middle of the street. The mutant of the Hellfire Club is defeated. More than a dozen mutants from the House of Evolution all turned their attention to Professor X and Magneto, each with huge amounts of mutants of the animal system, making the scalps of these 2 future powerhouses tingle. Let's go too, Magneto. Professor X smiled helplessly, and then Magneto waved 5-7 with both hands, and pieces of metal formed a huge amounts of metal disc. Magneto opened his right hand and was stepped on by the Toad Man. Matthew Wolverine Logan was immediately sucked in. His X-Battle suit is specially inlaid with metal wires inside. Whoosh. In just a few seconds, Magneto and the others also left here. In the entire street, only the Mutant Legion of the House of Evolution remained. Go back, my fellow mutants. Lancelot saw the retreat of Professor X and Haihuang Zio through the eyes of the Mutant Legion, and did not order his Mutant Legion to pursue them. The battle this time was just to test the strength of the Mutant Legion of the Evolution House. It has to be said that the strength of Matthew from Toad and others made Lancelot very satisfied. In the Mutant Legion after awakening, the strength of each mutant is at the level of a level 4 mutant. The next step is to wait quietly for the first battle of mutant and just wait for the second lucky draw. In the CIA building, Lancelot sat in the office belonging to Mr. Humferson and said with a light smile. The previous battle was just a warm-up for Mutant's first battle. The real big battle is the next island battle. There are still more than 10 days before the first battle. Lancelot is not in a hurry. Humferson. Lancelot lightly pressed the call button on the desktop, and a minute later Senator Humferson appeared in Lancelot's office. "My king." Senator Humferson bowed respectfully to Lancelot, waiting for further instructions from Lancelot. "How's the situation at Raven's side?" Lancelot glanced at Senator Humferson and then asked. "Miss Raven is about to return to the CIA under the protection of Paul's team." Senator Humferson replied quickly. "Well, you go down first." Lancelot nodded, and when he was about to let Senator Humferson leave, Bradley suddenly broke into the office. "My lord, it's an emergency." Bradley's face was serious, and after bowing to Lancelot, he pressed his right hand directly on his temple. Swish. The projector in the room was turned on instantly, and then a picture was presented in front of Lancelot. It was a broad street, and Paul Yulton's team was driving to escort Raven to the CIA building, and then the driving vehicle exploded instantly. Raven, who was in the car, reacted quickly and jumped out of the car, while more than a dozen soldiers of the Evolution House were injured to varying degrees. But before Raven and others could react, they were already surrounded by hundreds of elite soldiers. "Bradley, what's the matter?" Lancelot's face turned cold. He looked at the image in front of him and asked in a cold voice. "I don't know. This group of people seems to belong to a special department. As for why Ms. Raven's vehicle was intercepted, it is still unclear." Bradley shook his head slightly. Not only Bradley, but even Lancelot was a little puzzled about the source of this elite soldier. He looked at the image in front of him, and the bird in a pair of ruby eyes fluttered out. "Virginia, Petersburg Interstate." Raven is looking solemnly at the mysterious troops in front of him at this moment, and at this moment Raven still maintains the appearance of General Maxim Ivanov. "Who are you guys?" Although Raven was pointed at by hundreds of soldiers, he didn't show any signs of panic. Compared to when he was facing Hai Huangzhou, facing this group of ordinary soldiers, he didn't have any experience at all. "General Maxim Ivanov, we are the Scientific Strategic Corps. Please accept our investigation." Under Raven's questioning, a man in a black suit and sunglasses came out and took out a special document to Raven. "Science Strategy Corps, isn't this the predecessor of SHIELD?" Beside Raven, a bird appeared in Paul Ulton's pupil. Lancelot uses Geass connection to temporarily occupy Paul Ulton's consciousness. He frowned as he looked at the man who was talking to him. "Tell me all your intelligence information." Lancelot released Geass directly, and in Paul Yulton's eyes, a fiery red bird that only Lancelot could see flew into the man wearing sunglasses. In the eyes of men. Then Lancelot learned all the information about the Science Strategy Corps from this man. The Scientific Strategic Corps is a scientific department established during World War II. During World War II, it was specially used to fight against the Hydra organization. After the end of World War II, the Scientific Strategic Corps was retained, and its powers began to expand further. Under the leadership of Peggy Carter, the Science Strategic Corps has become a global organization dedicated to protecting human beings from disasters in just over a decade. Keep the peace. Definitely, the current Scientific Strategic Corps is still restricted by the constraints of various countries and cannot intervene in the internal affairs of each country. What's more, the two superpowers are at the peak of the Cold War, so the Scientific Strategic Corps will not be allowed to develop. However, this situation changed after Professor X blew himself up as a mutant and was informed by the CIA. When the Strategic Science Corps realized that there were mutants in this world, they began to conduct in-depth research and investigation. After several months of investigation, they finally found some cobweb horse traces. General Maxim Ivanov of the Soviet Union was closely associated with Mutant, and it is likely that General Maxim was also replaced by some kind of mutant. Therefore, the Scientific Strategic Corps planned this attack after learning of General Maxim's itinerary. "I see." Lancelot looked at the agents and elite soldiers of the Strategic Science Corps in front of him with cold eyes, knowing it in his heart. "Kill them." Then Lancelot's gaze became indifferent, and he issued an order directly to the soldiers behind him. "Obey my king." More than 20 soldiers of the Evolution House, their eyes glowed with fanaticism, and then these soldiers pulled out the energy gun newly researched by the Evolution House and directly pulled the trigger. Boom, boom, boom. Bunches of red energy beams burst out from the muzzle of the gun and then exploded after hitting the opposite soldier. "Mary Falk, the intelligence is wrong, the intelligence is wrong. What weapon is this?" Get out of the way, out of the way. The soldiers of the Strategic Science Legion widened their eyes in horror at this moment. Although they were also fighting back with the guns in their hands, the bullets hitting these soldiers were blocked by their special combat uniforms. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the soldiers of the Evolution House had red eyes flashing. With absolute sanity, they fired every shot. Every time they pulled the trigger of the energy gun, several enemy soldiers would be blown away. 5 minutes later, the constant explosion sound disappeared, and more than 20 people wiped out hundreds of elite fighters of the enemy. My king hail! After the battle, all the soldiers raised their energy guns and shouted frantically, "How many people have we lost this time?" Lancelot turned his head to glance at the shouting soldiers behind him and then looked at Raven. 23 soldiers and a fellow mutant. Raven's face showed sadness. This time, following her in the car was a fellow mutant who hadn't grown up yet. Because of the sudden explosion, there was no time to escape. Bring the corpses of these warriors to the House of Evolution and give them the highest honor funeral. Lancelot gave the order solemnly, then closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes were burning with fire. Strategic Science Corps. Well, very good, I haven't paid attention to you yet, you have come to provoke me. Lancelot was a little angry for the first time. Because of the surprise attack of the Strategic Science Corps, he lost 23 human soldiers and a fellow mutant. Since your Strategic Science Corps wants war, then I will give you war. Humferson, check out the nearest Strategic Science Corps base. I want them to feel the wrath of my thunder. Lancelot's gaze was as cold as ice. He had been focusing on Professor X and Haiwang Zio before, thus ignoring the SHIEL. D of this era, obey my lord. Seeing the anger on Lancelot's face, Senator Humferson quickly issued an order. In just a few hours, the agents of the CIA found a base of the Strategic Science Corps, School of Strategic Sciences, New York. I, the one who paid the money, know. Lancelot looked at the intelligence document in his hand, with a penetrating smile on the corner of his mouth. Ever since he got the Geass pupil technique, what Lancelot used the most was to make people surrender. He has never shown the true horror of Geass. Just right, I also want to see how far my Geass can go. Lancelot stood up and the fiery red bird lingered around Lancelot's body like a phoenix fluttering its wings. Phantom John. Lancelot ordered coldly, peng it. A phantom flashed and Phantom John knelt down on one knee in front of Lancelot. My king, please give me your orders. Phantom John looked at Lancelot enthusiastically and said a little excitedly, take me to New York. Lancelot's cold voice made Phantom John shudder. It was the first time he saw his king so angry. Yes, my lord. Phantom John stood up, then grabbed Lancelot's shoulder with his right hand and disappeared into the CIA headquarters. New York, Blinken Avenue, there is a college with a quiet environment. This academy was secretly established by the Strategic Science Corps, and it is a secret academy for cultivating agents and strategic scientists. At this moment, a young white man was walking out of the academy. Just now, he finally obtained the diploma of this academy and became an agent of the glorious Strategic Science Corps. Drip, drip. Just as he walked out of the college, a car honked its horn, and the white man froze for a moment, then walked towards the car. Congratulations, Intern Agent Phil Coulson. Congratulations on graduating from the Institute of Strategic Science with excellent academic performance. On the back seat of the vehicle, a black man with a hip-hop afro was looking cynically at the white man in front of him. Nick Fury, 5th level agent, Intern Agent Phil Coulson is reporting to you. The white man is the Marvel Novice Village Chief Phil Coulson, who just graduated from the Institute of Strategic Science, and the black man driving. This is the one-eyed Nick Fury of the future. These two are still just a small 5th level agent and an intern agent who has just graduated. It will take a long time to grow into an excellent agent in the future. Let's go to the Academy library first. Our officer wants some information. Nick Fury got out of the car and then brought the 940 ignorant Phil Coulson into the Academy of Strategic Sciences again. Peng. And just after Nick Fury and Phil Coulson entered the Academy, two figures quickly appeared in front of the Academy's gate. My lord, this is the Institute of Strategic Science. Phantom John glanced at the information in his hand and then said respectfully, John, you wait here. Lancelot glanced coldly at the college gate in front of him and gave an order to Phantom John. Then Lancelot walked towards the gate of the Academy. Although there were only two people guarding the entire gate of the Academy, these two men were the ace agents of the Strategic Science Corps. Stop, who are you? An agent looked at Lancelot with cold eyes when Lancelot was approaching the gate and said, Stop breathing. Lancelot just glanced at the agent and then gave Geass an absolute order. Ho ho ho. Following Lancelot's order, the agent, who was still breathing steadily, stopped breathing for a moment, and his body also collapsed to the ground at the moment he stopped breathing. F***K, what's going on? Another agent was shocked at the moment. He looked at the agent BFBJ covering his neck with his hands, but he couldn't breathe no matter what. This made the agent stunned. Time drew his pistol and aimed it at Lancelot. Suicide. Lancelot just glanced at the agent indifferently and only said one word. The agent was in a trance for a while and turned the muzzle of the gun with his right hand and put it on his temple. Boom. A muffled gunshot sounded, and the agent immediately fell to the ground. His head was directly hit by a bullet with a bloody hole. Lancelot looked down at the corpses under his feet, without the slightest expression in his eyes, and casually stepped over the corpses of these two agents, as if stepping over ants. At this moment on the square of the entire academy, a group of well-trained agent students pointed their guns at Lancelot, and Lancelot just laughed coldly. Cubs cannibalism. Lancelot's body was filled with fiery red birds, and the student agent who was originally holding a gun suddenly stared blankly, and then began to shoot randomly around the area around him. Bang, bang, bang. There were bursts of gunshots one after another, and all the people in the square went crazy, but Lancelot just walked by calmly. He came to the park seat and looked at the two girls in front of him. Hate. Lancelot glanced at the two girls, and the two girls who were still close at first suddenly became like enemies and started to fight crazily. Split into two teams and shoot at each other. Lancelot came to a group of agents again, looked at the group of agents with cold eyes and gave an order. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of agents immediately lined up into two neat teams and then shot at each other. Dozens of agents fell almost simultaneously. Weird. Monster. Some agents came quickly, and when they saw the chaotic scene of cannibalism around them, they yelled in horror and wanted to pull the trigger, put down the gun and back away. Lancelot's ruby-like eyes were as bright as stars at the moment. All the agents and scientists who saw Lancelot's eyes all put down their guns involuntarily at this moment and then slowly backed away. You, get in the car and kill these people. Lancelot turned to look at an agent and said calmly. And this agent got into the car immediately and started frantically knocking all the retreating agents away. Lancelot walked into a building with a blank expression and then clicked in front of a scientist with his right hand. Sleep. The scientist suddenly lost consciousness and fell to the ground straight. Consciousness eliminated. Lancelot placed his right hand on another trainee scientist again and gave the order. Peng. The intern scientist's brain suddenly lost consciousness and became like a sculpture just standing there in a daze. Pain. Scream, fear. Lancelot's voice was like the words of God. Each of the agents and scientists under Lancelot's order became painful and began to scream, become fear. Several scientists of the Strategic Science Corps looked at the scene in front of them in horror and screamed in horror for a while. Shut up. Lancelot glanced at the scientists, and then the scientists closed their mouths immediately and wanted to open their mouths in horror but found that everything was in vain. Stop breathing. Lancelot walked into the second floor and passed by several agents. These agents suddenly lost their breathing ability like a fish out of water, opening their mouths frantically but unable to breathe a single bit of air. Death in peace. Lancelot's words seemed to be God's commandment and his words could not be followed. In just 10 minutes, there was no longer a living person in the entire Strategic Legion Academy. At this moment in the library of the Strategic Legion Academy, Nick Fury and Phil Coulson looked at Lancelot who entered in horror and fell silent for a while, not daring to speak out at all. Pain. Lancelot glanced lightly at everyone around him, and then everyone started howling crazily. They frantically scratched their own skin with both hands, but the pain that penetrated deep into the bone marrow followed like a shadow, increasing instead of decreasing. I didn't expect to meet two acquaintances here. Lancelot calmly walked in front of Nick Fury and Phil Coulson and then gave an order for Nick Fury. Tell Peggy Carter that this is just a lesson. If you still want to provoke Mutant, next time it won't just destroy an academy. Lancelot single-handedly bloodbathed the entire Strategic Legion Academy. And before taking it away, Lancelot surreptitiously ordered a hidden Geass for Nick Fury to follow orders. Even Nick Fury didn't know that he was able to escape because he had already become Lancelot's Geass puppet. Nick Fury led the trembling Phil Coulson to flee in embarrassment and returned to the tricurved wing building of the Strategic Science Corps non-stop, and then reported the situation of the entire Strategic Science Academy to Peggy Carter, who was then director. When hearing that Lancelot suspected to have the ability to speak out, even Peggy Carter, an iron-blooded agent who always followed science, fell silent. Peggy Carter has never been an indecisive person. After learning that Lancelot had bloodbathed the academy she had built with an ability similar to the ability to follow her words, she immediately gave up all research and investigation on Mutant. Even Peggy Carter strictly prohibited all agents of the Strategic Science Corps to enter the silent stage, and no one was allowed to secretly investigate the matter of Mutant. Later, Peggy Carter even sealed up this incident, declaring to the outside world that a chemical leak had occurred in the Institute of Strategic Sciences. A series of actions cannot be said to be indecisive. The entire Strategic Science Corps has re-entered a state of silence. Mutant. Lancelot, at the moment in the chief's office of the Tricurved Wing Building, Peggy Carter frowned, tapped the table with her right hand constantly, and then picked up an encrypted phone. "I need you. Your vacation is over." Peggy Carter said in a serious tone, but there was no response from her encrypted phone for a long time. The future has changed. After Peggy Carter hung up the phone, she fell into deep thought, and then she couldn't help but sighed and murmured with a wry smile. And just after the Strategic Science Corps fell into silence again, Lancelot also returned to his own CIA headquarters. After Lancelot came back, he immediately went to the House of Evolution to attend the luxurious funeral of his subordinates. And Lancelot personally issued an order. The Mutant Evolution House guarantees that every soldier who dies, his family members will have the opportunity to evolve first, and the Evolution House will support their family members, so that their families will have no worries for a lifetime. After the funeral, Lancelot returned to his leisurely life. The Strategic Science Corps fell silent, allowing Lancelot to shift his focus to the first battle of Mutant again. Since the previous three-party melee and the House of Mutant Evolution became famous in the first battle, whether it is Hellfire Club's Black Emperor Zio or the X-Men leaders Professor X and Magneto, there is a sense of crisis and urgency. Therefore, after the battle ended, the two giants of Mutant fell into silence again. Professor X and Magneto began to try their best to teach the X-Men to become familiar with their variant ability as soon as possible. As for Haihuang Zio, he was once again running at the forefront of the war and began to frequently provoke wars by relying on his own strength. A world war between the two superpowers seemed imminent. Even the President of the United States has begun to make frequent mobilization speeches before the war in the past few days, and Moscow has even deployed millions of troops, preparing for a torrent of steel. The calm before the storm. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Lancelot stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows at the top of the building, overlooking the world under his feet. These 10 or so days were the most peaceful days for Lancelot. "Anna, prepare a quiet room for me." Lancelot turned around and instructed Anna, the private secretary beside him. "Yes, my lord." In 10 days, Anna the waterman was already qualified for the job of a private secretary. On the eve of the first battle of Mutant, Lancelot finally ushered in the second pupil draw. After 3 months, Lancelot is finally about to start the first lucky draw for secondary pupil surgery. System, start the lottery draw. Lancelot was sitting in a special titanium alloy room at the moment and was already ready for battle. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a chance to draw a secondary pupil technique, whether to use it or not. The cold voice of the system is so sweet in Lancelot's mind at this moment. Use. Lancelot didn't waste any time at all and directly started the lucky draw for pupil surgery. Ding, start the secondary pupil surgery lottery draw. The lottery draw is in progress. The lottery draw is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the pupil technique. Eye-catching. The system's lottery draw was over, and Lancelot only felt a slight tingling in his eyes, and then he felt that within his ruby eyes there was a calendar area that was completely different from the Geass pupil technique. Are you awake? It's really a sleepy one who came to give you a pillow. Lancelot had an excited smile on his face. Ask for flowers. Pupil art eye-catching. Although it is only a little-known pupil art, its ability is enough to be called a divine skill in this Marvel world. Eye-catching from the interpreter of Megakushi City. Once this anime was all the rage, it tells the wonderful story of a group of teenagers with different abilities. Definitely this anime doesn't matter, what's important is the ability to wake up. Pupil art eye-sighting is the ability to replace a fragile body with an ideal body. That's right, the ideal body. Lancelot, who opened up the eye-catching, finally has the capital to get rid of the weak body of human beings. However, the only thing that makes Lancelot a little regretful is that, although eye-catching, he can replace his body with an ideal body. 0. But this replacement should also pay attention to a step-by-step process. Simply put, the current Lancelot cannot reach the sky in one step and directly replace his fragile human body with Thanos' eternal Titan body. The eye-catching ability is, after all, a secondary pupil technique ability. When Lancelot replaces his body for the first time, there will be an ideal threshold. If this threshold is exceeded, the eye-catching ability will not take effect. So, if you want to replace your idealized body, you also need to follow the basic law. Lancelot nodded clearly. Even if there is such a limit as the ideal threshold of eye-catching, its ability can still be called a god-level pupil technique. Then, let's start the replacement now. Lancelot looked down at his frail body, and an excited smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Keep your eyes open. Lancelot's eyes glowed red, eye-catching ability activated instantly. Lancelot only felt as if his consciousness had been separated from his body. He lowered his head and looked at his body. Only Lancelot could see countless lines similar to circuit boards all over his body at this moment. And these lines are constantly extending outward, as if extending from Lancelot's body into the void. And Lancelot was blessed with a heart and began to think about his ideal body. First of all, add the energy absorption of Black Emperor Zio to your body. Buzz buzz. In the room at this moment, Lancelot's body had already been lying down on the ground at some point, and countless lines like circuit boards emerged from Lancelot's body and then spread into the void. First of all, add Haihyunxeo's energy absorption and release to your ideal body. The figure of Haihyunxeo appeared in Lancelot's mind. At the same time, following Lancelot's words, the circuit board-like lines on his body began to shine with golden brilliance. And the lines extending to the void began to converge toward the center at this moment, and a body exuding golden light appeared on the right side of Lancelot, seemingly real or unreal. Countless golden lines began to spread towards the right body, and at the same time, Lancelot felt the power hidden in this new body like one soul and two bodies, energy absorption and release, mutant power with the same origin as the Black Emperor in Zio, 970. The ideal threshold has not yet reached the extreme value, and I can still construct other ideal conditions. Lancelot looked down at his two bodies from the perspective of God at this moment and couldn't help being a little excited. Wolverine's self-healing factor. The golden lines all over the ideal body shone again, and within the ideal body, a second variant ability appeared. Wolverine Logan can be called the self-healing factor of regenerative healing factor. Continue. Lancelot felt the state of his ideal body, and the ideal body at this moment still hadn't reached its limit. Mind control by Professor X, the golden pattern flickered for a while, then completely dimmed. Lancelot frowned slightly. His ideal body did not add the spiritual power of Professor X, did it fail? It's because a fifth-level mutant ability with unlimited potential has already been realized. If you add a second fifth-level ability, it will exceed the ideal threshold. Feeling the eye-catching golden texture information, Lancelot murmured, slightly regretfully, stand up. Not only Professor X's mind control, but also Magneto's control magnetic field cannot be added. Similarly, Sabretooth's awakening state cannot be added. And other variants of ability, space ability, Lancelot tried it, and it exceeded the ideal threshold of eye-catching tolerance. While other physical ability, Lancelot didn't like it. The more abilities you have, the harder it is to choose. Lancelot smiled wryly. This is the obvious trouble. There are many ideal choices in his mind, but the current ideal threshold is too low, and many of them cannot be realized. Captain America's super soldier physique. After thinking for a moment, Lancelot could only settle for the next best thing, adding Captain America's super soldier body to his ideal body. The golden lines shone again, and Lancelot's ideal body, which was only 18 meters, suddenly increased to 195 meters. His muscles exploded like Captain America, and he was even more shapely and tangible than a bodybuilder. Wake up and replace. Lancelot took a deep breath. After adding the body of Captain America's super soldier, this time the ideal body finally reached the ideal threshold. Lancelot directly activated the pupil technique Eye Awakening, replacing his original weak human body with an ideal body. Boom. The whole room, as Lancelot activated his eye-catching ability, suddenly became golden and emerald, and the golden lines on his human body shone, and these lines were linked with the golden lines on the ideal body on the right. Afterwards, Lancelot's original body gradually turned into a golden spot of light, which was transmitted to the cause of the ideal body. As time went by, more and more golden light spots poured into Lancelot's ideal body. The original human Lancelot disappeared. Instead, it was a perfect body that gradually opened its eyes. The eyes are like rubies, bright and dazzling, and there are red birds fluttering and singing faintly in them. Is this my ideal body? Lancelot stood up from the ground. At this moment, his body had been replaced by self-awakening and became the ideal body he created. Feeling the vigorous power in his body, Lancelot clenched his right hand slightly and then punched out. Dull tearing air sounds sounded, and a dent was made on the wall in front of Lancelot, and at the same time, all the shock force was absorbed by the cells in Lancelot's body. Energy absorption and storage of Hai Huang Zio. Ha ha ha, from now on I will completely become the master of mutant. Lancelot couldn't help laughing wildly. This body is a collection of Captain America Steve, Black King Shaw, and Wolverine Logan. Just relying on this body, Lancelot is enough to stand on top of this world. Not to mention, this is just the beginning. When Lancelot gets used to this ideal body, he can add ideal settings to his ideal body again through his eyesight. It can be said that Lancelot, who possesses the eye-catching ability, can be like Apocalypse. Every once in a while, he will change into an ideal body and gather many powerful variant abilities only. 12,503,115 Feilu, 111,051,421. And compared to Apocalypse's cumbersome body-changing ceremony, Lancelot's eye-catching is undoubtedly more convenient and purer. He doesn't need to plunder anyone's body or mutant ability, he just needs to imagine his ideal body. God-level pupil technique, eye-catching ability is undoubtedly a God-level ability. Lancelot couldn't help admiring. The eye-catching ability is enough to make him excited. Lancelot looked down at his body, 195 meters tall with perfect and well-proportioned muscles, even surpassing Captain America Steve Rogers, and this is just the most basic ability. Inside Lancelot's body, the cells are constantly absorbing various tiny energies and their cell activity will always remain abundant. Scoff. Lancelot casually took out a small knife from his original clothes and stabbed at his skin forcefully. However, as soon as the tip of the knife touched Lancelot's skin, all the kinetic energy on the knife was absorbed by Lancelot's body, and the sharp knife did not cause any harm to Lancelot at all. Scoff. Only when Lancelot controlled his body not to absorb the kinetic energy of the knife did the sharp blade leave a light white mark on the back of Lancelot's hand. Originally, Lancelot was going to test his resilience, but at this moment his body has surpassed the human limit by several times. Ordinary knives can't cut his skin at all. 4-2. My lord, these are your clothes. Mystique Raven opened the door and walked in. After placing the new clothes in front of Lancelot, she looked at the muscles on Lancelot obsessively and then directly bullied her. 3 hours later, Mystique Raven was slumped to the ground, but Lancelot was still energetic and energetic. Raven, I can spend the whole day with you. Lancelot put on the clothes Raven sent, gave Raven a playful look, and said the famous words of Captain America. Let's go, the first battle has already begun. Lancelot bent down and picked up Raven and then walked out of the room with Raven. His current ideal body doesn't have much energy reserves, he needs to absorb a lot of energy and store it. In the CIA headquarters building, Lancelot was sitting on his metal seat at the moment, casually playing with a high-explosive grenade with his right hand. In front of Lancelot, Gambit, Remy LeBeau, Silverfox Carla, Tank Fred, Phantom John, Cyborg Bradley, Mystique Raven, Toad Matthew, and Murloc Jack lined up on both sides. Bradley, what's the current situation at Xavier Manor? Lancelot glanced at Bradley and then pulled the safety catch of the high-explosive grenade. Boom! The grenade exploded in an instant, but all the energy was blocked by Lancelot's hands and then sucked into his body by Lancelot. At this moment his face was full of comfort. Energy absorbing didn't expect to have such an effect. Feeling the increase in the strength of his cells, Lancelot couldn't help showing a smile. After absorbing the energy of this high-explosive grenade, Lancelot felt that the cells in his body seemed to be charging, and the quality and strength of the cells had improved significantly. My lord, the X-Men in Xavier Manor have finished their special training and are preparing to go to the high seas of Cuba. Bradley looked at Lancelot enthusiastically and replied quickly. Raven, what about the Hellfire Club? Lancelot nodded noncommittally and then looked at Raven at the side. Hellfire Club's nuclear submarine has appeared in Cuban waters. White Queen Emma is in charge of watching the actions of Black Emperor Zio. Mystique Raven quickly reported. Very well, the first battle is finally here. Lancelot looked at Wushwang with a pair of ruby eyes. This time he was going to participate in the battle himself and step onto the stage that belonged to him. Xavier Estate. Professor X and others were preparing to go, but suddenly found that Beast Hank was missing. Professor X used telepathy to find Beast Hank almost instantly. Everyone in Professor X and X-Men looked at the blue-haired gorilla in front of them and looked at each other for a while. That's not a mutant inhibitor, but a mutant growth hormone. It turns out that Mr. Lancelot already knew the effect of that drug. Beast Hank, who had metamorphosis into a blue-haired gorilla, couldn't help but said with a wry smile. 2 days ago, Hank McCoy finally made up his mind that he was going to abandon his mutant identity and become a real human being. Therefore, Hank McCoy injected what he thought was a mutant inhibitor without any hesitation, and then Beast Hank came into being. After becoming Beast, Hank McCoy's thinking has become irritable, and he has become smarter, and his thinking speed has also improved to varying degrees. Laugh. When boarding the supersonic plane, Beast Hank involuntarily injected Wolverine Logan with mutant growth hormone. Then Professor X and others saw Wolverine Logan transform into a 5-meter-long giant wolf, and the original rusty claws, under the action of the mutant growth hormone, shone coldly, like metal claws. And not long after the supersonic plane took off, a group of unexpected guests ushered in Xavier Manor. Dr. Leonard led a group of scientists in the brain field. After entering the Xavier Manor, they began to search for all the experimental manuscripts of Beast Hank, including the manufacturing drawings of the brain wave strengthening device. Hurry up, move quickly. We need to learn how to make a brain wave strengthening device when Professor X and others come back. Dr. Leonard stood in the X secret room, looked at the brain wave strengthening device in front of him, and began to study without sleep or food. My lord, Dr. Leonard has found the brain wave strengthening device. Bradley put down his right hand in the CIA headquarters building and reminded him, "Let's go, it's time for us to go." Lancelot nodded, then glanced at Phantom John. All the mutants in front of Lancelot immediately formed a circle, and then the phantom flickered, and Lancelot and others disappeared into the CIA building. On the high seas of Cuba, within the main ship of the Soviet fleet, Lancelot and others appeared in an instant. As the commander-in-chief of the battleship this time, General Ovira Peter Love was suddenly taken aback. However, after seeing the person coming, General Alvara immediately respectfully said, "My King Lancelot, where's Emma?" Lancelot just casually glanced at General Ovira and then asked, "Miss Emma is on another ship." General Alvara said respectfully. As the commander this time, no one knew that General Alvara had been controlled by Lancelot's Geass. General Alvara must obey Lancelot's orders until his own death or Lancelot cancels Geass. "John, bring Emma here." Lancelot solemnly sat on the captain's seat of General Alvara and then gave orders to the Phantom John. Peng, peng, Phantom John flashed twice in succession and then appeared in front of Lancelot with White Queen Emma. At this moment, White Queen Emma is wearing a beautiful military uniform. Her sexy figure looks charming, but she is also heroic. "Lancelot, my king, you have become different." As soon as she appeared in front of Lancelot, White Queen Emma threw herself into her arms. She looked at Lancelot in surprise. She had already seen Lancelot at the first sight, realizing that the Lancelot in front of him has become different. "Emma, thank you for your hard work." Lancelot patted White Queen Emma's butt lightly, and then his face became serious. These days, Emma has been monitoring Hellfire Club's Black Emperor Zio and never slacks off. It is also because of White Queen Emma's ability that Lancelot knows the situation of Hellfire Club like the back of his hand. "My lord, Professor X is here." White Queen Emma frowned slightly. Her spiritual power perception reached Professor X's spiritual power. "It's faster than I thought." Lancelot looked out of the ship, and over the high seas of Cuba, a supersonic plane was flying at low altitude at the moment. And on the landing gear of the plane, Magneto is sensing the position of the 477 nuclear submarine, where Hai Huang Zio is located with a solemn face. Black Emperor, Professor X, and the others are here. At this moment in the high seas, the Red Devil Asazuo reminded the Black Emperor Zio in front of him with a serious face. "Is it finally here?" The torrent set off a tsunami. Hai Huang Zio wore a mind-shielding helmet, his eyes slightly revealing madness. "Yes, Black Emperor." Torrent Quest nodded and then opened his hands. Outside the nuclear submarine, 2 large tornadoes were rapidly brewing. At the same time, the calm high seas were still choppy at the moment, and a tornado appeared on the bottom of the sea, and the impact was that a violent tsunami was set off on the sea surface. Rumble. The waves rolled, and the Soviet and American fleets that were anchored in the high seas suddenly began to approach the center of the waves uncontrollably. "My lord, what should we do?" Seeing his own fleet rushing towards the center of the high sea under the impetus of the tsunami, General Alvara suddenly asked in astonishment. "Wait and see." Lancelot sat calmly on the seat, letting the tsunami outside wreak havoc and rolling. For Lancelot, wanting to end the Cold War confrontation song needs an order from Lancelot. Even if the mere human fleet is wiped out, Lancelot doesn't care. What he really cares about is the next first battle of Mutant. Fact: Black Emperor Zio's nuclear submarines are hidden too deep. I can't find them. On the landing gear of the supersonic aircraft, Magneto's face is gloomy, although he has released his metal control as much as possible. However, the position of Hai Huang Zio is really too deep. In particular, the sudden tsunami on the high seas affected Magneto's magnetic force, making it impossible for him to feel the unknown of Hai Huang Zio wholeheartedly. Magneto, don't worry about Black Emperor Zio. The tsunami is pushing the fleets of the two countries to collide. Once the collision occurs, the two superpowers will usher in the final nuclear war. Inside the plane, Professor X used his mind to power, swept the entire high seas, and had a panoramic view of the fleets of the two countries. Compared to finding Black Emperor Zio, Professor X obviously wants to prevent the war. Calm down, Eric. Looking at Magneto, who was still looking for the trace of Hai Huang Zio, Professor X couldn't help but use his own spiritual power to persuade Magneto. Charles, you be *****D. Magneto was stunned for a moment, and then he cursed sullenly but still had to give up and continue to search for Hai Huang Zio's nuclear submarine. Boom. Magneto stretched his hands, and his whole body was suspended under the action of magnetism, and the violent magnetic force vented down along Magneto's hands. Kakaka. There were bursts of ear-piercing metal roars, and the warship that was being propelled by the tsunami began to float into the midair at this moment. What fuck? Is this really a human? How is it possible? This must be an illusion. This time, whether it was a Soviet warship or a US military warship, all soldiers and commanders were dumbfounded. They looked at Magneto floating in the center of the two fleets in horror, and the warships floating towards the sky, and the entire sea area was silent for a while. As expected of Magneto. Even Lancelot couldn't help looking up at Magneto in midair at this moment, and was full of admiration for Magneto. At this moment, Magneto stretched his hands, and under him were warships floating above the sea. Each warship weighs tens of tons, but at this moment it is just being controlled by Magneto. Get out of here. Magneto seemed to be pressing down on a huge mountain with both hands. He suddenly roared, and then controlled the warship with both hands and threw the warship to the edge of the open sea. Rumble. Under the control of Magneto, the huge amounts of warship fell onto the high seas, causing huge splashes. General Wilhelms, the commander of the US warship, looked at the scene above the sea in horror at the moment. Magneto fell silent for a while. Turn the warship and aim the warship at the human beings in the sky. After a moment of silence, General Wilhelms gave the order decisively. Compared with the Cold War with the Soviet Union, the sudden mysterious human beings obviously pose a greater threat to human beings. Magneto, who was in midair, didn't see the warship below pointing his gun at him, and it was too much for Magneto to control the warship. Magneto's hands hang down feebly, and his whole body is also crumbling. Gray, go and give our comrades an injection. On the deck of the Soviet main ship, Lancelot looked at the crumbling Magneto in the sky with great interest, and then ordered, I obey, my king. On the deck, two pairs of butterfly wings with huge amounts of butterfly appeared behind Mutant Gray, and then her body quickly flew towards Magneto. The mutant of the House of Evolution, Falk, really haunts you. In the supersonic plane, Professor X looked at the butterfly girl Gray, who flew to Magneto's side at this moment, with a serious expression on his face and cursed without a gentleman's demeanor. Hey, Mr. Magneto, you look a bit bad. Gray flew to Magneto's side, looked at Magneto, who was weak and crumbling, and took out a syringe directly from inside his clothes. Laugh. Gracie casually injected a tube of lavender potion into Magneto's body, and Magneto, who was originally weak, suddenly became alive and well. What is this thing? At this moment, Magneto only felt full of strength. He glanced at Gray with gratitude and asked, This is the Vitality Recovery Potion developed by the scientists of our evolution house. It can restore your own mutant ability and make the cells full of vitality. Butterfly Girl Gray danced around Magneto and then returned to where Lancelot was, above deck. Give full play to your abilities, Magneto, the Scene Man. Lancelot looked at Magneto in the sky with great interest and then waited for the good show to begin. As a matter of fact, without making Lancelot wait for a long time, Magneto's hands were open, full of energy, so that Magneto no longer had any scruples. Rumble. The violent magnetic force was released, and then the seawater under his feet began to roll violently, and the nuclear submarine of Hai Huang Zio hiding in the seawater was forcibly pulled out by Magneto. Go to the nearby island. Professor X watched Magneto's movements and then reminded him loudly. At the same time, Beast Hank controls the supersonic plane and flies towards the small island not far away. Kill them. Inside the nuclear submarine, Hai Huang Zio couldn't stand the group of X-Men anymore. He angrily roared an order to the mutant beside him. Boom. Afterwards, Hai Huang Xiao and others stood in a circle. The Red Devil Asazuo's ability was activated, and Hai Huang Xiao and others instantly appeared in the sky. Torrent Tornado. Torrent Quest turned his body and turned into a huge amounts of tornado falling from the sky. Wherever it passed, the sea flowed backwards, and the X-Men's supersonic plane was hit by the tornado and began to circle in the tornado. Magneto. The X-Men in the plane were dumped, and Professor X was even more anxious at the moment and sent out telepathy to Magneto. Trash Charles. Magneto, who was concentrating on manipulating the nuclear submarine, immediately cursed after hearing Professor X's cry for help, and then suddenly threw the nuclear submarine towards the island while raising his left hand and lifted the supersonic aircraft out of the tornado pulled out. After Magneto pulled the supersonic plane out, he opened his right hand and pushed towards the supersonic plane. Immediately under the magnetic force, the supersonic plane also fell towards the island. Rumble. On the small island, two huge amounts of steel creations were tumbling crazily, and then the nuclear submarine broke in the middle, and the X-Men's supersonic plane also rolled a few times, its wings broke, and it ran aground on the small island. Hai Huang Xiao. Magneto ignored the X-Men on the island at all. He raised his head and glanced at the high-altitude Hai Huang Xiao, and quickly flew towards the Hai Huang Xiao with his whole body. Red Devil, go and kill those X-Men. I will destroy Magneto with my own hands. In the sky, Black Emperor Zio let go of the dragonfly girl Salvador's arm and quickly fell towards Magneto Zhao Nuajo. Peng. And the Red Devil Azazu appeared on the island with Riptide and Dragonfly. Magneto, you should have a bright future. But Professor X domesticated you and buried your ability. High in the sky, Magneto and Hai Huang Zio collided with each other, and Hai Huang Zio angrily shook his fist. Terrible energy burst out, directly smashing Magneto down from the sky. Look at what you are doing now, manipulating metal. Are you one Iron King? Hai Huang Xiao's body descended from the sky, and the kinetic energy generated from the high altitude was absorbed by Hai Huang Xiao when it touched the ground. Hai Huang Zio fell from a high altitude unscathed. On the other hand, Magneto fell from a high altitude. Although he was protected by magnetic force, he still threw a mess and was in a mess. X-Men attack. Inside the supersonic plane, Beast Hank opened the hatch, and then Professor X led the X-Men to stand on the ground of the island. Looking at the three mutants from Hellfire Club opposite, Professor X didn't use his psychic power, he just handed over the stage to his X-Men. Finally, it's our turn. Siren Sean Cassidy was wearing a hang glider made of titanium alloy at the moment, moved his neck slightly, and then suddenly let out an overclocking scream. Whoosh. Under the counter-propelling force of this overfrequency scream, Sean the Sea Demon's body quickly soared into the air and slid up in midair. He quickly swooped towards the mutant of the Hellfire Club and then appeared above the heads of the three Red Devils. Boom. The three Red Devils felt as if their brains had been hit with a sledgehammer, and the overclocked screams made them dizzy. Salvador, you go to deal with the sea monster. The Red Devil Azazu shook his head, then grabbed the dragonfly girl Salvador with his right hand and threw Salvador out. Peng. Salvador's body disappeared in midair, and when she reappeared, she had already appeared in the sky above Sean, the sea monster. A pair of dragonfly wings quickly slapped Salvador and spit out a cloud of strong acid solution. Kai kai kai. The strong acid fell on the hang glider on Sean's body, and the hang glider made of titanium alloy skeleton was corroded in a large piece. Facing the dragonfly girl Salvador's attack, Sean the Siren dared not neglect. He screamed at the ground again and then started a chase in the air. On the ground, Shockwave Alex also started his own battle. His body flashed with red light, and then a group of huge amounts of red energy column was released from the device on his chest. Facing Shockwave Alex's attack, Torrent Quest didn't dare to neglect and released two huge amounts of tornadoes with his hands. The red energy column hit the tornado, instantly turning the tornado into a dazzling red. The torrent of tornado rotated rapidly, crazily stirring the energy released by Alex, and the two sides were deadlocked in time. Peng. And behind Alex, the Red Devil Azazu appeared, grabbed Alex by the back collar and threw him into the sky. F***K, F***K. Suddenly appearing in the sky, Alex couldn't help cursing one after another, and then he saw Sean, the sea monster, swooping down quickly and catching the falling Alex. Roar. Wolverine Logan let out a roar, and his whole body turned into a lone wolf with huge amounts of it. His limbs moved rapidly, and he rushed towards Hai Huang Zio. Peng. Wolverine Logan directly threw Hai Huang Xiao to the ground, and then a pair of front paws pierced Hai Huangxiao's shoulders. The sharp claws shone coldly, and the berserk power, even Hai Huangxiao couldn't break free at this moment. Fake squid. The originally elegant Black Emperor Xiao cursed angrily at this moment and suddenly patted Wolverine Logan's body with his right hand. Boom. As if Wolverine Logan's body had been hit by a missile, she immediately flew upside down tens of meters away, and her huge body directly hit the nuclear submarine on the coast. Falk. It was the first time that Hai Huangxiao was in such a state of embarrassment. He stood up angrily, and then his palms met and the energy in his body violently vented out. Go to hell with me. Hai Huangxiao roared, and then his whole body was like a small nuclear bomb, and his head began to vibrate constantly. Hai Huangxiao wanted to create a small nuclear explosion and raze the entire island to the ground. Is this embarrassment turned into anger? On the distant deck, Lancelot looked at the majestic energy fluctuations in the direction of the island and couldn't help shaking his head slightly. Hai Huangxiao's ability development is also extremely low-end. It's just horrible. Lancelot looked at Hai Huangxiao on the island in disappointment and then slightly stepped on the ground with his right foot. Boom! Lancelot's right foot exploded with a huge mass of energy, and Lancelot's body instantly soared into the sky. Being in the sky, Lancelot adjusted the energy output of his body. His hands and feet gushed out energy, and Lancelot's body began to move forward like a Superman flight. In just a few seconds, Lancelot had already appeared above the island, and then Lancelot stopped outputting energy. Lancelot's body began to fall from the sky at an astonishing speed, and in just 2 seconds, Lancelot had already fallen to the ground of the island. The kinetic energy generated by gravity was instantly absorbed by Lancelot's body, and the energy originally consumed by flight increased rather than decreased BFCA. Without a sound, Lancelot landed in the center of the island, standing proudly in a Superman landing posture. Lancelot. Professor X and Magneto looked at Lancelot falling from the sky in astonishment, and then quickly stood together. And Hai Huangxiao, who was about to make a small nuclear explosion, noticed Lancelot's appearance, but he couldn't stop now. The energy ball in his hand began to become dazzling, and terrifying energy was constantly released from Hai Huangxiao's body. Lancelot just glanced at Hai Huangxiao indifferently. This time he didn't release Geass immediately, but slightly stepped on the ground with his right foot, slightly adjusting the energy under his feet. Ability, a variant of Hai Huangxiao, absorbs all forms of energy fluctuations and stores them in the body. This stored energy can be controlled by Hai Huangxiao and released through the body. However, if the absorbed energy is simply released roughly, although the power is very powerful, it is too rough for Lancelot. So Lancelot is going to teach Black Emperor Xiao a lesson. Swish. Lancelot slightly released the energy in his body, and the energy under his feet instantly turned into kinetic energy. Lancelot's body was ejected instantly, running fast on the ground like a black panther. Speaking of which, Lancelot, who absorbs all energy, is not a piece of humanoid vibranium. His running speed hardly generates any energy because all the energy is absorbed by Lancelot's body. In just an instant, Lancelot had already appeared in front of Hai Huangxiao, and his right hand directly grabbed the red energy ball in Hai Huangxiao's palm. Absorb. Lancelot's entire body was like a black hole, absorbing all the energy released by the Black Emperor Xiao into his body. Peng. After absorbing the energy ball released by Hai Huangxiao, Lancelot slapped Hai Huangxiao away. At the same time, he moved his right hand slightly. Energy burst mode. Lancelot's body was instantly covered with a layer of golden energy fluctuations. This group of golden energy made him very similar to the future Captain Marvel. After the golden energy enveloped his whole body, Lancelot's body broke free from the shackles of gravity and floated in midair. Come on, let's have a good fight. Lancelot's ruby eyes also glowed with golden energy. He opened his right hand, and a bright golden beam of light swept across the sky, instantly shooting down Sean the Siren and Salvator the Dragonfly flying above Lancelot's head. My fellow mutants, let me show you the power of the king. Lancelot looked down at the mutants at his feet, then his eyes turned to Professor X first. Geass, don't use your spiritual power on me ever. A pair of birds fluttered out of Lancelot's eyes and instantly flew into Professor X's eyes. And Professor X, who was planning to quietly use his spiritual power to control Lancelot, let out a scream and then looked at Lancelot with horror and fear. Don't use your spiritual power on me forever. On the small island, Professor X looked sluggish, and just now, a bright fiery red flying bird appeared in his spiritual world. In front of this flying bird, Professor X's spiritual power was completely powerless to resist, And then Professor X discovered that this flying bird was integrated with his own brain, and the voice of Lancelot appeared in the spiritual world of Professor X. A shackle appeared in Professor X's spiritual power, and Professor X realized that he would never be able to use spiritual power against Lancelot. Even simple telepathy can't be done. Even if Professor X wants to use it forcibly, the Asuka shackles hidden in the depths of his spiritual power will appear in an instant, burning the teaching's idea into nothingness. At the same time, Professor X finally understands the power of Lancelot. Geass, the power of absolute command. Professor X stared in horror at Lancelot, who was exuding golden energy fluctuations and floating in the air, and was a little dazed for a moment. When Professor X was in a daze, Magneto was not idle. No matter who he was, he couldn't stop him from killing Hai Huang Zio. Magneto opened his hands, and behind Lancelot, a supersonic fighter floated up and then smashed towards Lancelot. However, the imaginary impact did not occur. The kinetic energy and magnetic energy carried by the supersonic fighter jet had already absorbed all the energy into Lancelot's body the moment it touched Lancelot's body. Lancelot turned around and flicked at the supersonic plane behind him, releasing the energy absorbed before. Rumble. The huge amounts of supersonic aircraft in front of them were instantly shrouded in flames of explosions. But what was amazing was that the layer upon layer of explosions did not spread out from the supersonic aircraft at all. It was as if there was an invisible hand controlling the explosive energy. When the supersonic plane was blown into dust, the flames, energy, shockwave, etc. all rushed towards Lancelot's body. Flame and temperature are all material energy, perfectly absorbed by Lancelot. Unfortunately, the next time you build your ideal body with eye-catching, you must add the Gambit variant ability. After absorbing the energy produced by the explosion of a supersonic plane, Lancelot couldn't help shaking his head with a little regret. When he constructed his ideal body, he forgot to add Gambit's ability to manipulate kinetic energy. Boom, Lancelot looked down at Magneto, and then covered with golden energy fluctuations, he swooped down at super fast speed. Lancelot, come down for me. Shockwave Alex turned his spear on Lancelot's back as Lancelot charged towards Magneto, sending a wave of red energy at Lancelot's back. Lancelot just glanced back at the young Shockwave Alex indifferently, and then accepted this energy feast. The golden energy layer on Lancelot's body appeared a touch of red and gradually became golden red. At this moment, Lancelot is like passing a piece of energy star armor. Roar. Beast Hank appeared in front of Lancelot. He roared angrily at Lancelot and swung his two sharp claws towards Lancelot at a very fast speed. It's too slow. In Lancelot's eyes, Beast Hank's attack was as slow as a snail. He not only possesses the mutant ability of Black Emperor Zio, but also possesses the super soldier physique of Captain America. Captain America's physique is a physique that surpasses human beings in all aspects. Strength, physique, nerve response, speed, etc. Lancelot has reached 8 times that of humans. Although Beast Hank's attack was fast, in Lancelot's eyes it was extremely slow. Lancelot just stretched out his right hand and grabbed Beast Hank's paw. Boom. Lancelot clenched his fist with his left hand, the muscles in his left hand tensed, and then he punched Beast Hank on the head, knocking Beast Hank into the air. After knocking Beast Hank into the air, Lancelot's right hand opened, and a ball of red energy was released, directly smashing Magneto from midair to the ground. You guys only have this level. Lancelot glanced at Professor X and Magneto with some disappointment, and his body slowly fell down. Roar. Just after Lancelot landed on the ground, Wolverine Logan turned into a 5-meter-tall giant wolf and rushed towards Lancelot. Peng. Facing Wolverine Logan, Lancelot didn't make any evasive movements, not even using his testosterone absorption. Psst, Lancelot let Wolverine Logan's half-meter-long claws penetrate into his body and pierce through. Bass. Wolverine Logan's right front paw swayed slightly, directly lifted Lancelot's body into the air and then smashed heavily on the ground. Have we killed Lancelot? The X-Men all stopped at this moment, looking at Lancelot, whose chest was pierced for a while. He was a little stunned and disbelieving. Seeking flowers. On Hai Huangxiao's side, Hai Huangxiao's eyes were gloomy, and he didn't know what he was thinking. On the left and right sides of Hai Huangxiao, there are respectively the Red Devil Azazu and Torrent Quest. Hey, I should also add a pain control to my body. Just when everyone was looking at Lancelot, Lancelot sat up on the ground. He lowered his head and glanced at the wound on his body. He was recovering at a super fast speed at the moment. In just a few breaths, the piercing wound caused by Wolverine Logan had disappeared. Wolverine Logan's self-healing factor. It can be called the existence of regenerative healing factor. It's not bad, although it hurts a bit, but it's not unbearable. Lancelot stood up from the ground, reaching out to pat the dust off his body. How is it possible? How is it possible that you are not dead? I have already pierced your heart. Wolverine Logan looked at Lancelot in astonishment and then stared at Lancelot again. Get out. Lancelot raised his hand slightly, and a group of golden and red energy cannons were released instantly from his right hand. The violent energy cannon instantly sent Wolverine Logan flying tens of meters away. Swish. The energy in Lancelot's body exploded, instantly appearing on the path of Wolverine Logan flying backwards, and then a whip leg carrying billowing energy kicked Wolverine Logan flying like a ball. Peng peng peng. And Lancelot's body energy continued to explode, appearing behind Wolverine Logan like a phantom, and kicked Wolverine Logan away again. On the small island, one after another energy roars sounded, and Lancelot almost exploded with the Wolverine Logan hammer. Under Lancelot's fist and energy impact, Wolverine Logan's huge body quickly became riddled with holes. Peng. Lancelot punched Wolverine Logan's head again. The violent force made Wolverine's head dented and Wolverine Logan passed out directly. Now you only have two choices. Surrender or die. Lancelot floated into the air again, looking down at the X-Men on the island and Hai Huang Zio from the Hellfire Club and others, and issued an ultimatum to both parties: surrender or die. On the barren island, Lancelot was covered with a golden red energy layer, like a Star War god, with a pair of ruby eyes overlooking the mutant below. Lancelot has tested his ideal body, broke out with all his strength, and easily beat everyone on this small island. Even Hai Huang Xiao is not good enough in front of him. And as Lancelot issued an ultimatum to the group of mutants, Black Emperor Zio was the first to stand up. He raised his head and looked up at Lancelot with cold eyes, and he was shocked to see the golden red energy all over Lancelot's body and his heart. This guy, why does he also have the ability of energy absorption? Hai Huang Zio's face was gloomy at the moment, and then imitating Lancelot's appearance, he will be able to explode through his feet. However, the imaginary flight did not come, and a mushroom cloud exploded with Hai Huang Zio's feet as the center. Hai Huang Xiao's energy 020 exploded in front of Lancelot, and it looked so rough. This is entirely because of the energy absorption and release possessed by Lancelot's ideal body. The energy control is more handy. Die to me. Hai Huang Zio's eyes were gloomy. He controlled the energy under his feet to form a mushroom cloud with huge amounts of impact, and then the berserk energy rushed towards Lancelot in midair. Hai Huang Xiao. Lancelot let the energy released by Hai Huang Xiao cover himself and was swallowed by his own body. The golden energy layer on his body seemed to be thicker now, like an energy battle suit. Boom. Lancelot lowered his head and glanced at Hai Huang Xiao, then slightly adjusted the center of gravity of his body. His whole body turned into a ball of golden energy and instantly appeared in front of Hai Huang Xiao. His right hand was like iron clamps pinching Hai Huang Xiao's neck. Now who else will resist? Lancelot pinched Hai Huang Xiao's neck with his right hand, lifted it up and glanced proudly around. Both Professor X and Magneto are silent at the moment. Mr. Lancelot, we surrender. Hai Huang Xiao was breathing hard at this moment. His face turned purple at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking at Lancelot, who was so close at hand, who looked down on unparalleled, Hai Huang Xiao finally surrendered. Very good, Sebastian Zio, you will win the glory and evolution that belong to Mutant. Lancelot let go of Hai Huang Zio casually, and Yu Guang looked at Hai Huang Zio appreciatively. We surrender. Behind Hai Huang Xiao, the Red Devils of Hellfire Club, Riptide and Dragonfly Girl all looked at Lancelot with apprehensive faces, and then bowed their heads to express their submission under Hai Huang Xiao's gesture. What about you? Surrender or die? Lancelot glanced at the Hellfire Club staff with satisfaction. He was not worried about Hai Huang Xiao's false surrender. There was nothing that Geass couldn't solve. Lancelot turned his attention to the direction of Professor X and Magneto. At this moment, these two only 5-level mutants are using telepathy to communicate. I'm going to kill him, kill Hai Huang Xiao. Magneto roared angrily in the spiritual world. He had been lost by hatred. Now he saw that Hai Huang Xiao was not dead, and he also joined Lancelot's evolutionary home. This made Magneto resent even Lancelot. Calm down, Eric, we are no match for Lancelot. Professor X tried to calm down Magneto's anger with psychic power, but it was of no avail. Magneto was still furious, and Professor X had no choice but to erase all Magneto's memories of Hai Huang Xiao. Lancelot, we surrender. Professor X glanced at Magneto guiltily, and after erasing Magneto's memory, Magneto calmed down. Losing his hatred, Magneto looked at Lancelot and became extremely fanatical. At this moment, Magneto had already regarded Mutant as his only one. Mutation and glory. Magneto knelt on one knee, couldn't help but stare at Lancelot, and said in a somewhat fanatical tone, "Crash." Even Professor X and Magneto surrendered. After looking at each other, the X-Men also knelt in front of Lancelot. "Very well, comrades, your surrender will witness the glorious future of Mutant. Now, I, Lancelot, the King of Mutants." Lancelot glanced at the submitting mutant and his whole body floated in the air again. In a pair of red eyes, a fiery red bird flapped its wings and croaked, "Chirp." In the sky behind Lancelot, a flying bird god like a phoenix spread its wings, exuding terrifying spiritual fluctuations. "Serve me as king, serve me as lord." Lancelot looked at all the mutants in Hellfire Club and directly issued the Geass order. A new king ascends the throne. The mutants surrendered. Bang, bang, bang. Along with Lancelot's Geass, the evolutionary mutants who had been on the deck of the Soviet main ship before all appeared on the island and appeared beside Lancelot. White Queen Emma and Mystique Raven stood beside Lancelot. Sabretooth, Victor, and Gambit Remy led the mutants to the sides. "My king, hail!" All the mutants, including the mutant who just surrendered, shouted frantically at this moment, and in the eyes of everyone except Professor X, a fiery red flying bird appeared. Geass categorical order. "My king Yang Yao." The deafening shouts resounded throughout the island. Lancelot was suspended in the sky, standing proudly, his eyes shining brightly. He gently raised his hand like a real king, Lancelot's noble temperament set off by his graceful and luxurious clothes, as if a new king had come into the world. Lancelot finally boarded his own stage. The day of Mutants' first battle is the time when Lancelot's new king ascends the throne. Monster, inside the U.S. Warship General Wilhelms looked at Lancelot proudly hanging above the island in horror at this moment, and then directly made a decision: fire and destroy these monsters. Following the order of General Wilhelms, dozens of warships on the high seas all turned their turrets and aimed at the direction of the small island. Bang, bang, bang. Missiles were quickly released from the warships, and within a few seconds they spread all over the sky on the high seas. Looking at the densely packed missiles, Lancelot's expression became indifferent. Cub court death. Lancelot's entire body suddenly turned into a mass of golden streamer, appearing at the center of the missile 4-2 almost instantly. Looking at the incoming missiles, Lancelot just waved his hand lightly, and the missiles exploded with Lancelot as the center in an instant. Groups of huge amounts of fire shrouded the sky above the open sea, and these fires, shockwave energy, etc., all rushed towards Lancelot's body. As if Lancelot was an energy black hole, all the huge energy was sucked into Lancelot's body. Over the entire open sea, densely packed missiles were like fireworks, with only light but no explosion sound. Rumble. Lancelot was in the center of the explosion tide, and he felt warm all over his body. The golden energy layer on his body shot straight into the sky at this moment, like a god descending into the world. "My mutant comrade, get rid of these cubs. How is this possible?" On the high seas of Cuba, the U.S. warships are currently performing missions to escort the waters. According to the information they have received, the Soviet warships will cross the border today. However, the imaginary scene of a war between the two countries did not come, and the Soviet warship remained on hold. The original order of high-level Americans to go to war as soon as the Soviet Union crossed the border seems to be nonsense at this moment, and it is extremely ridiculous. However, although the threat of a world war has disappeared from the invisible, General Wilhelms has discovered another fact that is far more serious than a world war. General Wilhelms discovered a group of monsters, which possessed terrifying abilities like devils. Set off a tsunami, the Air Force ships are just waiting. And what did General Wilhelm see now? He actually saw that in the center of the densely packed missile explosion, a human being exuding golden light was absorbing the explosion energy without any damage. God, is this really human? That's the equivalent of a missile that can easily blow up a small island. General Wilhelms was terrified at the moment, and his adjutant was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Then they saw through the porthole that the Asian man who had absorbed the energy of the missile just raised his right index finger lightly. Boom. At this moment, Lancelot only felt that the energy in his body was extremely vigorous, and he could easily control the energy in his body and release it. I saw Lancelot raised his right index finger, a ball of dazzling red energy filled his fingertips, and then suddenly expanded into a beam of bright beams of huge amounts of red energy, which instantly hit a warship. Rumble. The huge warship exploded immediately, and a glaring red light enveloped the entire warship. Inside the warship, countless soldiers ran away like ants on a hot pot. Boom, boom, boom. However, in the next second, the entire warship experienced constant explosions one after another, and then the warship sank instantly. Fire, fire quickly. The scene in front of him simply made General Wilhelm's unbelievable, and he issued an order to fire by radio in horror. Another round of missiles was released from the warship, spreading all over the sky. Lancelot just looked at the missiles in front of him with great interest. Behind Lancelot, Magneto stretched his right hand forward and all the missiles were still in midair. Kakaka. Bursts of metal brittle sounds resounded in the air. Magneto just turned his arm slightly and all the missiles turned around. What fuck? All the warships and soldiers were terrified and some soldiers even began to pray blindly. Eric, don't do this. On the small island, Professor X said with a dignified expression, full of unbearable persuasion. Professor X can't bear to see so many lives die on the one hand, and on the other hand, once the US warships are wiped out here, there is no doubt that the top US leaders will directly launch a war. The benevolence of a woman. Lancelot looked back at Professor X with a look of disappointment in his eyes. Professor X, you have to remember that kindness will only make the enemy worse. The fury of thunder can make the enemy frightened. Lancelot sneered and uttered deafening words. No, it's not the same. Professor X obviously couldn't understand Lancelot's philosophy, and the kindness and compromise he had always adhered to made him extremely entangled in his heart. Magneto, continue. Lancelot ignored Professor X and he issued orders to Magneto indifferently. Of order, my king. Magneto nodded excitedly, then pressed down with his right hand, and the missiles in the sky suddenly came from where they came from and went back to where they came from. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions resounded constantly, and the entire high seas seemed to have entered a war scene in an instant, and warships fell silent amidst the explosions. Go kill them! Lancelot suspended in midair, giving orders. And following Lancelot's order, Phantom John brought a dozen mutants into the warship in an instant. And the former Hellfire Club's Red Devil Azazu also teleported to another warship with Black Emperor Zio. Inside the warship, Gambit Ramai's right hand constantly released cards, and soldiers holding weapons were blown out immediately. Sabretooth Victor directly transformed into a 5-meter Sabretooth, rampaging through the warship, leaving no blade of grass in his path. One by one, the mutants began to release their power to their heart's content. And Magneto, the man of the scene, is the most efficient here. He just suspended in midair, waved his hands again and again, and the warships capsized and sank in an instant. An hour later, there was no US warship in sight on the entire high seas. On the small island, only Professor X and the X-Men did not make a move. At this moment, they looked at the open sea like a gunpowder battlefield in horror, and they were stunned for a while. Fuck you, what did you do? On the small island, Agent Mora, who had been shooting soy sauce, pointed at Lancelot with guns in both hands and then asked loudly, "Oh, here's a fish that slipped through the net." Lancelot landed on the ground and then looked at Agent Mora with interest. Lancelot didn't know that Agent Mora had also appeared on this small island. He had been ignoring her before, which was not normal. Obviously, Professor X had been protecting his little lover with psychic power, so much so that even Lancelot subconsciously ignored her. Mala put down the gun. Professor X looked at Lancelot with some trepidation when he saw Agent Mora's actions, and then comforted Agent Mora. However, at this moment, Mora obviously lost control of her emotions because of the destruction of the US warship. She looked at Lancelot angrily and then directly pulled the trigger. Boom, a muffled gunshot sounded. Lancelot just looked at the bullets in front of him calmly, and Magneto, who was standing next to Lancelot, directly raised his right hand and waved it. Unprepared, the bullet removed by Magneto's right hand pierced Professor X's body. Looking at Professor X, who fell to the ground in pain, even Lancelot couldn't help being stunned for a moment. Professor X is paralyzed because of fate. Looking at the remorseful Magneto and Agent Mora, Lancelot slightly shook his head, then walked in front of Professor X, grabbed Agent Mora by the neck and through him raised it. "My king, please forgive Mora." Seeing the cold, killing intent in Lancelot's eyes, Professor X begged in pain. "It's just a human cub since it's you who interceded, so what if you let her go? However, there is always a price to be paid to save people. Professor X, don't you want to see war? Then use your ability to stop it." Lancelot glanced at Professor X and threw Agent Mora to the ground. "Come on, follow me back to Mutant House. The brain wave strengthening device should have been set up." Lancelot glanced at Mutant on the island and then everyone formed a big circle. Peng peng. With 2 phantoms in succession, all the mutants on the island disappeared. The impact of Mutant's first battle had just begun. Siberia Base, House of Number 2 Mutant Evolution. In the core area of the huge ice base, a group of scientists in white coats are busy. At the center of this group of scientists is an extremely advanced instrument, Peng Peng. A huge phantom suddenly appeared from this area, and then Lancelot and others walked out of the phantom. "My king," the busy scientists saluted Lancelot respectfully. "Raven, arrange a residence for our mutant comrades." Lancelot nodded, then turned to Mystique Raven and ordered, "Yes, my lord." Mystique Raven was already familiar with the job, and she took all the mutants to the living quarters. In this area, only Lancelot, Professor X, and X-Men are left. Dr. Leonard, inject a recovery potion for Professor X. Lancelot glanced at Professor X's injury, waved to Dr. Leonard and said, "As you order, my king." Dr. Leonard glanced at Professor X, then took out a tube of recovery potion from his white coat and injected it directly into Professor X's body. With the injection of the recovery potion, the painful expression on Professor X's face disappeared instantly, and the pain in his waist also melted away as quickly as rain and snow. A minute later, Professor X had fully recovered from his injury. What kind of potion is this so magical? Professor X's pupils shrank slightly, and he looked at Lancelot in surprise. This is a recovery potion developed by Darwin through adaptation to evolution. Like this potion, there are many more in the House of Evolution. Lancelot took a meaningful look at Professor X and then brought Professor X and others here. Core experimental area. This is a brain wave strengthening device. Beast Hank McCoy, who had been following Lancelot all this time, looked at the huge amounts of device in front of him and was inexplicably surprised for a moment. He is very familiar with this instrument. This is the brain wave strengthening instrument developed by himself. However, compared to the brain wave strengthening device in Xavier Manor, the strengthening device here is undoubtedly bigger and more advanced. "My lord, what are you planning to bring us here?" Professor X frowned slightly. He didn't know what Lancelot was planning to bring him here. "As I said, there is a price to pay for saving lives. Now, it's time for you to pay the price." Professor X. Lancelot took Professor X to the brain wave strengthening machine and sat down, and then put a sci-fi helmet worn on Professor X's head. "Use your ability to change the thinking of all high-level human beings and make them forget this incident." Lancelot finally put forward his own request. After hearing Lancelot's request, Professor X's eyes widened with disbelief. Professor X finally understood what the cost of saving lives was that Lancelot said. Lancelot, the king of mutants in front of him, intends to forcibly change the brains of all the upper-level people on Earth with his spiritual power. This is simply a crazy idea, although I can do it through the brainwave strengthening device, but it will change the thinking of all high-level human beings. Professor X showed pain for a while, which was contrary to his philosophy. Even if he knew that he could do it, he had always been strict with himself. Even if the world was about to have a third world war, he never had such an idea. But looking at Lancelot's unquestionable expression at the moment, Professor X dared not refuse, because he knew that he had no capital to refuse. "Charles Xavier, you clearly possess the sword of Damocles, which can change the minds of the entire human race with a single thought, but you hide it and allow humans to bully you wantonly. Should I say you are naive or stupid?" Lancelot looked at Professor X's uncertain face and said sarcastically. As Lancelot said, it is obvious that Professor X himself is mutant sword of Damocles. As long as he is determined to suspend this sword above the human head, the entire human race will not dare to act rashly. Professor X obviously has a solution to the mutant problem once and for all, but he abides by his so-called benevolence, so that in the end the future is reversed, and the Sentinel developed by humans almost destroys the entire mutant group. Now unleash all your potential and stop the world war in its cradle. Lancelot followed the temptation and pressed his right hand on Professor X's shoulder. In Professor X's eyes, a flying bird fluttered its wings and burned, and Geass went berserk. In this state, Professor X's inner hesitation and struggle all disappeared. Boom! Professor X directly activated his own spiritual power, and the huge machine in front of Lancelot suddenly burst into light, and then Lancelot standing next to Professor X seemed to be in the starry sky of the universe. Countless stars are constantly shining, and billions of stars shine together. Even Lancelot is a little dazzled. Among these stars, some red light flashed occasionally, and Lancelot knew that it was the mutant among humans. We found them. Professor X's pupils contracted slightly, and scenes appeared in front of Lancelot. The White House, the military's secret base, and the homes of congressmen. As long as they are on the Earth, all the high-level Americans are present in front of Professor X at this moment. At this moment, the President of the United States is furious because of the destruction of a warship on the high seas of Cuba. Even when he was about to give a televised speech on war, the journalists around him were all ready. At this moment in the White House of the United States, the President is confirming the final speech. War, this is war. The President began to read the speech silently and then nodded to the Secretary of State beside him. Let's get started. The President nodded, and then all the reporters immediately poured into the White House. Today is a historic moment, our fleet on the high seas of Cuba. At this moment, the whole world is paying attention to this President's speech. Do it, Charles. Lancelot also saw the President's televised speech. He reached out and patted Professor X's shoulder, and Professor X immediately used his psychic power to take over the President's consciousness. Our mail-good fleet on the high seas of Cuba, because of the haze of the Cold War, caused soldiers to be nervous and detonated the arsenal under wrong operations, which led to a series of chain tragedies. This is a disaster, and it should be an event that human beings should be vigilant about. We should not impose our own mistakes on each other. In order to remember the lessons of this time and to allow human beings to welcome a better future, I declare that the United States will no longer conduct Cold War deterrence. The war is over. Boom! Following the President's televised speech, the whole world was shocked. At the same time, the high-level U.S. military expressed their support for the President and would no longer mobilize for war. The haze of the Cold War disappeared in an instant. And as the United States withdrew from the Cold War, the top Soviet leaders also expressed their views that they would withdraw from the Cold War and work hard to develop the economy. Congratulations, Professor X, you have prevented the Third World War. Now, world peace. Lancelot, the House of Mutant Evolution, turned off the brain wave strengthening machine, looked at Professor X and said meaningfully, with Professor X quietly changing the minds of the highest levels of humanity, the Cold War came to an end. The world has entered a stage of rapid development. After resolving the Cold War crisis, Professor X asked to leave the House of Mutant Evolution, and facing Professor X's request, Lancelot agreed without hesitation. Of the mutants who participated in the first battle, only Professor X was not controlled by Geass. For Lancelot, Professor X is an unstable factor, so Lancelot let Professor X return to his Xavier estate. Following Professor X's departure, there is also Wolverine Logan. Although Lancelot already controlled Wolverine Logan, after hearing that Wolverine Logan wanted to leave with Professor X, Lancelot did not stop it. On the one hand, Wolverine Logan is no longer a threat to Lancelot. On the other hand, Lancelot needs Wolverine Logan to start the era of mutant reversing the future after Professor X and Wolverine Logan left. Mutant Evolution House ushered in rapid development. It only took Lancelot a month to completely control almost all 790 top scientists in the Soviet Union. During this month, Lancelot mobilized all the KGB agents to search for traces of Bolivar Trask all over the world, but found nothing. Lancelot speculates that it may be the reason why there are still 10 years before the plot of Mutants' reversal of the future in 1974. Therefore, Lancelot temporarily gave up the search for Trask and began to develop the Mutant Evolution House with all his heart. 2 months later in New York, USA, a biotechnology company named Evolution Glory was established and quickly released antibiotics for various diseases. Once the antibiotics developed by Evolution Glory were released, they swept the entire United States and quickly became a giant in biomedicine. 3 months later, Evolution Glory Biotechnology Company has spread all over the world, and the Mutant Evolution House led by Lancelot, with the support of huge wealth, began to develop rapidly. Time flies, but a year has passed in the blink of an eye. In 1963, it really passed too slowly. Lancelot was sitting on the top floor of the Evolution House base in Siberia at the moment, overlooking the huge BFBI base below. After a year of development, the base that was originally empty is now crowded with people. There are thousands of mutants of all kinds and tens of thousands of scientists and soldiers in the entire base. As is you. Lancelot called calmly. Behind Lancelot, a group of red mist quickly appeared, and then the red devil Asazo appeared in front of Lancelot. "My king, please order." The red devil Asazuo knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Take me to the Antarctic." Lancelot ordered, letting the red devil Asa left to teleport himself to the doctor. In the center of Antarctica, this is the coldest place. But at this moment in this cold area, there is a special troop patrolling. This troop is bare-chested and has blue skin. Everyone is powerful and they are still chatting and laughing in the extremely cold Antarctic. Peng. In the center of the group, a cloud of red smoke appeared, and then Lancelot walked out of the red fog. "My king, hail!" The special forces, who were talking and laughing, immediately knelt down on one knee and saluted respectfully after seeing Lancelot. "Get up." Lancelot looked at this army with satisfaction. This is an adaptive army built by the Evolution House. Extreme Cold Warrior. All the soldiers of the extreme cold troops were injected with a cold resistance factor produced by Darwin to adapt to the extreme cold weather. Under this cold resistance factor, these soldiers can resist the extremely cold environment, and metamorphosis turns their skin into blue. It can perfectly save its own heat. They refer to themselves as the Jotunheim Warriors of Earth, and there are still many adaptive troops like the Extreme Cold Warrior. "Have you found it?" Lancelot nodded to the Extreme Cold Warrior and then walked towards the central area. In this area, mutant Darwin is currently shining with blue light, observing the central area. For Darwin, the extreme cold is the place where his natural ability can be displayed, and his body has automatically adapted to the cold here. "My lord, we have found the Valkyrie plane, but strangely, there is no one you are looking for inside." Darwin walked in front of Lancelot, and a cloud of heat automatically radiated from his body, dispelling the severe cold for Lancelot. "Is it really not anymore?" Lancelot didn't have any surprises. He came to the central area, which had been dug up at this moment, exposing the huge ice layer inside. Inside the ice layer at the moment is a very advanced-looking fighter jet. This is the vehicle of the Hydra Red Skull, the Valkyrie. During World War II, in order to save the world, Captain America Steve Rogers crashed into the Antarctic while driving the Valkyrie and was subsequently frozen. According to the plot, after decades, SHIEL D will discover this plane and then thaw out the frozen captain inside. However, at this moment Lancelot looked into the plane, but there was no sign of Captain America at all. "Seal this place up, I'll take care of Captain America's matter." Lancelot took a deep look at the Valkyrie plane, with a playful smile on his face. Lancelot definitely knows very well that what he travels through is the Marvel Universe, where the MCU and the Mutant integrate with each other. However, whether it is the MCU or the Mutant Universe, Lancelot has a hurdle that he cannot get around. That's Marvel's most disgusting time travel ever. That's true of Mutant Days of Future Past. The same goes for Avengers Alliance IV, Endgame. And it just so happens that whether it is Mutant Reversing the Future or Avengers Alliance 4, the final battle, they all take place in 2023. That is to say, when reversing the future, when Mutant travels back to 1974, it happens to be the time when the Avengers Alliance superheroes travel through time to fight the young Thanos. Traveling through the past, reversing the future. Lancelot sneered, scoffing at Marvel's time-traveling theory. "I hope my universe won't be ruined by those members of the Avengers Alliance." Lancelot murmured, "Now it's 1963, and there are still 11 years to go before reversing the timeline of the future. System, conduct a lucky draw for pupil surgery." For a year, Lancelot has not conducted a lucky draw for pupil surgery. And after learning that the 4 superheroes of the Avengers Alliance may have started time travel, Lancelot felt a sense of urgency. Siberia Base, home of mutant evolution. Lancelot is sitting in a quiet room preparing for the pupil lottery draw. In 1 year, he has accumulated 3 secondary pupil lottery draws. Only one time away, there will be a lucky draw for the god-level pupil technique. However, Lancelot is not in a hurry. There are still 11 years before the plot of reversing the future begins, which is enough for Lancelot to grow up. "System, let's draw a secondary pupil technique," Lancelot said softly. Ding, the system lottery draw has started, and it has been detected that the host has 3 chances for the pupil technique lottery draw, and the first lottery draw is now going on. Ding, the first lottery draw for the pupil technique is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the secondary pupil technique vision. Lancelot only felt his brain hum for a while, and then he gained the ability of pupil art and self-awareness. Pupil art consciousness, also from the performer of Mayan City, its ability is to control any electronic equipment with the spirit, and the spirit is electronic. To put it simply, the visual ability is similar to Bradley's variant ability, but it is more powerful. Vision allows Lancelot to mentally control any electronic device, and his spirit can completely separate from his body and survive in the online world. This is an ability similar to spiritual immortality. After awakening the vision, even Professor X cannot erase his own thinking. Go on. Lancelot once again sank his mind into the pupil technique draw. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the pupil technique Future Eye. Future Eye from the legendary Brave Man has the ability to see the future that is happening. Future eyes, this is also a good ability. Lancelot smiled. He was worried that he would not be able to see the future and could only passively accept the future. Now that he has the future eyes, he can see clearly future situation. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Eye of Sharja. The Eye of Sharja comes from Saint Seiya. Saint Sharja created a pupil technique that can superimpose its own energy into the eyes and seal it up. When it is used, it can burst out at once. The Eye of Sharja, store your own energy until it explodes. Lancelot muttered to himself and then sealed all the huge energy in his body in his ruby eyes. The Eye of Sharja is very practical for Lancelot. His body can energy absorbing, but this kind of absorption has a limit value. Once the limit value is reached, energy absorption will no longer be possible. And now with the Eye of Sharja, Lancelot can seal all the absorbed energy in his own eyes. Vision perception. Lancelot's pupils contracted slightly, and his right hand imitated Professor X and pressed it on his temple. Boom. Lancelot only felt his spirit vibrate for a moment, and then his spirit came out of his body and spread all over the base. No, not just the base. Lancelot found that as long as he wanted, he could instantly control all the networks and electronic devices in the world, truly be everywhere. However, the price for this is that he needs to abandon his body and completely electronicize his mind. Just as Lancelot was wandering through the network with his eyesight wantonly, he suddenly discovered a strange frequency. This frequency is very hidden, and it cannot be detected by any advanced equipment in this era. But in front of Lancelot's vision, there is nothing to hide. Captain, are you still adapting to post-war life? I'm fine, better than I've ever been. Two familiar voices appeared next to Lancelot's ears, and then Lancelot used his sense of sight to invade this special communication. Kai kai kai. In front of Lancelot's eyes, there were bursts of electric current sounds, and then a picture appeared. It was a base, and it also belonged to a secret base somewhere in Siberia. At the moment in the base, the Hydra agents are constantly busy, and in the center of the base, Captain America Steve Rogers, wearing the uniform of the Hydra captain, is sitting on the seat that originally belonged to Red Skull Schmidt, staring at him. Hail Hydra. In front of Steve Rogers, Hydra scientist Dr. Zola raised his right hand and enthusiastically shouted the slogan of Hydra Hail, Dr. Annie Zola. Report on the situation of the Winter Soldier. The Hydra captain also held up his right hand, solemnly said the slogan of Hydra Hail, and then asked, Captain, the Winter Soldier has fully recovered and all soldiers have been brainwashed. Dr. Annie Zola quickly reported while Hydra captain Steve Rogers frowned slightly. Ask for flowers. How is the Winter Soldier serum replicating? Steve Rogers is more concerned about the Winter Soldier serum than the revived Winter Soldier. Captain, the Winter Soldier serum is reproduced from your Super Soldier serum. At present, it will take a certain amount of time to perfect it. Doctor. Zola frowned. Ever since the Hydra captain appeared, Hydra has been integrated all the time. Although Hydra flourished under the leadership of this Hydra captain, but also Dr. Zola always had a special feeling that this Hydra captain had a different purpose. Trash. The captain of Hydra snorted coldly. He glanced at Dr. Zola indifferently and then pressed his right hand on the earlobe. The latest crisis in this world is to reverse the future. Why not kill Trask in the cradle? Hydra captain asked, but there was a brief silence on the other end of the communication. Captain, after you have experienced it, you will know why we didn't kill Trask in the cradle. The communication sounded again, and this time the previously relaxed voice became extremely heavy. Really? Then what happened to the mysterious king of Mutant? The Hydra captain asked again, and the answer was a brief silence. I don't know either. The communication sounded and then stopped abruptly. The Hydra captain couldn't help curling his lips and then crushed the communicator. Back to the future Sentry Mutant. The future is really troublesome. The Hydra captain glanced at the huge Hydra base in front of him, thought for a while, and then made up his mind. Either way, I still feel like I want to nip the danger in the bud. The King of Mutants is too dangerous for the future. The captain of Hydra muttered to himself, then stood up from his seat. His gaze became gloomy. Hail Hydra, Captain Hydra. Siberia base, home of mutant evolution. Lancelot consciously saw Captain America Steve Rogers, who should have been frozen. But in this era, the Captain of the United States has transformed into the Captain of Hydra, and has become one of the leaders of Hydra, controlling the Hydra base in Siberia. However, Lancelot is not interested in this Hydra captain. What he is really interested in is the person who is communicating with the Hydra captain. Lancelot felt that his ability was continuously released, and his spirit followed the network and saw the existence of Captain Hydra. At the same time, he followed the communication network of Captain Hydra and went straight up. Then, Lancelot saw an interesting scene. In Hawaii, a burly man wearing stars and stripes is sitting on a bench at the moment, admiring the beautiful scenery in front of him and having a talk with the captain of Hydra. Captain America Steve Rogers, that's it. Lancelot suddenly realized. When he saw another captain, Lancelot had already realized the cause and effect. Apparently, this Captain America on vacation in Hawaii is from the future of Endgame, according to the plot of the Avengers Alliance 4. Endgame, after defeating Thanos, Captain America began to be responsible for the return of the Infinity Stone. After returning the original stone, the Steve Rogers from the future did not choose to go back to the future, but stayed in the past, and fulfilled the agreement with Peggy Carter. Sure enough, as long as it is the MUC universe, the future Captain America cannot be avoided. Lancelot shook his head slightly, and then turned off his self-awareness. The appearance of Captain America in the future indicates that the timeline has been disturbed. If it was Lancelot before, he was helpless about the future, but now that he has the pupil technique of the future eye, Lancelot can see the future through the future eye. Future eyes. Lancelot's red pupils had countless images flickering non-stop, and then Lancelot only felt as if he had got the perspective of God. The future, which was originally like a fog, gradually revealed its true colors in front of Lancelot. 2023, Xavier Talent Institute, New York. All 5-level mutants come together: Professor X, Magneto, Shadowcat, Wolverine, Logan, Sunspot, Bishop, and more. Lancelot looked at the future mutant in the Xavier Genius Academy and frowned slightly. He didn't see himself, nor did he see the figure of the mutant evolution house. Lancelot zoomed out his field of vision and looked down on the whole New York from a high altitude. At this moment, New York has been turned into ruins. On the ruins, countless sentinels shuttle and dance unscrupulously. We should leave, we should follow in the footsteps of my king. At this moment in the Xavier Genius Academy, the aged 5th-level mutant looked at Professor X angrily and said in a deep voice, "Eric, it's too late, my king can't come back," Professor X said with a bitter smile on his face. "So who is the king you are talking about?" Shadowcat, as an awakening mutant in the new era, does not know any king. "My king, Lancelot, is the king of mutants, who once led mutants to create a glorious evolutionary home. However, due to an accident, my king, together with the great family of evolution, were all transported into the universe by some kind of force, and got lost in the vast and deep space of the universe." Professor X's eyes showed a touch of reminiscence, then he spoke. "Charles, what should we do next?" Magneto and others looked at Professor X, the future Professor X, and smiled wryly again. "There is no way but to use Shadowcat Katie's ability to teleport Wolverine Logan back to the past," Professor X said in despair while sitting in a wheelchair. "Professor, Sentry is coming." Just after Professor X made the decision to reverse the future, a group of space doors opened, and then Mutant came out of the space door flickering. "Get ready to fight." Professor X gave the order immediately, and then all the mutants began to fight with Sentry. And Lancelot frowned slightly after seeing the countless Sentry appearing in the Xavier Genius Academy. Then he looked at a Sentry and began to release his pupil technique vision. Lancelot only felt that his spirit went upstream, poured into the future time and space, and then attached to the future Sentry. For a split second, Lancelot felt like he had a little control over the future of Sentry. However, just a second later, the link was forced to break. But Lancelot's spirit returned to his body and the future picture disappeared instantly. Did it fail? Lancelot shook his head helplessly. He originally planned to use his vision and future eye abilities to directly possess the future Sentry. However, because time and space are not stable, Lancelot's vision can only control Sentry for a second. Maybe, when the future Shadowcat establishes a spacetime channel, I can transmit my spirit there. Lancelot thought to himself, through the eyes of the future. Lancelot has already learned that the reversal of the future will come as scheduled. And he didn't find himself on the future timeline, which means that this timeline is probably a time branch. Now we just need to wait patiently for the arrival of the future reversal. A smile appeared on the corner of Lancelot's mouth, and then his body floated into the air. "Let's meet Captain Hydra while we have enough time." Lancelot was covered with a golden energy layer, and then his whole body soared into the sky. On the Siberian ice field, a golden streamer galloped past. In just a few minutes, Lancelot had already appeared above the Hydra base, looking at the thick ice sheet in front of him. Lancelot raised his right hand, and a dazzling beam of light rushed straight down in an instant. Rumble. The thick ice sheet exploded in an instant, revealing the Hydra base inside. "Captain Hydra, aren't you going to look for me? Now I'm here." Lancelot's pupils condensed slightly, and then Lancelot's voice was transmitted to 37 Hydra base through his vision. "Captain, what should we do?" Dr. Zola was terrified at the moment. He had already received news about the Mutant Evolution House a few months ago, and he even knew the horror of the Mutant Evolution House. Lancelot, one of the variables in the future. Inside the Hydra base, Hydra Captain Steve Rogers is also dignified. Through his future self, he has learned everything about the future. After being awakened by himself, Steve Rogers has been committed to protecting the future from changing. For this reason, he did not hesitate to use his powerful calendar area. Future variables must be killed in the cradle. Hail Hydra, Siberia Hydra base. Numerous Hydra soldiers quickly filed out. They chanted slogans and stood ready. Lancelot, the future without you will be more stable. In front of the Hydra soldiers, the captain of Hydra led 6 newly released Winter soldiers, looking at Lancelot indifferently. Tell me everything you know. Lancelot looked at the Hydra captain indifferently and launched Geass directly. The eyes of the Hydra captain, who was still extremely indifferent, were suddenly occupied by Asuka. The Hydra captain struggled for a while and then surrendered to Geass. The captain of Hydra began to tell everything he knew, and through the telling of the captain of this era, Lancelot finally had a detailed understanding of the future. Just as Lancelot guessed, the Hydra captain in front of him was indeed unsealed by Captain America, who came back from the future. The original intention of Captain America in the future is to let the self of this era become a lock of mutant. That's right, it's mutant. From the 1960s to the 1990s, Mutant was active, and during this period superheroes did not appear, and even Captain Marvel had not yet appeared. Just in case, Captain America Steve 15, who came back from the future, awakened himself who was still sleeping, and told him the future, making him a lock of mutant. With Steve Rogers' super soldier physique, it is no exaggeration to say that he can solve 90% of mutants. However, neither the captain of Hydra nor the future captain expected the appearance of Lancelot at all, and under the leadership of Lancelot, mutant strength has been rapidly increased. So much so that the lock arranged by the future captain lost its original meaning. So that's it, is Captain Yin had specially designed to limit the growth of mutant. Lancelot's expression turned cold. Mutant, there is no need to limit. Lancelot waved his hands and a mass of energy was released by it immediately. Boom, boom, boom. The Hydra captain, Steve Rogers, who was the first to bear the brunt, raised his vibranium shield immediately. But although the Hydra captain reacted quickly, the Hydra soldiers behind him were blasted into the sky by Lancelot in an instant. Lancelot just looked at the Hydra captain indifferently, then waved his hands one after another, and the Hydra soldiers in front of him were instantly wiped out. Just a few minutes later, the huge Hydra base had already turned into a sea of flames, and the captain of the 5-headed snake looked at Lancelot angrily. Frozen Ray. Lancelot glanced at the Hydra captain, then took out a special firearm with his right hand and pulled the trigger directly at the Hydra captain. A beam of extremely cold rays burst out from the muzzle of the gun and then instantly enveloped the Hydra captain. Under the shocked eyes of the Hydra captain, his body was instantly frozen. Azatso, throw this lump of ice to the Antarctic. Boom. As soon as Lancelot's order was issued, the Red Devil Azatso appeared here and then brought the frozen Hydra captain to the Antarctic, where he was frozen again. What happened to the captain of Hydra was just a flash in the pan. After Lancelot took over all the experimental data of the Hydra base, he handed over the Mutant Evolution House to Silver Fox Carla, and Lancelot took White Queen Emma and Mystique Raven to New York, USA. Lancelot changed suddenly and became the chairman of Evolution Glory Biotechnology Company, and then Lancelot settled in New York. In 1964, Lancelot performed his second vision, adding the Red Devil's teleportation to his ideal body. In 1965, Lancelot performed the third awakening, adding control kinetic energy to his ideal body. In 1967, Lancelot observed the future, and the mutants who reversed the future were still being hunted down by Sentry. The number of mutants has dropped to less than 20 in 1969. The House of Mutant Evolution finally succeeded in conquering cancer and aging. Dr. Leonard and others reversed aging and regained their youthful bodies. In the same year, the mutants of the Mutant Evolution House ushered in the first wave of population explosion, and the number of mutants reached 20,000. 1970, New York, Evolution Glory Biotech Headquarters. The X-shaped headquarters building echoes the opposite Stark Industrial Building, and on the top floor of the company, Lancelot is standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking at the whole of New York. It's been 1970 in a flash. Lancelot felt a little emotional since he obtained the self-healing factor of Wolverine Logan. Lancelot has obtained immortality. For the concept of time, it has become a little fuzzy. Especially when using future eyes to observe the future, Lancelot often confuses time. Mutant reverses the future and it's finally coming. Lancelot overlooked the New York City below him, and then his whole body turned into a layer of red mist and disappeared on the top floor of his company building. New York, Manhattan Avenue. At this moment in a building, a cross-age Stark Industry Expo is being held. Howard Stark, the president of the Stark Industry Group, is standing in front of his company's booth with a depressed face, looking helplessly at the opposite booth. There is the booth of Evolution Glory Biopharmaceutical Company. What they are exhibiting at the moment is a youth serum that can eliminate wrinkles and delay aging. On the booth, a wrinkled old woman suddenly rejuvenated after being injected with youth serum, and the wrinkles on her face disappeared. The effect has been displayed, and it immediately attracted the attention of all the ladies. They surrounded the booth with crazy and excited eyes. "Miss Raven, is this true? My God, this is literally every woman's dream serum. Evolution Glory, Evolution Glory. When will the youth serum be released? I want to buy 100 bottles." Countless ladies were crazy about it, but Mystique Raven was standing on the stage with an elegant face and outstanding temperament, looking at Howard Stark opposite him meaningfully. And just when all the women were going crazy, a cloud of red mist appeared inside the Stark Industrial Expo, and then Lancelot walked out calmly. "Mr. Lancelot, you've started to disappear again." The moment Lan 620 slot walked out, Howard Stark had already seen Lancelot. He greeted Lancelot and joked with a smile. "Mr. Howard Stark, congratulations, you have your first child. This is a gift for your child." Lancelot walked up to Howard Stark and threw a bottle of pale gold potion to Howard Stark casually. "Recovery serum, Mr. Lancelot, this is really too precious." Howard Stark froze for a moment then declined. "It's just a bottle of potion, it's not expensive." Lancelot gave Howard Stark a meaningful look and said with a chuckle, "Yes, in 1970 Tony Stark was born." At the same time, it was also this year that Howard Stark, who was in front of the Strategic Science Corps New Jersey base, would meet his superhero son. The plot is finally on the right track. There was a smile on the corner of Lancelot's mouth. He reached out and waved to Mystique Raven on the booth. Mystique Raven immediately walked to Lancelot's side with graceful steps and then fell into Lancelot's arms very naturally. "Mr. Lancelot, you are so blessed." Looking at the blonde Mystique Raven with a hot figure, Howard Stark was about to go crazy with envy again. "Raven, let's go to the Xavier estate." 1970 New York, Manhattan Avenue, Lancelot walked out of the Stark Industries Fair with Mystique Raven. "Yes, my king." Mystique Raven, who was beside Lancelot, instantly changed back to her own blue skin. Teleport. Lancelot embraced Raven with his right hand, and his whole body instantly turned into a cloud of red mist and disappeared. New York, Xavier estate. The decadent Professor X is drunk at the moment, and Beast Hank is taking care of Professor X's daily life. In 7 years, the entire Xavier Manor has become extremely desolate. Although Professor X is not paralyzed at the moment, but after forcibly using a brain wave strengthening machine to erase the memory of high-level human beings 7 years ago, Professor X is full of guilt and spends all day drinking to relieve his worries. For 7 years, his spiritual power has not advanced but retreated. Peng. Inside the manor, Lancelot teleported over with Mystique Raven, and Beast Hank, who was supporting Professor X, immediately came to Lancelot. "My king." Beast Hank transformed into a beast gorilla form and saluted Lancelot respectfully. "Hank, how is Professor X?" Lancelot glanced at the drunk Professor X and then asked. "My lord, the situation of Professor X is not optimistic. He has become dependent on alcohol, becoming an alcoholic." Beast Hanshu said with a bit of hatred. The state of Professor X at the moment makes Beast Hank very helpless. Professor X, who was once high-spirited, has become a drunkard in just 7 years, and the reason for the decadence in the eyes of all mutants is even more ridiculous. "Raven, wake up Professor X." Lancelot passed Beast Hank and walked to Professor X's side. Looking at this slightly vicissitudes of Professor X, Lancelot shook his head helplessly. These years, Lancelot has been busy with the affairs of the Mutant Evolution House and neglected to manage the mutants under him, causing Professor X to become like this because of self-blame. Crash. Raven poured a glass of water casually and then splashed it on Professor X's face, and the hangover Professor X slowly opened his eyes. "My king." After seeing Lancelot, Professor X suddenly became sober and said respectfully, "Can I still use the brain wave strengthening device?" Lancelot frowned and glanced at Professor X, then asked, "I'm really sorry, my lord, Professor X was ashamed. His mental power had been declining for the past few years, and the influence of alcohol on the brain made him unable to control his mind freely. Psychic power. Especially recently, Professor X often dreams about some fragments of the future. In the dream, the world is devastated and he is sitting in a wheelchair with a face full of despair. Even this kind of despair, even after waking up from the dream, is still lingering, which makes Professor X full of guilt and fear of the future. Trash. Seeing Professor X's appearance, Lancelot snorted coldly and then ignored Professor X. Hank, when Wolverine Logan shows up here, notify me immediately. Lancelot gave orders to Beast Hank and then left Xavier Manor with Mystique Raven. My lord, will Wolverine Logan really go to Professor X? After leaving Xavier Manor, Mystique Raven asked with some doubts. In 1962, after the end of Mutants' first battle, Wolverine Logan left Xavier Manor alone after leaving with Professor X for 8 years. Even Lancelot couldn't find any trace of Wolverine Logan. Obviously, during these 8 years, he probably ran to an isolated island, lived the life of a beast. I will definitely go. Wolverine Logan is the key to reversing the future, Lancelot said confidently with a smile on the corner of his mouth. These years, Lancelot has been observing the future, and the only remaining mutants are ready to undergo consciousness time travel. Lancelot knows very well what this means, which means that the plot of Reverse Future is about to begin. However, what puzzled Lancelot was that he had been looking for Bolivar Trask for a long time, but he was still unable to find him. It was as if Trask had never been born. Because of this, Lancelot doesn't know whether the plot of Reversing the Future will usher in a change this time. My lord, Howard Stark has left New York. Just as Lancelot was thinking about reversing the future plot, Mystique Raven handed Lancelot a special communicator, and then Lancelot heard White Queen Emma's voice. Leaving New York at last, Lancelot smiled. In 1970, the New Jersey base of the Strategic Science Corps will welcome 2 old friends, Captain America Steve, who traveled from the future, and Iron Man Tony Stark, the son of Howard Stark. Therefore, Lancelot has always kept his people on Howard Stark, and now that Howard has left New York, it means that the future superheroes are coming soon. Emma, let's meet at the base in New Jersey. Lancelot ordered to the communication device and then took Mystique Raven, teleported directly from New York to the base in New Jersey. Strategic Science Corps, inside the base in New Jersey. The director of the Strategic Science Corps, Peggy Carter, is currently concentrating on looking at the document in front of her, which is information about the Mutant Evolution House. After Lancelot bloodbathed the Academy of Strategic Sciences, Peggy Carter had already classified Lancelot and Mutant as absolute secrets. Peggy Carter, my research is finished. Just as Peggy Carter was looking at the document, a scientist with disheveled hair and wearing a scientific white coat rushed into Peggy Carter's office. Dr. Pym, calm down. Peggy Carter frowned and looked at Dr. Pym in front of her, but Peggy's advice obviously had no effect. Dr. Pym walked quickly in front of Peggy Carter and placed a bottle of special liquid on Peggy Carter's desk with his right hand. Pym particles. I have finally developed Pym particles. With this kind of thing, my Ant-Man plan can be implemented to Li Zhao. Dr. Pym was really excited. Just a few days ago, he finally developed the Pym particle. Pym particles are a kind of very magical quantum particles. As long as Pym particles are injected into special combat uniforms, people can be shrunk down. Moreover, if we can continue to study in depth, Pym particles will become the door to open the quantum realm, and by then he will change the world. Well, seal up the Pym particles. However, when Dr. Pym was so excited, Peggy Carter's words made Dr. Pym stunned. Waterfake. Dr. Pym couldn't believe his ears. What did he hear? This is a cross-age technology, and now Peggy Carter wants to seal it up. Dr. Pym, you heard me right. Pym particles are too dangerous and need to be stored on site. New Jersey base, Strategic Science Corps. Lancelot appeared here with Mystique Raven looking at the huge base in the distance. Lancelot waited quietly. Without making Lancelot wait for a long time, a personnel carrier stopped in front of Lancelot, and White Queen Emma, who was wearing beautiful clothes, stepped out of the vehicle with enchanting steps. My king, hail. Behind White Queen Emma, dozens of soldiers covered in camouflage stripes were waiting in line. This is one of the adaptive forces of the House of Mutant Evolution, the Stealth Force. The camouflage stripes on its body are taken from a mutant with chameleon genes. In special environments, these camouflage stripes can provide varying degrees of stealth. Let's go find Dr. Pym. Lancelot brought White Queen Emma and Mystique Raven into this top-secret base like a stroll in the courtyard. As for the soldiers behind Lancelot, the camouflage stripes on their bodies shook for a while, and then they became transparent in the air. Stop, who are you? The fifth-level agent in charge of guarding the base, after seeing the three of Lancelot, immediately pulled out a pistol with his right hand and aimed the gun at Lancelot. Emma. Lancelot just glanced at these five-level agents, and White Queen Emma behind her immediately put her right hand on her temple. Peng peng. Several agents in front of Lancelot fell to the ground, and Lancelot 843 went directly into the base without even looking at these agents. This is a top-secret scientific research base, and the agents in the base are heavily guarded, almost every 3 steps 1 post, 5 steps 1 sentry. However, the defense of these agents is useless to the three of Lancelot. Inside the base, countless scientists belonging to the Strategic Science Corps are conducting various experiments in their respective laboratories. Fact Squid. In the underground laboratory at the core of the base, Dr. Pym was venting his anger angrily at the moment. Just now, his excitement about developing the Pym particles disappeared. As the director of the Strategic Science Corps, Peggy Carter actually asked him to seal up the Pym particles in his real room. Is that woman Peggy Carter crazy? This is the key that can open the door to the quantum realm. Dr. Pym angrily pushed down the experimental platform in front of him, full of resentment towards Peggy Carter and the Strategic Science Corps. Mary Falk, Dr. Pym was out of anger at this moment and he cursed wildly, but then a strange idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Why don't I leave here and go to another place to continue my research, Dr. Pym's pupils shrank slightly, and he did as soon as he thought of it. Dr. Pym began to manufacture Pym particles non-stop. But Dr. Pym didn't see at all that in his laboratory, the three of Lancelot were leisurely flipping through Dr. Pym's research materials. Pym particles which can scale down anything is really an epic-making invention. Lancelot held a tube of pale yellow Pym particles in his hand. I couldn't help but praise. Just as Dr. Pym predicted, the Pym particles he developed really changed the world. At the time of the final battle in the future, the few remaining heroes of Avengers passed through the quantum world through Pym particles, and then went back to the past to collect the infinite rough stones of the past time and space. Peng. While Lancelot was observing the Pym particles, Dr. Pym's experiment was finally completed. He spent 10 hours manufacturing 4 tubes of Pym particles. Who are you? Until the research on Pym particles was completed, under the influence of the characteristics of Pym particles, Dr. Pym finally discovered the three of Lancelot and looked at the three of Lancelot who appeared in his laboratory. Pym the doctor's face changed drastically. Work for me forever. Lancelot cast a Geass at Dr. Pym, taking one look at him. How could Lancelot let a talent like Dr. Pym who could open the door to quantum time pass? Mastering Pym particles is equivalent to mastering time travel. Of order. Dr. Pym only saw a fiery red bird flying out of Lancelot's eyes, and then Dr. Pym's will was rewritten, and he nodded respectfully to Lancelot. Invisible force, take Dr. Pym out of here. Lancelot ordered, and then the air began to twist. 2 invisible force soldiers appeared in front of Lancelot and gently grabbed Dr. Pym's arm. As the 2 grabbed Dr. Pym's arm, Dr. Pym's body twisted suddenly, and then the whole body began to fade and disappear. A minute later, Dr. Pym disappeared in front of Lan Biffa Sloat. Okay, let's wait for the future superheroes to arrive at this base. Lancelot glanced at Mystique Raven and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Swish. Mystique Raven suddenly turned into Dr. Pym and Lancelot brought White Queen Emma to a computer. Vision. Lancelot pressed his right hand on his temple, using his consciousness to browse the confidential documents stored in this base. In 1978, the god Ego came to Earth. In 1987, Dr. Hank Pym invented the Ant-Man armor. Wasp sacrificed himself for a mission and got lost in the quantum realm. In 1988, Yondu, the Star Predator, was hired by the god Ego to come to Earth. In 1989, the Pegasus Project was born. Captain Marvel Carol Danvers, the Kree warships attacked. Lancelot's gaze became weird. He used his consciousness to search all the information on this base, and among the many information, he found some records about the future. Without a doubt, this is definitely the message of future Captain America. Lancelot mentally entered the network of the base again, and then found more information in the extremely hidden independent network. In 1970, the future Captain America and the future Iron Man arrived at the New Jersey base, and the Pym particles have now been sealed, waiting for the future superhero to take them away. The 084 item has been extracted from the secret safe house and stored in the base storage in New Jersey, waiting for future heroes to pick it up. Sure enough, everything has been arranged, including the transfer of Howard Stark, who is on vacation here in advance. Lancelot put down his right hand, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, in 1970 there were 3 Captain Americas. A Hydra captain who was awakened early by the future Captain America, then frozen by himself in 1963 and refrozen. One is Captain America who went back from the future to the end of World War II, completed the final battle, and prepared to retire in the past time and space. There is another one, Captain America, which is coming soon and is still experiencing the final battle. If you never look at it, the endgame doesn't have any bugs. But from the timeline I'm in, endgame is literally riddled with holes. Lancelot sneered. He urgently needs to confirm one thing now, that is whether his timeline will split after the arrival of the superhero in the future. After all, no matter where this group of future superheroes travels, time splitting will occur everywhere, and a time branch will be created because of the traveling of this group of superheroes. I hope that the time and space I live in won't be split. Lancelot's eyes were bright and he quietly waited for the arrival of future superheroes. No matter what the result is, whether it will cause time division again, Lancelot is ready to meet this group of future superheroes in person. Now, just wait quietly. In 1970, time travel became inevitable. Lancelot took White Queen Emma and walked leisurely in the base of the Strategic Science Corps. He did not go to the unguarded storage warehouse. For Lancelot, the space Rubik's Cube was at his fingertips. 1970 New Jersey base. Howard Stark, an advisor to the Strategic Science Corps, ended his vacation with a confused face and came to this secret base. Peggy, you need to explain to me why you want to end my vacation. You know my son was born this year. Howard Stark came to Peggy Carter's office and complained annoyed. After the birth of his son, Howard Stark's character became calmer, and he finally changed his playboy and arrogance. However, although the current Howard Stark is calmer, his words are still domineering, which is the pride of a super genius. Congratulations, Howard, your son is destined to become as great as you. Peggy Carter looked up at Howard Stark and said sincerely, "Thank you, Peggy." Hearing Peggy Carter praise his son so much, Howard Stark showed a proud, fatherly smile on his face. "Howard, what do you think about Evolution Glory Biological Company?" Peggy Carter handed a document to Howard Stark and then said in a solemn tone, "Evolution Glory Biological Company. This is a biological company comparable to Stark Industries. The disease serum produced by this company has cured countless patients." Howard showed a smile on his face and then looked at Peggy Carter. He knew that Peggy Carter must have some purpose in investigating Evolution Glory Bio Company. "My agent recently infiltrated the Evolution Glory Company and discovered some problems. This is a biological company that provides support for mutant awakening. It holds a kind of serum-based serum that can turn on mutant genes in ordinary people. As long as there is an X variant gene in the body, injection of this serum will metamorphosis into a mutant," Peggy Carter said with a serious tone, frowning. In the past few years, Peggy Carter has been paying attention to mutant situation, but because the Mutant Evolution House is too mysterious, she can only focus on Evolution Glory Bio Company. "I don't care about the matter of mutant. Tell me, what are you planning to do when you call me this time?" Howard Stark sat down on the table in front of Peggy Carter cynically and asked absent-mindedly, "I want you to study space, Tesseract." Peggy Carter tapped the table lightly, her face becoming extremely serious. "Huh, Peggy, you really know something." How clever Howard was, he discovered some clues just from Peggy Carter's wrong words. "You don't need to care about these, you just need to tell me whether we can open a portal through Tesseract." Peggy Carter's words made Howard Stark stunned. "Portal? This is really a stupid idea. Tesseract has only opened one space teleportation so far." Howard's face was serious, and he couldn't help thinking scientifically. Peggy Carter definitely knew that Howard Stark was talking about the time the Tesseract teleported the Red Skull into deep space. And this is also the purpose of Peggy Carter. After she learned of the existence of Lancelot, the king of mutants, she has been thinking about how to eliminate unknown threats like Lancelot, and thinking from 1962 until now she finally found a way. Since the threat cannot be resolved, expel it. The reason for choosing now is that Peggy Carter knows that Tesseract at this time is one of the most active periods. "Okay, Howard, I know you can do it." Peggy Carter couldn't help but lead Howard Stark into a high-energy cutting-edge laboratory. "Huh, Dr. Pym. Why are you here?" However, just after entering the high-energy cutting-edge laboratory, Peggy Carter saw an unexpected person. "Dr. Pym. Fact, Peggy Carter, you don't let me study Pym particles but let Howard Stark study Tesseract, Dr. Pym in front of him glared at Peggy Carter and then left the laboratory angrily. When Dr. Pym returned to his laboratory, his body suddenly changed like flowing water and then turned into the appearance of Mystique Raven. My lord, Howard Stark has appeared, and Peggy Carter is going to let Howard continue to study Tesseract. Mystique Raven walked to Lancelot's side and reported, Emma, check Peggy Carter's thoughts. Lancelot ordered to White Queen Emma, and then White Queen Emma activated her spiritual power, instantly covering the entire base. My lord, Peggy Carter plans to send you into the deep space of the universe through Tesseract. A minute later, White Queen Emma had finished reading Peggy Carter's memory and detected Peggy Carter's purpose. Interesting, is this also a way to eliminate future threats? Lancelot's ruby eyes flickered, and he didn't know when he had grown into a future threat. At the same time, Lancelot also understood why Professor X said that he was lost in the deep space of the universe when Lancelot used the future eye to observe the future of Mutant. Ask for flowers. Peggy Carter, Tesseract. Lancelot tapped the table lightly, and then his eyes became unparalleled. Exactly, I want to try to see if I can devour the power of Space Gem. Lancelot exudes the spirit of a king. He has never been afraid of any challenge, especially in this special period of 1970. Don't bother with Howard Stark, let him study with peace of mind. Lancelot didn't intend to startle the snake. Lancelot doesn't want to cause complications until the future superhero crosses over. A month passed quietly. In Howard Stark's cutting-edge laboratory, on top of a huge amounts of machines at the moment, Tesseract is exuding violent fluctuations. What's going on? Howard Stark had never seen such a violent Tesseract fluctuation, and he looked at the assistant beside him. Doctor, the energy level of Tesseract is increasing geometrically, and the specific reason is unknown. The science assistant looked at the violently fluctuating Tesseract in front of him in horror and then spoke. Is the energy transmission stable? Howard Stark quickly came to the machine and then began to debug the equipment. This is the shuttle device that Howard Stark spent a month developing. By extracting the explosion of Tesseract's space energy, a space crack is opened. In this day and age, that's the limit. The energy transmission is stabilizing now, Doctor. Do you want to terminate the energy input? The assistant looked at the machine equipment in front of him with fear and felt anxious for a while. Sometimes, you have to learn to run before you learn to walk. Scientific research is originally accompanied by risks, and scientists want to transform risks into results. Howard Stark was unmoved and even excited. Tesseract's energy fluctuations just gave Howard Stark some inspiration. And while Howard Stark was still diligently debugging the machine, within the base, 2 clusters of quantum light spots flew out of the void and then rapidly expanded. 2 future superheroes wearing white quantum shuttle suits have finally arrived. Rumble. And at the moment when these 2 future heroes arrived, Lancelot opened his eyes and Lancelot's future eyes opened automatically. 2 different futures roll in front of Lancelot. Sure enough, the timeline is split. Lancelot's face was livid, and his future eyes began to show 2 different futures uncontrollably. Click. At the base in New Jersey, a slight sound of time and space splitting sounded, and then 2 figures wearing futuristic white quantum battle suits appeared in the base in New Jersey. From 2023, Captain America Steve Rogers of Endgame and Captain America Steve Rogers' nemesis, Iron Man Tony Stark. Hey, Captain, you need to know that if we can't find Pym particles, we will be trapped in the past time and space. Iron Man Tony Stark is as arrogant as ever, as cynical as Howard Stark when he was young. Even there is still more than that. Even if half of the life in the universe has been destroyed, it still can't make him change his bad mouth. Don't worry, there must be Pym particles and Tesseract here. Nick Fury told me that. Captain America Steve Rogers turned his head and glanced at Iron Man Tony Stark and said calmly, Wait, Captain, I suddenly thought of a question. 017. Iron Man Tony Stark activated the invisible force field on the nanosteel battle suit and suddenly looked at Captain America Steve with a serious expression. Rogers. Looking at Tony Stark, who was so serious, Captain America Rogers couldn't help but look serious even though he was confused. Suppose we gathered the infinite gems and started to snap our fingers. At this time, a very serious problem occurred. Tony Stark made an exaggerated gesture of snapping his fingers while speaking. So, do we resurrect all the people on Earth that were killed by Thanos' snap of his fingers, or should we just restore the entire universe that died because of Thanos? Life. Tony Stark looked at Captain America Rogers, and Tony's words made Captain America fall into silence. We are the superheroes of the Earth and the universe is not under our jurisdiction. Captain America Rogers shrugged and said his answer. Oh, what a ruthless and selfless Captain Earth. Look, this is the price of playing with time. We are not willing to fail, but we don't save lives on other planets. So I came to a conclusion. If the Earth is finished, will the universe be peaceful? Maybe the purple sweet potato essence is right. The only thing that is wrong is that it is too kind and allows half of the life on the Earth to survive. Tony Stark is still in the non-stop poisonous tongue, but this time Captain America Rogers is a rare silence. In fact, the original purpose of executing this time travel plan was to save the dead on Earth. As for other lives in the universe, just as Captain America said, they are just superheroes on Earth, and life on other planets has nothing to do with it. What are they doing? And when Captain America was silent, and Tony Stark was still chattering about the stupid plan of this time travel, he was in Dr. Pym's laboratory at the base. Lancelot's future eye at the moment went berserk. At this moment in Lancelot's eyes, two different futures appeared, and everything split from 1970. In the future on the left, everything is business as usual, the House of Mutant Evolution is flourishing, White Queen Emma and other mutants still exist. No crisis, business as usual. However, the future on the right is quite the opposite. In 1970, Lancelot, the king of mutants, disappeared into the deep space of the universe, and the entire evolutionary family of mutants was leaderless. In 1971, the U.S. Army raided the House of Mutant Evolution, and the mutants inside suffered heavy casualties. Various mutants were captured by humans, including White Queen Emma, Black Emperor Zio, Red Devil Asazo, Torrent Quest, and Kraken West. Well, wait. In this year, Mystique Raven embarked on a journey to find Lancelot, the king of mutants, alone. In 1972, the mutant situation took a turn for the worse, and all over the country began to frantically arrest Mutant, and the mutant family returned to the point where everyone shouted and beat them again. The Trask Industrial Group was established. Boulevard Trask began to put the Sentry Plan on the agenda, and after losing the deterrence of the mutant evolutionary home, Trask began to hunt down Mutant. In 1973, the first generation of Sentry came out, and at the same time the mutants began to travel back in time without Lancelot. In 1979, Wolverine Logan was captured by Colonel Wilhelm Stryker, and then implanted with adamantium, achieving Wolverine. In 2005, Wolverine Logan met Little Rascal, went to the Xavier Talent Academy, and joined the X-Men founded by Professor X, the leader of Mutant at the time. Another leader of Mutant, Magneto Eric, has always believed in the theory of mutant glory, leading the Mutant Brotherhood to fight with humans. In 2006, the future moved forward to X-Men 2. Magneto was released from prison, Professor X was controlled, and Phoenix was buried at the bottom of the lake. In 2007, Phoenix returned from the resurrection and started the third X-Men battle. The future of Lancelot's right eye was constantly advancing, stretching from 1970 until 2013, when the Trask Industries Group began mass production of the second-generation Sentry. In the next 10 years, Mutant ushered in a real doomsday, and the Sentry crisis broke out in full swing. Sure enough, a time branch appeared in the timeline because the two Iron Man from the future traveled through. Lancelot's future eye was still running wild, and he saw everything about Mutant hum. When an hour later, Lancelot's eyes closed and everything seemed to be back to normal. But only Lancelot knows that he is standing in another split timeline in 1970. In this split timeline, the evolutionary family of Mutant fell apart and all his subordinates disappeared. White Queen Emma, Mystique Raven. In this new timeline, there are no White Queen Emma, Black Emperor Zio, Red Devil Azazo, and the Mutant Legion cultivated by Lancelot. Not only that, in this timeline, the evolutionary Glory Biotechnology Company established by Lancelot no longer exists, and Lancelot's future eyes have also changed. He can see the future of two different timelines. On the normal timeline, Lancelot disappeared, and White Queen Emma launched her spiritual power to sweep the entire New Jersey base but found nothing. In desperation, White Queen Emma left the base with Mystique Raven, returned to the mutant evolution home in Siberia, and waited for Lancelot's return. Reversing the future. Lancelot's pupils constricted constantly at this moment, and he was convinced that he had indeed been repelled by the timeline into the universe of reversing the future. In this time and space, in 1973, the future mutants will open the time and space channel and send Wolverine Logan's consciousness back. As for returning to the normal time and space, or this time and space in 1973, Lancelot needs to confirm. Crash. Just when Lancelot was thinking about the splitting of the timeline, a group of agents quickly broke into Dr. Pym's laboratory, and the guns were instantly pointed at Lan 3-4 slot. Oh. Because of the lack of White Queen Emma's spiritual shield in this time and space, did you find me? Lancelot looked at the agent in front of him with interest, and then Zigwang became invincible. Cub, kneel down. Lancelot activated Geass directly, and the agent standing in front of Lancelot immediately knelt in front of Lancelot without any resistance. Who gave you the courage to point a gun at a mutant king? Lancelot was furious at the moment, and his tone was cold. The split of time made him surprised but not panicked, but the future of his timeline makes Lancelot angry. Go and get rid of the culprit of this time split first. Lancelot tidied up his clothes and then walked out of the laboratory calmly. Stop, who are you? In the wide corridor of the base in New Jersey, a group of heavily armed soldiers were waiting in line at the moment. On the opposite side of this group of soldiers is Lancelot, who is expressionless. Fire, fire. Inside the base, Peggy Carter was staring at the screen in front of her with a serious face, and then directly gave the order to fire. Lancelot, why is he here? At this moment, Peggy Carter's face was serious, and no one here knew the king of mutant better than her. Just relying on language alone, Lancelot slaughtered the entire Institute of Strategic Technology and almost broke the talent pool of the Scientific Strategic Corps. Therefore, after discovering that it was Lancelot who invaded the base, Peggy Carter didn't give Lancelot a chance to speak at all. Under Peggy Carter's order, hundreds of soldiers directly pulled the trigger, and countless bullets instantly turned into a bullet storm enveloping Lancelot. Energy absorption. However, facing the bullet storm of the Strategic Science Corps agent, Lancelot just stood proudly and let the bullet hit his body. And all the bullets, after hitting Lancelot's body, lost 15% of their kinetic energy, and the densely packed bullets all fell to the ground. Garbage. Glancing at the densely packed bullets on the ground, Lancelot raised his right hand, and the absorbed energy instantly turned into an energy ray, sweeping away all the soldiers. Rumble. Huge amounts of explosions sounded one after another, and all the soldiers were blown away by Lancelot's energy rays. But Lancelot didn't even look at the explosion in front of him. His whole body instantly turned into a cloud of red mist and disappeared into the corridor. The sudden explosion also alarmed Captain America Rogers and Iron Man Tony Stark, who had been searching for PIM particles and Tesseract in the base. What's going on? I didn't hear that someone attacked the base in 1970. Tony Stark glanced at Captain America Rogers, and then the nano armor on his body immediately covered his whole body. I don't know. Anyway, it's absolutely impossible for the attacker to be an alien. Captain America Rogers shrugged and said jokingly, "Peng." When the two future superheroes looked at each other, not knowing what happened, a cloud of red mist flickered opposite them, and then Lancelot appeared in front of Iron Man Tony Stark and Captain America Rogers. "Fack, who are you?" The sudden appearance of Lancelot startled the two of them. Iron Man Tony Stark instantly entered the fighting state, and the Iron Man battle armor turned on the fighting mode. Vision imprisonment. However, Lancelot just glanced at Tony Stark, his mind became electronic instantly, and he took control of the Iron Man armor in an instant and imprisoned Tony Stark in the armor. What the hell is this? Tony Stark from the future was shocked and lost his Iron Man armor, which made Tony lose his fighting power in an instant. Although I don't know who you are, let's subdue you first. Captain America Rogers quickly rushed towards Lancelot with a shield in his hand as if facing a formidable enemy. Cub, I don't have time to play with you, Geass. Lancelot's eyes were cold. He had no time to waste on the future Captain America. Therefore, he directly launched Geass, and Lancelot tried to directly control the future Captain America, but failed. Obviously, Captain America's tenacity and indomitable spirit can defend against Geass' absolute orders to a certain extent. Therefore, Lancelot could only settle for the next best thing and issued another order to Captain America. Sleep. Following Lancelot's order, Captain America Rogers fell to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Follow me. Lancelot gave Captain America Rogers a cold look, and then used his vision to digitize his mind to control Iron Man Tony Stark's steel armor and move forward. Hey, this unknown gentleman, where are you going to take me? Iron Man Tony Stark was still chattering while his body was imprisoned in the battle suit. Fire. As Lancelot moved forward, a group of soldiers blocked Lancelot's footsteps. These soldiers had obviously already received orders, and they would choose to fire whenever they encountered Lancelot. Stop breathing. Lancelot let the bullet hit him like a tickle, and then he gave an absolute order indifferently. Crash. All the soldiers collapsed to the ground, clutching their necks with their hands and struggling in pain. Lancelot is coming this way. At this moment, in Howard Stark's high-energy cutting-edge laboratory, Peggy Carter looked at the monitor in front of her with a gloomy expression. She originally thought that Lancelot would fall into a fierce battle after meeting the future Captain and future Iron Man, but she never expected that Lancelot would kill Captain America so easily and control Iron Man's armor. Peggy, what should we do? Although Howard Stark was asking Peggy Carter, his eyes were on the steel armor behind Lancelot. Turn on the Tesseract and send the King of Mutants to the deep space of the universe. Peggy Carter had already planned everything. Following Peggy Carter's order, Howard Stark began to debug the machine, and the Tesseract on the machine was bursting out with powerful energy fluctuations at this moment. Peng. Just as Howard Stark was manipulating the machine, a puff of red smoke appeared in the laboratory, and then Lancelot walked out with a steel armor. Get the Tesseract back for me. Lancelot manipulated the steel battle suit and walked towards the Tesseract through visual perception and digitalization of the mind. Click. Lancelot controlled the steel battle suit and easily took the Tesseract off the machine. Looking at the blue Tesseract in front of him, Lancelot showed a smile on his face. After learning that the timeline split, his original goal was the Tesseract in front of him. Lancelot knows very well that the only force that can make him leave this time branch is the Tesseract's space portal. Energy absorption. Lancelot's right hand lightly touched the Tesseract and then began to absorb the power of the Tesseract crazily. Boom. In just an instant, huge space energy has filled every cell of Lancelot. The berserk energy reached the energy limit that Lancelot could absorb almost instantly. The Eye of Sharja. Lancelot instantly opened his Eye of Sharja, sealing all the space energy in his body into his eyes. Swish. And as Lancelot continued to seal the space energy, Tesseract burst out a terrifying beam of energy light suddenly. Lancelot, who was the first to bear the brunt, was wrapped in energy before he even had time to absorb it. Lancelot only felt that the world in front of him was advancing rapidly, and his body, wrapped in Tesseract, disappeared in the New Jersey base in an instant. When Lancelot opened his eyes again, he had already appeared in a lake. Vision. Lancelot stood up from the lake, then pressed his right hand on his temple, and his mind electronically connected to the satellite above his head in an instant. In 1973, it was actually teleported to New York in 1973 by the Tesseract. Unfortunately, it didn't return to the correct timeline. Lancelot's eyes flickered and he smiled wryly. Although he absorbed the power of Space Gem as planned, he still didn't return to the correct timeline. The current time is 197 years from the future timeline. Boom. In the lake on the outskirts of New York, a ball of golden energy soared into the sky, and then the golden energy flickered and disappeared into the sky. New York Xavier Estate. The Xavier Manor at this moment is extremely desolate, and Professor X, who is located in the Xavier Manor, is sitting in a wheelchair in extreme pain. Hank. Professor X's painful face was distorted, and he called out to Beast Hank anxiously. In the timeline of reversing the future, Professor X got a rare virus in 1970, which caused his legs to be paralyzed, and lost the recovery potion of the mutant evolution house, so he could only spend time in a wheelchair. 3 years have passed. Professor, are you sick again? Beast Hank came striding forward, his eyes filled with deep silence. In this timeline, Lancelot disappeared, and the entire mutant evolutionary family was leaderless and fell apart. And Beast Hank, as a member of the former Mutant Evolution House, was also deeply affected and became devastated. Medicine painkiller. Professor X yelled in pain, his mental state was extremely unstable, and an unknown virus tormented his nerves, making him unable to concentrate, let alone use his spiritual power. Beast Hank injected Professor X with a painkiller with a blank face, then Beast Hank sat on the steps and started to stare blankly. Hank, how is Mutant's situation now? Professor X calmed down after injecting painkillers. He glanced at Beast Hank and then asked. Too bad the Trask industry has already begun to hunt down mutants. Beast Hank glanced at Professor X and then hesitated to speak. I know what you mean, Hank. You want me to stand up, find King Lancelot, and rebuild the House of Mutant Evolution. Professor X glanced at Beast Hank and spoke out what Beast Hank wanted. The moment my king disappeared, you should stand up. Your brain wave strengthening machine can control the human beings all over the world. Beast Hank became extremely emotional. In the past 3 years, he has asked the professor more than once. X uses the brain wave strengthening machine to find Lancelot, and even erase all human malice towards Mutant. But without exception, Teacher X rejected them all. I'm sorry, Hank. Professor X glanced at Beast Hank guiltily and said, Professor, you shouldn't apologize to me, you should apologize to all mutant colleagues who died because of this. Beast Hank made no secret of his disappointment with Professor X. In 3 years, even the Black Emperor Zio, White Queen Emma, and others of the Mutant Evolution House died. The powerful mutants disappeared one by one. And the newly born mutants, because of the lack of mutant growth hormones and X-gene stabilizers, often lost control of their mutant ability, so they were once again regarded as monsters and freaks by all humans. Mutant has once again become an outlier among human beings and was arrested wantonly like a commodity and turned into a laboratory mouse to be dissected and studied by human beings. I'm sorry. Hearing Beast Hank tell the tragic experience of the new generation mutant, Professor X closed his eyes again in pain and guilt. Excuse me, is Professor X there? Just as Professor X and Beast Hank fell silent at the same time, a familiar voice made them look around. A burly man with whiskers came over with a cigar in his mouth. Wolverine Logan. Beast Hank frowned slightly, his body turned into a blue-haired gorilla and instantly rushed towards Wolverine Logan. Hey, calm down. Wolverine Logan, who had just traveled from the future, was taken aback and then stretched out her bone claws with both hands to defend herself. Boom. Beast Hank roared angrily and then directly threw Wolverine Logan to the ground, and his sharp claws were directly embedded in Wolverine Logan's shoulder. Roar. With huge amounts of pain, Wolverine Logan roared angrily and then threw Beast Hank flying with force. Wolverine Logan. Why did you appear here if you didn't look for my king? Beast Hank looked at Wolverine Logan angrily, and what he said made Wolverine, who came from the future, look puzzled. Hey, what are you talking about? Also, you are Beast Hank, it's been a long time. Well, it's been many years since you died. Wolverine Logan glanced at Beast Hank and said familiarly, say hello. Huh. Beast Hank froze for a moment, he glanced at Professor X and Professor X immediately understood. The Logan in front of him has lost a lot of memory. He doesn't remember the evolution home of Mutant. Professor X put down his right hand wearily, the previous telepathy was all he could do. Mutant Evolution House, what is that? Wolverine Logan glanced at Professor X suspiciously and then began to introduce himself. Professor, we meet again, you are much more handsome in the past than in the future. Wolverine Logan sat in front of Professor X, then said with a chuckle, and then Wolverine Logan began to tell about future Sentry crises and future mutant encounters. Sentry crisis? Teslac. Beast Hank and Professor X looked at each other. They looked at Wolverine Logan in disbelief, feeling that there was a huge amount of information. HMPH, if my king exists, how could there be any Sentry crisis? Beast Hank snorted coldly and then left here. My king. Who is that? Sorry, Professor, there will be no such person in the future. Wolverine Logan looked at Professor X with a puzzled face. He was very interested in the king that Beast Hank spoke of. My king, Lancelot, is the king of Mutant, but 3 years ago my king suddenly disappeared. Professor X explained, and then looked at Wolverine Logan with a frown. You said you came from the future, and the future Sentry was built according to Mystique's genes. Is it possible to stop this future crisis as long as we find Mystique Raven? Professor X asked. He used telepathy to check the future experienced by Wolverine Logan again. That's a hopeless future. Professor X is ready to prevent such a future, and according to Wolverine Logan's information, the key to preventing the future lies in Mystique Raven. Yes, Professor, just find Mystique Raven and we can end the future. Wolverine Logan spoke the future professor's words. It's really ridiculous, the Sentry crisis is obviously caused by humans, and it means to attack your own mutant comrades. Professor X, is this the justice you uphold? A cold and mocking voice sounded in the ears of Professor X and Wolverine Logan, and then a cloud of red smoke appeared in front of them. Lancelot stepped out of the smoke. My king. Professor X looked at Lancelot in surprise, and his face was complicated for a while. Compared to Professor X's surprise, Wolverine Logan, who had never obtained Zhao's time travel, looked at Lancelot with vigilance. Kneel down. Looking at Wolverine Logan, who was looking at him vigilantly, Lancelot frowned slightly and then directly gave Geass instructions. Peng, Wolverine Logan only felt dazed for a moment, then knelt directly in front of Lancelot. What's going on here? Wolverine Logan, who traveled from the future, didn't know why this happened. He just looked at Lancelot in horror, and then Wolverine Logan's consciousness went into a trance and he returned to the future. Hank, prepare a quiet room for me. I'm going to draw a lottery. Lancelot ordered, without looking at Wolverine Logan, to Beast Hank, who was looking at him in surprise. Of order, my king. Beast Hank was so excited that he looked at Lancelot standing in front of Wolverine Logan frantically and was overwhelmed with surprise for a moment. Reverse the future timeline, 1973. Lancelot, led by Beast Hank, entered a quiet room. At this moment, Beast Hank was so excited that he couldn't believe his eyes. My king is back. Beast Hank has been waiting for Lancelot's return for 3 years. No, not just Beast Hank, almost all mutants are waiting for Lancelot's return. My lord, please save the mutant family. The excited beast Hank knelt down on one knee in front of Lancelot, begging sadly. In the past 3 years, Mutant was almost like a rat crossing the street without the glory of the mutant evolution house led by Lancelot. This wrong timeline, let me destroy it. Lancelot looked at Beast Hank calmly and his voice became dignified. For Lancelot, there is no need for Mutant to reverse the future. He wants to essentially destroy both the present and the future of this timeline at the same time. Hank, you go down first. Lancelot waved Beast Hank to leave, and at the same time Lancelot opened the future eye directly. Boom. In the world in front of me, there are two different futures again. On the left is a smooth transition to the future of Mutant's evolutionary home in 1973. On the right, it has been going on for decades and is experiencing the Century Crisis in 2023. And now in 2023, when the future is reversed, the surviving mutants are on a cliff. Countless sentinels are coming towards them, and the 240-year-old Magneto is manipulating a huge metal group and is struggling to resist the impact of Sentry. And in the building behind Magneto, Shadowcat Katie is transmitting Wolverine Logan's consciousness to the past through her own ability. The future is already in jeopardy. Lancelot's eyes were indifferent, and the branch of time in front of him was already in jeopardy. Although Lancelot can let the future be shattered, once the future really disappears, I'm afraid Lancelot will be completely trapped in this timeline. Anyway, let's do the pupil art lottery first. Lancelot took a deep breath and then closed his eyes. System, let's draw a god-level pupil technique. Lancelot directly issued an order to the system, and following Lancelot's order, he started the first god-level pupil lottery draw since time travel. Ding, it is detected that there are 7 chances to draw a lottery with the god-level pupil technique, whether to use the god-level pupil technique once to draw a lottery. The system's beep sounded in Lancelot's ear. Before I knew it, I had accumulated 7 lucky draw chances. Lancelot sighed and then directly started the first lucky draw for god-level pupil art. The lottery draw for the god-level pupil technique has begun and the lottery has been completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the god-level pupil technique, reincarnation I. Boom. Lancelot only felt a slight tingling in his pupils, and then 6 concentric circles appeared in his ruby-like pupils Bifa. The white concentric circles match Lancelot's red pupils, making Lancelot's eyes look more mysterious. The Eye of Reincarnation from Naruto is called the Eye of the Immortal. The reincarnation eyes are divided into Nagato's 6 reincarnation eyes, Uchiha Madara's Gyugayu reincarnation eyes, and what Lancelot draws is the Uzumaki Nagato's 6 reincarnation eyes. Its eyes of reincarnation have the ability of the 6 realms, and because of the terrifying power of the eyes of reincarnation, Uzumaki Nagato is also called the god of pain. Reincarnation Eye. Excitement appeared on Lancelot's face. He just wanted to destroy this wrong timeline, and the extracted reincarnation eye just happened to allow Lancelot to perfectly implement his plan. Bass. Lancelot raised his hand, and a black stick condensed in the palm of his right hand. This black stick has the ability to transmit the power of Lancelot's reincarnation eye. Not only that, this black stick can also create 6 duplications. Lancelot stood up and then walked out of the quiet room. In Professor X's room, Wolverine Logan was still kneeling. Professor X, what's going on here? Wolverine Logan from the future didn't know what happened. He could only look for help to Professor X, who was slumped in a wheelchair. Give up struggling, Logan. This is my king's absolute order, don't mention you, even I am powerless to resist. Professor X smiled wryly and began to admonish him. At this moment, Professor X has mixed emotions in his heart. He did not expect that Lancelot, who had disappeared for 3 years, would appear. Although he doesn't know why Lancelot disappeared, Professor X knows that the return of Lancelot will definitely set off a bloodbath. The end of mankind is coming. Absolute order. Wolverine Logan was terrified. In the future, he was in a state of amnesia. He had forgotten everything about the past, and he also forgot the horror of Lancelot. Professor X, find me the trail of Mystique Raven. When Wolverine Logan fell into fear, Lancelot also appeared in Professor X's room at the same time. I'm really sorry, my lord. I can't use the brain wave strengthening machine anymore. Hearing Lancelot's order, Professor Fear said with guilt on his face, Trash. Lancelot gave Professor X a cold look and then walked directly in front of Professor X the way of the world. Boom. Professor X only felt that his mind was in a trance for a while, and then he saw a pair of huge amounts of 6 circle eyes, and at the same time, he felt an incomparably terrifying consciousness instantly occupying his brain. Reincarnation I Human Tao possesses the power of spiritual invasion of the brain, similar to Professor X's telepathy but even more powerful than telepathy. Reading the memory and extracting the soul is nothing but leisure. Professor X only felt dazed for a moment, and then his eyes turned into Lancelot's reincarnation eyes. Lancelot occupied Professor X's brain through one of the 6 realms of reincarnation I, and then Lancelot brought Professor X to the Ashest brainwave strengthening room. Controlling Professor X's hands, he put on the brain-wave strengthening machine, and then Lancelot directly activated the telepathy power of Professor X. Boom. At this moment, Lancelot seemed to be everywhere. The human consciousness of the whole world is presented in front of Lancelot. At this moment, Lancelot seemed to be in the starry sky of the universe, with countless light spots flashing in front of Lancelot. Even with the spiritual power of the human world, he couldn't help being a little slow. Raven. Lancelot manipulated Professor X to concentrate slightly, and then the picture in front of him began to flicker constantly. Trask Industrial Building. Lancelot withdrew his human powers and Professor X slumped to the ground in an instant. Lancelot just glanced at Professor X indifferently, then opened his right hand, and a black stick appeared in Lancelot's hand. Laugh. Lancelot casually stabbed the black stick into Professor X's shoulder, and Professor X, who was howling in pain, suddenly fell silent. Be my way of life. Lancelot's pupil reincarnation eyes slightly dilated, and then the power of the reincarnation eyes was instantly transmitted to Professor X's body through the black stick. In just an instant, the eyes of Teacher X turned into the same reincarnation eyes like Lancelot. At the same time, Professor X felt that there was a new kind of power in his body, which was more terrifying than telepathy. The way of the world. Professor X's eyes are cold and heartless, and at this moment he has been transformed into one of the 6 puppets by Lancelot's reincarnation eyes. The eyes of reincarnation can not only manipulate corpses to form 6 puppets. As long as the black stick is pierced into the body, even if it is a living person, the eyes of reincarnation can be manipulated at will. Let's go, I want to make this world feel the pain. Lancelot glanced at Professor X and then Professor X stood up immediately. The power of the human world covers Professor X's consciousness and controls Professor X's body at the same time. New York, Trask Industrial Building. Mystique Raven incarnated as a staff member and sneaked in here. She came here to find news about her king Lancelot. According to intelligence, Lancelot's disappearance is inseparable from the Strategic Science Corps behind the Trask Industrial Building. My lord, where are you? Mystique Raven looked angrily at the magnificent mansion in front of her, where her mutant comrade was buried. For 3 years, she has been searching for Lancelot's whereabouts, and even at the risk of her own life, she sneaked into the Research Institute of Trask Industry many times to search for Lancelot's trace, but found nothing. However, although Raven did not find any trace of Lancelot, he discovered that this world is somewhat special. There is no Stark Industrial Building in this world, and there is no Captain America Steve Rogers. It seems that overnight, everything that Raven knows has disappeared. Instead, it seems that only humans and mutants are left in the whole world. Magneto, what's the situation on your side? Raven opened his own communicator while searching for the mutant file in Trask Industry and asked. The Sentry factory has already begun to produce Sentry in all aspects. And the material of these Sentry is special, I can't control it through the variant ability. Raven's earphones sounded Magneto's voice. At this moment, Magneto is leading the Toad people and is monitoring a secret Sentry factory. At this moment, Sentry has changed from the first generation of metamorphosis to the second generation of Sentry. The whole body is made of special materials, which can detect the X gene in the mutant body and can release a special energy-based attack. Peng. While Raven was listening to Magneto's report on the Sentry factory, a cloud of red mist appeared in the lobby of the Trask Industrial Building. Then Lancelot appeared here with his own way of life. Professor X, it's a mutant. Notify Dr. Trask immediately. Soldier, soldier. The sudden appearance of Lancelot and Professor X made all the scientists and soldiers in the building tense up, and groups of soldiers quickly surrounded Lancelot and the 2 of them. On the top floor of the Trask building, Boulevard Trask was sitting in his office at the moment, looking indifferently at Lancelot, who suddenly appeared. Another mutant is coming, let the sentry go out. Trask, who was only 5 meters tall, picked up the phone on the table and then gave the order. Raven, long time no see. Lancelot ignored the soldiers around him. He strode towards a staff member and said with a light smile, "My king." Raven looked at Lancelot in surprise, and then his whole body instantly turned into blue skin. After 3 years of absence, Raven's figure became even more outstanding and hot. Raven hugged Lancelot directly in surprise, expressing his missing with a passionate kiss, and after being excited, Raven finally saw Lancelot's eyes. "My lord, your eyes. Is this a new mutant ability?" Raven saw Lancelot's eyes. The six-circle eyes are so mysterious and handsome. "Definitely, as you can see. This is my new ability, the Eye of Reincarnation, the eye that controls life and death." Lancelot gently pulled Raven into his arms and then looked at the opposite side with unparalleled eyes. Countless soldiers are waiting in formation at this moment. In their hands, they hold a special weapon. This weapon is not made of metal but is similar to a plastic weapon. Obviously, these weapons are to guard against Magneto's metal control. Fire. A heavily armed captain issued an order, and then all the soldiers fired, and countless energy bullets enveloped Lancelot in an instant. Hungry Ghost Path Absorption. Faced with these energy bullets, Lancelot just opened his right hand indifferently, releasing the ability of the Hungry Ghost Path in Samsara Eye. All the energy bullets were sucked into Lancelot's body in an instant. Hungry Ghost's ability is similar to Haihuang Xiao's energy absorbing, but it is even more powerful and it can absorb energy through space. And not only energy, vitality, and soul power, mutated energy, etc., can be absorbed by the Hungry Ghost Dao. Shenluo Tianzhang. Lancelot's pupil reincarnation burst out a violent repulsive force. The repulsive force spread out in all directions, centered on Lancelot like a tide. The group of soldiers who bore the brunt were instantly turned into powder under the repulsion force, and their entire bodies were blown away by the wind like sand. Rumble. Then the entire Trask building, everything was turned into dust in an instant, swept away by the repulsive force released by Lancelot. Destroyed. The skeleton of the building, made of special alloy, is as fragile as tofu dregs at the moment. Looking from a high altitude, a deep pit appeared in the original location of the building in an instant. And the deep pit is still pushing horizontally quickly. Where the repulsive force passes, the surrounding buildings disintegrate instantly. As if the world is destroyed, everything under the repulsive force begins to drift with the wind, asking for flowers. When Lancelot stopped releasing the Reincarnation Eye ability, everything within 10 kilometers of Fang Yuan was gone, as if it had been erased by some kind of force. Is this really a mutant? Trask, who had seen the situation was not good and was hiding in the underground secret base, was full of horror at the moment. He had never seen such a terrifying mutant ability. Even when facing Hai Huang Zio, he had never been so surprised before. "Quick, get Sentry out." Trask was in a state of panic. He quickly pressed a button, and then under the ground, sentinels burst out of the ground one by one. Wangxiang Tianian. Lancelot turned a blind eye to these sentinels and opened his right hand, aiming at the secret base where Trask was. Rumble. At this moment, under the terrifying gravity of Lancelot, the huge secret base instantly broke away from the original base, rose from the ground at an extremely terrifying speed, and floated into the midair. Lancelot waved his right hand slightly, like the gravitational force of the tide, easily tearing the base into pieces. The entire base began to disintegrate in an instant, and countless scientific researchers fell in front of Lancelot like dumplings. Bolivar Trask, feel the pain. Lancelot walked in front of Bolivar Trask with indifferent eyes, and then pressed his right hand on the center of Trask's head. The way of the world's soul extraction. Lancelot raised his right hand and instantly extracted Trask's soul. And as Lancelot pulled Trask's soul out, the whole world began to shake wildly. This split timeline has become extremely unstable. Above the sky where Lancelot is, the Sentinel, which was originally only one generation, has turned into a future second-generation Sentinel. Because I killed Trask, did this timeline that reverses the future finally begin to connect to the future? Lancelot watched with interest the changes in the Sentinel in the sky, and then his whole body gradually floated into the air. From now on, let the world feel the pain. The timeline in front of me is no longer necessary. Warning, warning, the death of Bolivar Trask is detected, the ultimate mode of Sentry is turned on, and the ability is shared. Reversing the future timeline in 2023, as Lancelot killed Trask in 1973, the program originally set inside Sentry began to start. Sentry, who absorbed the power of countless mutants, began to pass on the ability he absorbed to 1973 through a special mutant ability. What's going on? What happened? In the future mutants' last base, Professor X and Magneto looked at each other. They didn't know what happened. They only saw countless Sentry fading away like a tide, and the transport plane that originally transported the Sentry also disappeared. Quickly, wake up Wolverine Logan. Unknown Professor X immediately notified Shadowcat Katie temporarily wake up Wolverine Logan. Yes, Professor X Shadowcat Katie nodded and then wiped the sweat on her forehead. Her ability was originally able to pass through objects, but originally she could only pass through walls. With the development of Shadowcat, she is now able to pass through consciousness, penetrates the timeline 320, and is sent back to the past. Right now, she is using her ability to pull back the consciousness of Wolverine Logan sent to 1973. My King Hail. When Shadowcat Katie took her hands away from Wolverine Logan's temples, Wolverine Logan, who was sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes, and he let out a wild cry. Then Wolverine Logan came back to his senses, he looked around in a daze, stared blankly for 5 minutes and finally returned to normal thinking. I saw Lancelot, king of mutants in the past time and space. Wolverine Logan's words made the two future mutant leaders startled. Swish. Magneto directly opened his right hand, and Wolverine Logan's body flew uncontrollably in front of Magneto. At this moment, Magneto looked at Wolverine Logan excitedly. What did you say? Did you see my King Lancelot? Magneto asked incredulously. Yes, that's what he calls himself. Wolverine Logan wanted to shrug, but found that his body was being controlled by Magneto and he couldn't move at all. This is the downside of Wolverine Logan's replacement of the skeleton with adamantium. Telepathy. Even Professor X was very excited at this moment. Without Wolverine Logan's permission, he started to read Wolverine Logan's memory using his spiritual power. Scenes of the past appeared in front of Professor X. When he saw Lancelot appearing from the red mist, the aged Professor X couldn't help but burst into tears. My King Lancelot, mutant is saved. Professor X couldn't help but shouted frantically. He saw Lancelot and Lancelot's reincarnation eyes through Wolverine Logan's memory. Just seeing those eyes, Professor X felt a palpitation as if he was directly pierced into the soul. Bolivar Trask is dead. Why does Sentry still exist? After being excited, Professor X couldn't help but have a doubt. Trask has been killed by Lancelot. Why his future has not changed? Continue to send Wolverine Logan back and tell my king that the future of our mutant has not changed. Professor X glanced at Wolverine Logan and felt that it was necessary to send Wolverine Logan back to the past and tell Lancelot this fact. Wolverine Logan was sent back to 1973 by Shadowcat Kitty again, and just after returning, Wolverine Logan saw a scene that shocked him. Countless Sentry are surrounding Lancelot at this moment, and various mutant abilities are released crazily. Ice, fire, water, thunder, and other mutant abilities attack in turn. However, all the attacks suddenly disappeared when they were 10 meters away from Lancelot, as if there was an invisible barrier blocking these energy attacks. These Sentry, known by Wolverine Logan, are the second-generation Sentry, that is, the future Sentry. But at this moment, these Sentry, no matter what ability they use, will disappear the moment they approach Lancelot. Reincarnation, I Hungry Ghost Dow not only can energy absorbing, even the mutant ability will be completely absorbed by Hungry Ghost Dow and become the pure energy in Lancelot's body. Even if Sentry suddenly becomes a toad, he will absorb the mutant energy of Lancelot when he approaches Lancelot, and the original toad change will directly reverse the robot state. The cutting technique. At this moment, Lancelot's body was suspended in midair, his hands were opened, and the black sticks broke through the supersonic speed instantly under the terrifying repulsion. Bang, bang, bang. The black sticks hit all the Sentry precisely, and at the same time, Lancelot's eyes of reincarnation burst into light, and the power belonging to the eyes of reincarnation was instantly transmitted to the bodies of all the Sentry through the black sticks. Sentry's original scarlet mechanical eyes were replaced by reincarnation eyes at this moment, and Sentry, who was originally attacking, also stopped. These Sentry have been controlled by Lancelot's eyes of reincarnation. Bring me the corpses of my comrades. Lancelot issued an order to the Sentry in front of him, and within a few minutes, the group of Sentry brought all the corpses of Hyuanxeo and others to Lancelot. Lancelot looked at the corpses of several compatriots lying under his feet, and his heart was even more angry. He swung his right hand, 10 black sticks pierced into the west of the corpses of these fellow mutants. 6 ways of puppet art. Lancelot's reincarnation eyes fluctuated slightly, and the Black Emperor Zio, White Queen Emma, Red Devil Azatso, Riptide, and Sabertooth Victor, who had already turned into corpses, all stood up. The eyes of these people have all turned into reincarnation eyes that are as unique as Lancelot. The Six Paths puppet. Lancelot endowed his own Six Paths puppet with the heavenly Tao ability of his reincarnation eye through the black stick. Unlike Uzumaki Nagato, each of the 6 paths is given to one person. Lancelot just endowed his Six Paths puppet, the strongest powerless power in the Eye of Samsara. Go, let this world feel the pain. Lancelot gave an order and then the six puppets began to scatter away. 5 black dots appeared simultaneously in the sky of New York, Washington, San Francisco, Boston, and Sao Paulo. From now on, let the world feel the pain. Above New York, one of Lancelot's 6 puppets, White Queen Emma, opened her arms indifferently and said this sentence in a cold and ruthless tone. A pair of reincarnation eyes are high above, looking down at the super city below. What is that? Black spot. It seems to be a person. I think it's a bird. The citizens of New York City, as if they felt something in their hearts, all looked up to the sky. Above the high altitude of New York City, they saw a black spot that almost covered the sun. Everyone is talking about it, but they don't know that the catastrophe that belongs to human beings is coming. Super Shenluo Tianzheng. Boom. White Queen Emma made another icy sound, and then a vast repulsive force centered on White Queen Emma crashing down. It was like several nuclear bombs exploded. Everyone only saw a shockwave visible to the naked eye, and then the whole world was completely white. Rumble. The vast repulsive force is overwhelming. Starting from the center of New York, everything is melting in an instant. Silently but shockingly eye-catching. And with the light of New York City, huge amounts of white light appeared in the other 5 cities, and then the entire 3. 4 worlds began to vibrate crazily. The timeline of the past 1973 that reversed the future came to an abrupt end at this moment. With the entire world being nuclear-leveled by Lancelot, the future century began to disappear rapidly, and Wolverine Logan's consciousness was also forced to begin to return. I need to go to the future. Lancelot's mouth curled into a smile and then he appeared directly in front of Wolverine Logan. Laugh. A black stick appeared in Lancelot's right hand, and Lancelot stabbed the black stick into Wolverine Logan's body. Then the power of the reincarnation eye was activated. Reverse the future in 2023, Wolverine Logan suddenly opened his eyes, a black rod slowly appeared in his body, and at the same time Wolverine Logan's eyes turned into reincarnation eyes. Spirituality. Wolverine Logan jumped up and pressed her right hand on the ground, while Lancelot in 1973 was instantly psychicized to 2023. Reversing the future in 2023, Wolverine Logan opened a pair of bright eyes of reincarnation, and he was endowed with the ability of animal life by Lancelot. Spiritualism. Wolverine Logan pressed her right hand on the ground, and then a group of mysterious runes emerged in front of all the mutants. Peng. A puff of white smoke rises from the mysterious rune array, and then Lancelot has appeared in front of the future mutant. Is this the future? Lancelot stepped forward, and the psychic art of the animal way of reincarnation can make Lancelot ignore the distance of time and space. He glanced at the mutants around and then walked directly outside the base. Earth explosive star. Looking at Sentry, who was still flying outside, Lancelot opened his right hand, and a small black ball floated towards the sky in an instant. Then a huge suction force exploded from the small ball, and countless Sentry were sucked into the sky. After finishing all this, Lancelot glanced back at the future mutants, then walked to the center of the base and sat down proudly. My king, hail. After Lancelot sat down, the only remaining mutant 15, led by Professor X and Magneto, all bowed down. The future reversal has been terminated by me, and the Sentry crisis has disappeared. Lancelot opened his right hand, and Shadowcat Katie, standing behind the professor, appeared in front of Lancelot in an instant. Shadowcat Katie, your ability is very special. You can travel back in time from the atomic state. Lancelot looked at Shadowcat Katie in front of him. His eyes were full of admiration. The young Shadowcat Katie in front of her is the key to return to the correct time and space. My king. I can only send my consciousness back to the past. Looking at the extremely handsome Lancelot in front of her, Shadowcat Katie was a little nervous. Katie, don't belittle yourself, your ability is very special. Reaching out to touch Shadowcat's hair, Lancelot's face became serious. Geass. Unleash the full potential of your mutant ability. Lancelot launched his own Geass directly at Shadowcat Katie. A bird emerged from Lancelot's eyes and then flew into Shadowcat Katie's eyes. Shadowcat Katie only felt her brain roar, and then her body automatically floated up, and she felt a constant stream of power begin to emerge from her body. The original variant ability is rapidly increasing. And Shadowcat Katie's body also began to disperse into an atomic state in an instant, then reunited, and then continued to disperse. At this moment, Shadowcat Katie seems to have entered a magical world, a magical quantum world, where countless quantum particles float in front of Shadowcat Katie. It's so beautiful. Shadowcat Katie couldn't help murmuring, and her body began to emit a bright light. With the blessing of Lancelot's Geass, Shadowcat Katie's mutant ability was quickly raised to the ranks of the 6th level mutant, also known as Omega Grade Mutant. Her variant ability, which also goes from penetrating objects, formally metamorphosis into time travel. Very good, Shadowcat Katie. Lancelot looked at Shadowcat Katie with admiration. This mutant girl who will appear in the future has endless potential. My king hail. Shadowcat Katie's body was reorganized from the atomic state, and she stepped in front of Lancelot, shouting a little excitedly. Now, Katie Shadowcat, open the way to the main universe for me. Lancelot patted Katie Shadowcat on the head lightly and then gave the order. I obey, my great King Lancelot. Shadowcat Katie's eyes burst into golden light, and then she flicked in front of Lancelot lightly. The spacetime in front of Lancelot was stirred instantly, and a spacetime channel exuding colorful light appeared in front of Lancelot. And what the spacetime channel is linked to is the timeline with the mutant evolution house. Lancelot turned his head and glanced at Professor X and the others, and then gave Shadowcat Katie and Mutant a flashing glance. Whether it's Shadowcat Katie's time-traveling variant ability or the flickering space portal, it is an extremely powerful variant ability. However, these two abilities were rarely used by these two mutants. When Lancelot is going to perform the next eye-catching, he will directly transplant the flickering space portal. After getting the eyes of reincarnation, Lancelot has no fear of all threats on the Earth, but Lancelot is very clear. Even Earth in 1970 has many threats, not to mention the upcoming Celestial Egg and the seeds of Celestial Egg. In terms of threats to Earth, the apocalypse crisis in the 1980s and the Kree invasion in the 1990s are all potential threats. The Earth has restricted the development of Mutant. It's time to implement my space program. Lancelot's pupils contracted slightly, and he had already thought about the direction of future development. Possessing the ability of the evolution master Darwin, the House of Mutant Evolution can develop a variety of evolution directions for abilities in extreme environments. Even in the extreme vacuum of space, as long as Darwin is given time, Darwin can research it. If this is the case, then why must it be limited to the Earth? Space Mutant Evolution House, it's time to put it on the agenda. A smile appeared on the corner of Lancelot's mouth, and then he stepped into the space-time channel in front of him. Boom. And as Lancelot left here, the split timeline collapsed instantly, and then this collapsed timeline merged into the main universe. Since then, there are no futures such as X-Men 1, 2, and 3. Only the new mutant timeline and the apocalypse that will wake up in the 1980s. Lancelot only felt that he had entered a strange and grotesque quantum world of Lu Li. His future eyes opened automatically and began to receive changes in the non-universe timeline. A second later, Lancelot returned to the timeline of the main universe in 1973. He glanced around, and the location at this moment was the former base 780 in New Jersey. However, the current base in New Jersey has been completely abandoned. Lancelot turned his head and looked around. The timeline of reversing the future gradually disappeared like a dream bubble. Finally home. Is the time now still in 1973? A deep smile appeared on the corner of Lancelot's mouth. He has already decided to lead the evolutionary family of mutant to conquer the universe. The first thing to do is to return to the evolutionary home of mutant, and then start to implement the space strategy just formulated by Lancelot. The House of Space Mutant Evolution will shine brightly in the not-too-distant future. And Lancelot finally decided to extend his existence throughout the Marvel MUC universe. In 1973, Siberia Base, home of mutant evolution. Like a base in a small city, various researches are being carried out in an orderly manner at the moment. Countless mutants have settled here, and they are living quietly while cooperating with scientists to improve their mutant abilities. And at the moment on the top floor of the base, in a resplendent room, the mutant headed by White Queen Emma is sitting on a special metal round table. In the center of the round table, there are three-dimensional images. This is the latest technology developed by Mutant Evolution House, stereoscopic projection. I still haven't found the whereabouts of my King Lancelot. White Queen Emma glanced at the Black Emperor Zio, who was sitting under her, and shook her head slightly. Bradley, what's the situation with the global equipment you're monitoring? Haihuang Zio turned his head and looked at Bradley beside him. In 3 years, the House of Mutant Evolution has developed a brain wave strengthening device suitable for Bradley. Through the brain wave strengthening device, Bradley can control all electronic devices and networks in the world. I didn't find it. Bradley shook his head slightly. In the past 3 years, his body has been optimized several times, and he has become powerful, and he has long lived up to his previous weak and thin appearance. Although it can't reach the super soldier physique of Captain America, it also surpasses the human special forces. Magneto, where is Professor X? Black Emperor Zio frowned and then looked at Magneto Eric Laneshare. Compared to 3 years ago, Magneto has become more mature and stable now, and after Professor X eliminated his hatred, he has reunited with a girl from the mutant evolution house. Professor X has searched the world with a brainwave strengthening machine but found nothing. Magneto was wearing a decent special metal combat uniform, looking very cool and handsome, but at this moment his brows were furrowed, and he shook his head a little disappointed. Is that so? Raven, what happened to our research? White Queen Emma glanced at Magneto with some disappointment, then turned her head and asked Mystique Raven beside her. We have developed the X-gene enhancer, which can enhance the power of the X-gene. However, the effect of the X-gene enhancement is not obvious at present. At the same time, based on the genes of me and Darwin, we have developed a special biological armor, the Variant Sentry Armor. Mystique Raven lightly clicked on the metal tabletop in front of him with his right hand, and then a special biological armor was projected on the tabletop. Sentry Armor. Just like the Sentry that reversed the future, it does not have an intelligent system. It belongs to the exoskeleton armor, which can make corresponding changes according to the environment and the attacks it withstands. I see, continue to advance steadily. White Queen Emma nodded knowingly and then clicked on her bracelet with her right hand. The entire magnificent room suddenly turned into a pure white space. The Mind Booster is a special mind device developed by the scientists of Evolution House. Through this device, the power of the mind can be amplified, and the power of the mind can be used to simulate the environment imagined in the brain. Stay alert and wait for my king's return. White Queen Emma stood up, raising her arms and shouting. My king, hail mutants and glory. All the mutants in the room also raised their arms and shouted, their eyes turned wildly. Miss Emma, it's an emergency. Suddenly, Darwin, wearing a scientific white coat, walked in. In Darwin's hand, there was also a special eyeball-like lens. This is a special retinal lens adapted by Darwin in an extreme environment which can realize retinal sharing. What happened, Darwin? White Queen Emma glanced at Darwin with some doubts, then picked up the eye lens and crushed it with slight force. Peng. The eyeball lens shattered, and at the moment the lens shattered, pictures were clearly presented in front of all mutants. In the picture in front of the ruins of the U.S. military base in New Jersey, a gigantic mouse emerged from the sewer of the base, and then the mouse swayed and stood up, turning into a mutant in casual clothes. At this moment, Mutant was staring blankly at the ruins in front of him, the retinas of his eyes flickered, and he clearly transmitted the picture he saw to the eye lens of Mutant's evolution house. My king, it's my king Lancelot. White Queen Emma looked at the picture in front of her in surprise. Above the ruins of the base in New Jersey, an unparalleled figure floated quietly. The moment she saw this figure, White Queen Emma already knew the identity of this figure. It was Lancelot, the king of mutants who had disappeared for 3 years. Hurry up, the Red Devil Asazo, quickly bring us to meet our king. Mystique Raven was also extremely excited. After 3 years, she didn't want to wait for a moment. Teleportation. The Red Devil Asazuo tapped his bracelet with his right hand, and then a huge amount of red mist flooded the entire room. When the red mist disappeared, White Queen Emma and others also disappeared. With the help of the scientists of the House of Evolution, the teleportation of the Red Devil Asazuo no longer needs to stand in a row hand in hand, where the red mist passes when the space jumps. Peng. Over the ruins of the base in New Jersey, Lancelot was looking at the ruins in front of him with great interest. And then a cloud of huge amounts of red mist emerged out of thin air. Within the red mist, all the mutant comrades that Lancelot was familiar with came out. White Queen Emma, Black Emperor Zio, Red Devil Azatso, Riptide Sabertooth Victor, Gambit Ramai, Phantom John, Magneto Eric, and more than a dozen mutants all knelt on one knee. Congratulations on my king's return. Everyone's eyes were shining with a bird singing at the moment, and they used their thoughts to express their respect for Lancelot. I'm back. Lancelot slowly landed beside White Queen Emma with his hands outstretched, announcing his return in an impassioned tone. My king Yang Yao 3. Mutant Yang Yao. All the mutants shouted frantically. They had been waiting for 3 years, and finally the return of the king of mutants came. Let's go home. Lancelot looked at the mutant in front of him with satisfaction and gently held the arms of White Queen Emma and Mystique Ruiman. Boom. Once again, a cloud of huge amounts of red mist emerged from the body of the Red Devil Azazuo. The red mist surged, and all the mutants that touched the red mist disappeared here at the same time. Lancelot, come back strong. In 1973, Siberia base, home of mutant evolution. A billowing red mist emerged from the void, and then Lancelot led the mutants back here. I finally returned to the main universe. Lancelot couldn't help sighing as he looked at the familiar mutant evolution home in front of him. The House of Mutant Evolution is the mutant base that I established in 1962. After 11 years of development, it already has a shadow of a modern cutting-edge technology base. Cutting-edge equipment beyond this era is everywhere, and countless biotechnologies can be seen everywhere at this moment. In the living area of the base, there are crystal-clear eyeballs suspended. These eyeballs are broadcasting news from all over the world in real time. Three-dimensional projections radiate from these eyeballs, as if entering the era of science fiction. In addition to these eyeballs, biological skeletons called angel wings have been widely used. Many mutants have a pair of huge amounts of white wings floating behind them, soaring freely into the sky. Bio-strengthening serum has become a must for everyone, whether it is an ordinary human or a mutant. As long as they are weak, they can inject this bio-strengthening serum to improve their physical fitness by 117 to the human limit level. The directed evolution device has also been placed in the living area of the base. Some thrill-loving humans and mutants will use the directed evolution device to customize a set of unique organs for themselves: blue skin, red eyes, and animal claws. Flame tattoos and more are everywhere. Thanks to the directional evolution device, even ordinary humans can obtain mutant abilities, adjust their body, the file size, depth of certain organs of the body, etc., which has become a common thing for Sikong. Various bioblack technologies have made the mutant evolutionary home hundreds of years ahead of the Earth. Has it developed to this level? A smile appeared on Lancelot's face. The House of Mutant Evolution has completely opened the shackles of biological evolution. Under the leadership of Mutant, human beings are on the way to a higher dimensional evolution. Hurricane, mind, space, body, mutant ability, and evolution are almost all aspects of development. My lord, we have opened the door to the glory of biological evolution. Beside Lancelot, White Queen Emma also showed a proud smile on her face and said with a chuckle, "Good job, my fellow mutants." Lancelot led White Queen Emma and others from the edge of the base all the way to his own throne, and Sharingan sat down. Then a pair of red eyes of reincarnation stared down at the fellow mutants in front of them. Wongxiang Tianian. Lancelot raised his right hand lightly, and a soft gravitational force instantly covered White Queen Emma's body, pulling White Queen Emma into Lancelot's arms. Human world memory reading. Lancelot's reincarnation eyes were shining brightly. His right hand lightly touched White Queen Emma's forehead, but in an instant, Lancelot had seen the 3 years since he disappeared, the development of the main universe. In 1970, Howard's son, Tony Stark, was born. That same year, the future superheroes returned to their base in New Jersey to hunt for Pym particles and Tesseract. However, because Lancelot had already controlled Dr. Pym and sent Dr. Pym back to the House of Mutant Evolution, the future Captain America and the future Iron Man returned without success. Moreover, in the absence of Pym particles, the future Captain America and Iron Man can only be forced to stay in this era, relying on the information left by Dr. Pym to start developing Pym particles from scratch. Even with Tony Stark's extremely intelligent brain, it took them a year to research the Pym particles, and they were able to return to the future in 1971. In 1971, Lynn T. Barton, the future superhero Hawkeye, was born. In the same year, the House of Mutant Evolution developed a brain wave strengthening device suitable for Bradley. Bradley's thoughts enveloped the world and began to secretly monitor the entire world. In 1972, Dr. Annie Zola, the leader of Hydra, was suffering from cancer. He turned to Evolution Glory Biopharmaceutical Company for help and prayed for a bottle of anti-cancer serum. However, Dr. Zola, who was in vain, began a frenzied consciousness experiment, and will soon, when he died, he was able to upload his consciousness to the old computer. In 1973, the Strategic Science Corps formulated the Pegasus Project, and Howard, as a strategic science consultant, also participated in the Pegasus Project and discovered a special new element when studying Tesseract. Unfortunately, with the technology of the 1970s, Howard could not manufacture this new element. He could only hide it and gave it to the future Tony Stark as a gift. In 3 years, the world has not changed much. Although technology has developed, it is not obvious. Lancelot took his right hand from White Queen Emma's head, and all the changes in the world in the past 3 years were read by Lancelot. Take it out. The development of the Earth is too slow, and it has begun to restrict the development of our mutant evolutionary home. Lancelot frowned. In 3 years, the Earth's technology has started to surge all the way except the Wakanda kingdom, relying on vibranium, but human technology is into a bottleneck period. This situation will continue until the 1990s, when there will be another big explosion in technology, and various modern technologies will spring up like mushrooms after rain. Darwin, from now on, put all your adaptive evolution science research on hold and do your best to adapt to the extreme environment of space survival. Lancelot raised his head, looked at Darwin below, and ordered, "Yes, my king." Darwin knelt down on one knee and replied respectfully after receiving Lancelot's order. "Red Devil Azazu, go and find me a human corpse." Lancelot looked at the Red Devil Azazu again and said, "Yes, my king." A red mist gushed out of Azazu's body, and then his figure flickered for a while. When the red mist disappeared, he had already appeared in front of Lancelot with the corpse of a young white man. The eyes of reincarnation. Lancelot opened the eyes of reincarnation directly, raised his right hand, and immediately pierced the corpse of the white man in front of him one by one with black sticks. Swish. And as Lancelot's black stick penetrated, the corpse of the white man who had closed his eyes opened his eyes suddenly, and in his eyes, the eyes of reincarnation were rolling like ripples in the water. Lancelot manipulated the white corpse in front of him to stand up, and then endowed the six-path puppet with the power of heaven. "This is my king." White Queen Emma looked at the resurrected white body in amazement and couldn't help asking. "This is my heavenly Tao, I named it Pain." Lancelot simply said a word, then closed his eyes through the black stick on heavenly Tao Pain. Lancelot's consciousness was all transferred to heavenly Tao Pain. Kakaka. Slightly moving his body at this moment, this Tiandao Pain has been pierced with black sticks all over his body, which makes this six-way puppet extremely flexible, even times more flexible than a living person. "Asazo, send my way of heaven into extraterrestrial orbit. I want to build a space home for Mutant. The Red Devil Azazo, send my way of heaven to the extraterrestrial orbit, Siberia base home of mutant evolution." At this moment, the main body of Lancelot seems to have fallen into a deep sleep, and the handsome Tiandao Pain it created made a low and cold voice. "Heavenly Pain." All the mutants in front of Lancelot looked at the heavenly Tao Pain with a special black stick on his face and took a breath for a moment. Although their mutant evolutionary family has conquered aging and disease, they have not conquered death. Seeing at this moment that under the control of Lancelot, the lost corpse was resurrected, so it didn't surprise them. Even Haihuang Zio, who has survived World War II, can't help but sigh at the moment that Lancelot's power is really unpredictable. "My lord, what is the space home you're talking about?" Mystique Raven looked at the heavenly Tao Pain in front of him and then asked the question that all mutants care about. "The Earth is really too small for our mutants. It's too small for our mutants to toss about." Lancelot opened his mouth, his tone extremely proud. "We have grasped the key to evolution and embarked on a glorious evolutionary path. However, the human beings we live in are still ignorant and muddled. In ancient times, human beings called the existence of magical power gods and worshipped them fanatically. Now, for our mutant evolution family, we have been hundreds of years ahead of human evolution. Humans are still standing still." Lancelot gave an impassioned speech again. His voice was deep and powerful, deafening. "We mutants have surpassed human beings and opened the way to the race of gods. We mutants are destined to become gods that human beings look up to. Gods don't live with humans. We mutants should stand in the sky and live above humans." Lancelot's theory that gods don't live with humans made the surrounding mutants excited again. As Lancelot said, in ancient times human beings were ignorant and faced the existence of magical powers. They were in awe of gods. And the current situation is similar to the ancient times. Human beings are still ignorant, but the mutant family has already mastered the code of biological evolution, got rid of birth, old age, sickness, and death, and has begun to call the wind and rain. For human beings, this is the mighty power of gods. The mutant family is the new god of this era. God does not live with man. White Queen Emma and others shouted frantically in unison, and they looked at Lancelot with burning eyes. It is this man who has brought mutant evolution and glory now, and pointed out the next path for Mutant, god of mutants. In ancient times, the Asgard Protos lived at the top of the world tree. Now I will lead the mutants to build their own abode of gods. Lancelot controlled Tiandao Pain to a computer, and then found the Earth-Moon satellite in the picture. Lancelot randomly zoomed in on the Earth-Moon satellite map, and then clicked on the back of the moon. Living in space, looking down on the Earth. Lancelot set the tone for his own space program, and all the mutants looked excitedly at the satellite map of the Earth and moon in front of them. They were shocked by the grand space program shown by Lancelot. What a crazy and arrogant idea this is. It seems nonsense to build a homeland belonging to mutants into space, but with mutants' endless variant ability, it may not be a day that cannot be realized. And once realized, the mutant family will be completely human and become the god of mutants. Hold high the sky and look down on all beings. My king hail, mutant Yang Yao. The crowd couldn't help shouting enthusiastically. They were excited about Lancelot's space program and were about to metamorphosis. They were proud of the future of the god's mutant, Azatso. After explaining his space plan to his mutant comrades, Lancelot turned his attention to the Red Devil Asazo. Obey my king. The Red Devil Asazo performed an ancient courtesy to Lancelot, and then a billowing red mist emerged from his body. Boom. The red mist covered Lancelot's Tiandalpain, and then the Red Devil Asazo and Tiandalpain disappeared in the mutant evolution house in an instant. In the outer space of the Earth, in the vast dark universe, several satellites are revolving around the Earth alone. And in such a deep dark space, a mass of red mist squeezed out from the void, and then the red mist disappeared in a flash, leaving only a human figure. Is this the outer space of the Earth? It really is the deep space of the universe. At this moment, Tiandalpain's body is suspended in the outer space of the Earth. The vacuum environment has no effect on Tiandalpain, who has become a corpse. In this deep, dark, and vast cosmic vacuum without gravity, Lancelot's heavenly Dalpain also lost gravity and began to levitate horizontally. Repulsion. Feeling the changes in his body, Tiandalpain's reincarnation eyes burst out a huge repulsion, and the repulsion instantly covered Tiandalpain's whole body. Tiandalpain's body regained its center of gravity. As if standing on the Earth, the repulsive force formed a repulsive film which repelled all the surrounding cosmic rays. Asking for flowers. Heaven has the ability to manipulate gravitation and repulsion, and the rotation and revolution of planets in the universe rely on gravitation and repulsion. Boom. At this moment, the repulsive force in Tiandalpain's body exploded, and his body rushed towards the moon among the Earth-Moon satellites at a terrifying speed in the cosmic vacuum. At this moment, Tiandalpain's speed far exceeds the escape velocity of the third cosmic velocity, and driven by repulsion, Tiandalpain's speed is getting faster and faster. Just like that, Tiandalpain flew into the vast and boundless universe, and the huge Earth behind him was rapidly shrinking. After a day's flight, Tiandalpain had already reached the moon. Lancelot controlled Tiandalpain to adjust the repulsive force on his body, and then slowly landed on the moon's surface. It only took 1 day to reach the moon, which is far behind the speed of Captain Marvel. Standing on the surface of the moon, Tiandalpain shook his head slightly, very dissatisfied with his speed. After the birth of Captain Marvel, she was able to fly beyond the speed of light, and the distant universe became a cosmic time in front of the speed. However, Lancelot used the repulsion force of heaven to fly, and it took a full day of flight to reach the moon, which made Lancelot very dissatisfied. Definitely, this is because the distance between Lancelot's body and Tiandalpain is too far, and the power transmission of the reincarnation eye has been weakened a lot. Lancelot looked at the moon under his feet through the reincarnation eye of Tiandalpain, and then his body suspended again. Boom. Tiandalpain quickly flew above the moon, but within a moment, he had already reached the back of the moon where the sun cannot shine. Looking at the extremely dark backside of the moon, Lancelot frowned slightly. He was the first to give up the idea of using the backside of the moon as the base of his home of space evolution. There is no reason for it. The back of the moon is too dark. It seems that I can only make one by myself. Lancelot quickly lifted off, broke away from the back of the moon, stood in the dark cosmic vacuum and looked at the vast starry sky. Tiandalpain stretched out his right hand. Super Vientian Sky Yin. The small planet belt beyond Mars was suddenly shrouded by a terrifying gravitational force, and then countless meteorites began to converge towards the moon under the traction of gravity. Rumble. The deep space of the universe is silent, and with the release of Tiandalpain, the original silent universe is like a deep lake, and a stone is thrown into it. As far as the eye can see, in the distant universe, countless meteorites are galloping, dragging violently like the tail flame of a comet. These meteorites have different file sizes, but without exception they all carry a terrifying speed that is enough to destroy the moon, and as they get closer to the moon, their speed gets faster and faster. The distance from the small planet to the moon is extremely long, but under the super gravitational traction of Lancelot's Tiandalpain, these meteorites crossed the long distance and appeared above the moon in just a few hours. Boom, boom, boom. Above the moon, Tiandalpain, who was suspended in the universe, raised his right hand, and a terrifying repulsion erupted, and all the meteorites stopped above Tiandalpain's head in the deep space of the universe. The meteorites are densely packed, covering the sky and covering the sky. If someone with dense phobia is here, they will faint in a flash. Snapped. After stagnating these meteorites, Heavenly 133 Pain put his palms together and the gravitational force in his body frantically gathered in his palms. Super Earth Explosive Star. Tiandalpain opened his mouth and let out a silent roar. In the palm of his hand, an extremely dark sphere like a black hole was created by him. Then Tiandalpain opened his hand, and the pitch-black sphere began to float upwards. In the vast vacuum of the universe, the pitch-black ball rose constantly. When the pitch-black ball rose to the height of 1,000 meters from Tiandalpain, a dazzling white light burst out from above the pitch-black ball. Drink. On the earth at the base of Mutant's evolution home, Lancelot clasped his hands together, and the power of the violent reincarnation eye poured out like a tsunami, and then poured into the body of Tiandalpain through the black stick. Rumble. In the deep space of the universe, Heavenly Dalpain has a hideous face at this moment, and the berserk power of Heavenly Dal poured into the Earth explosion star crazily. Even in order to build a super-large mutant base, Lancelot began to burn the energy in his body crazily. The Eye of Sharja open. Boom. Lancelot directly let go of the energy stored in his eyes, and the berserk energy shot straight into the sky. The terrifying power turned into Nakechita's beam of light rising from Lancelot's body. Then Lancelot manipulated the eyes of reincarnation to infuse all these energies into the body of Tiandalpain, and the power of Tiandalpain began to increase rapidly. Drink. The muscles on Tiandalpain's face twisted, and the power in his body instantly transformed into the power of heaven, which was then crazily poured into the Earth explosion star. Click, click, click. With the infusion of the power of heaven, the Earthburst star instantly became like a black hole, and all the meteorites near the Earthburst star, regardless of the file size, instantly fell apart and began to rush towards the black sphere above. Peng, peng, peng. All the meteorites began to float upwards under the terrible gravitational pull of the Earth explosive star, and countless meteorites began to shatter one after another, forming a spectacular and huge meteorite belt. There are layers of huge meteorite belts, and countless meteorite fragments are absorbed by the black sphere. In just a few minutes, the black ball that was originally only the size of the palm of the hand has turned into a huge amounts of rock ball. Bang, bang, bang. And as the meteorite fragments began to include black balls, the gravitational force of the Earthburst star increased instead of decreasing, and more meteorite fragments began to adsorbent together. The sphere above Tiandalpain's head is getting bigger and bigger, almost in the blink of an eye, it swells to a small city world. And that's just the beginning. Over time, the sphere is constantly growing, and its gravity has begun to penetrate the cosmic void and descend on the far side of the moon. The violent gravitational force began to devour the rocks on the back of the moon, and countless rocks began to break away from the back of the moon, floating towards the huge sphere above. The black ball inside the rock ball is like a black hole. Any meteorites that are close to the rock ball are all attracted by it, and then gradually pile up towards the center. 3 days later, 10 small planets with a diameter of more than 2,000 kilometers in the deep universe of 10,000 meters above the moon took shape under the control of Lancelot. It is as big as half the moon's file size, round and smooth, looks like a small planet, and the Earth-exploding star inside it is constantly releasing gravity, which makes this planet made by Lancelot have a worthy than Earth's gravity. Because it is formed by decomposing countless meteorites, there are a lot of metal ores inside the planet, and there are many rare metals in the universe that the Earth does not have. The only regret is that this planet does not have air, water resources, and plants. After all, it is an artificial planet, so Lancelot's requirements are not high. Both plants and water resources can be solved through Mutant's ability. Lancelot manipulated the heavenly pathpain, landed on this planet, and moved his hands and feet slightly. The gravity of the planet is almost the same as that of the Earth. Standing on the planet he built, Lancelot looked at the Earth. At this moment, the Earth still looks huge. When he was on the Earth, he didn't feel it. Now when he looked at the Earth from outside the Earth, Lancelot found that the rotation speed of the Earth changed. Very fast. Just like being in a train, passengers in the train feel that the train is running very slowly. But standing outside the train feels completely different than the passengers inside the train. Lancelot turned around and looked behind him. There was a sun which was bigger than the sun observed on the Earth, but it was also limited in size. The sunlight from the sun happened to be able to illuminate the entire planet in it, making the planet as bright as daytime. Leave a mark here. Tiendo Pain opened his right hand, and a black stick condensed out and was then stabbed into the planet under his feet by Lancelot. Now let's start building the space base. A smile appeared on the corner of Lancelot's mouth and he slowly opened his eyes. Spirituality. Peng, Lancelot's right hand pressed on the ground, and Pain, the god of heaven in the distant space, was summoned back instantly. Then Lancelot stepped down from his throne. Although it seems that it only took a few days to build a planet in space, 3 months have passed in the time of the Earth. Emma, how is Darwin's adaptation to space? Lancelot stepped out, covered in red mist, and instantly appeared in the evolution laboratory of the Evolution House. He found White Queen Emma with ease, and then stood in front of the observation window, looking at Darwin, who was lying in a vacuum chamber. My king, you are awake. After 3 months of adaptive evolution, Darwin has evolved a simple biofilm that can barely survive in a vacuum environment. White Queen Emma looked at the experiment in front of her and explained, "Can you barely survive in a vacuum?" Lancelot frowned slightly. He was a little helpless at Darwin's current progress, but he also knew that adapting to evolution did not happen overnight, and it took a long time to adapt to reach his own. Require. Lancelot looked into the experimental cabin from the observation window. At this moment, Darwin was lying relaxed in the vacuum cabin. His body was covered with a faint yellow biofilm, which looked like a complex. The rune pattern on the whole body is general, and it is shining with a faint light. This biofilm constantly absorbs some material particles in the vacuum and then decomposes them into the oxygen needed by the human body through this layer of biofilm. However, after only 3 lasted for 3 minutes, the yellowish biofilm on Darwin's body dimmed and then disappeared, and Darwin suffocated instantly in the vacuum chamber. Quickly open the vacuum chamber. Graham, a scientist in Darwin's adaptive evolution team, quickly issued an order, and then the vacuum chamber was opened. Darwin came out from the inside, and the previous suffocation was instantly eliminated under his adaptive evolution. He turned his head and took a look, and then walked in front of Lancelot. "My lord, I have let you down," Darwin said with a guilty face. "It's okay, Darwin. You've done a good job, don't worry, we have plenty of time." Lancelot patted Darwin's shoulder lightly and said in relief, "I will definitely work harder, my king," reassured Darwin, assured with firm and excited eyes. In March 1974, the Stark World Industrial Exposition was grandly opened in San Francisco. As the chairman of Evolution Glory Biological Company, Lancelot was invited to participate. During the Stark Industrial Expo, Howard Stark excitedly announced that his arc reactor had been built and was used to supply energy for the Stark Industrial Building. Countless journalists rushed to report on it, and the limelight was the same for a while. In April 1974, after a lapse of 1 month, Evolution Glory Biotechnology Company exhibited an obsolete biological strengthening serum developed by Mutant Evolution House. Although this biological strengthening serum can strengthen the human body to the limit of human beings, but at the same time, the character will become arrogant, irritable, and irritable. Although for the Mutant Evolution House, this is just an outdated biological serum, once it was released, it still attracted countless people to compete for it. The limelight belonging to Howard Stark only lasted for a month before it was taken away by Lancelot's Evolution Glory Company. And finally, the tube of serum was bought by General Ross of the U.S. military for $1 billion. In May 1974, 4-year-old Tony Stark made his first circuit board and won the name of Genius Stark. In June 1974, Pepper Potts, wife of the future Tony Stark, was born. In July 1974, Lancelot performed the Fourth Awakening, adding to his body the flickering space portal of the future mutant. So far, Lancelot already has pupil skills: Geass Eye of Reincarnation, Eyesight, Eye of the Future, Eye of Sharjah, as well as energy absorption and control of Black Emperor Zio, self-healing of Wolverine Logan, added through Eyesight Factor Captain America's 8-fold super soldier body, the Red Devil Azazar's teleportation, and the newly added mutant flickering space portal. It is also time to establish a space portal in the Mutant Evolution House. At this moment, Lancelot is standing in the center of New York City, on the top floor of the X building of Evolution Glory Biological Company, overlooking the entire New York City. On the opposite side of the X building is the Stark Industrial Building. Compared with a few years ago, the current Stark Industrial Building has become taller, and on the top floor of the Stark Industrial Building, there is a huge arc reactor emitting blue light. It is generating majestic energy. According to Howard Stark's calculation, the energy of this huge arc reactor can be used for hundreds of years at least. Arc reactor. There seems to be a scientist in the Soviet Union who also participated in the construction of the arc reactor, Anthony Vank. Lancelot looked at the arc reactor opposite and then opened his right hand. Behind Lancelot, a bright space portal opened slowly. At the same time, in the center of the mutant evolution house in the Siberia base, a blue space door opened, and all the mutants stopped their work. Lancelot turned around and stepped into the space gate. The distance of thousands of kilometers was fleeting. The space portal was even more convenient than the Red Devil Assazer's teleportation. "My king!" The figure of Lancelot stepped out from the space portal and appeared in front of all the mutants. "Let Dr. Leonard come over." Lancelot nodded to these mutants, and White Queen Emma immediately pressed her right hand on her temple, and her spiritual power covered the entire evolutionary home of mutants. "Dr. Leonard, come here." The voice of White Queen Emma appeared in the mind of Dr. Leonard, who was conducting scientific research. "Yes, Miss Emma." At this moment, Dr. Leonard has turned into an elegant middle-aged gentleman. The House of Mutant Evolution has already overcome the problem of aging, and used Sabretooth Victor and Wolverine Logan's self-healing factor has developed a serum that can delay aging and rejuvenate. Lancelot named this serum the Longevity Serum. Anyone injected with the Longevity Serum will have an extremely slow aging speed, and at least they can live for another 200 years. It is also because of this that the entire mutant evolution house, whether it is humans or mutants, has been injected with Longevity Serum, and the lifespan has exceeded the limit of human beings. Duplication. Dr. Leonard raised his right hand, reached out and tapped on his bracelet, and then Dr. Leonard's body seemed to vibrate, and Dr. Leonard was created from his body one by one. "Come out." This is a variant ability developed by Dr. Leonard based on a mutant ability capable of duplication. After transplanting this duplication variant gene, Dr. Leonard also has the ability to produce duplication. He himself is a scientific team. Turn on the teleportation module. Dr. Leonard ordered his duplications, and his duplications were immediately distributed in the laboratory and then turned on the variant sleep shifting on the console. Evil. Peng. A special machine released a cloud of red mist which enveloped Dr. Leonard, and Dr. Leonard disappeared in the laboratory immediately. Almost instantly, a cloud of red mist appeared in front of Lancelot, and then Dr. Leonard walked out of the red mist. "My king, hail." Dr. Leonard saluted Lancelot respectfully and then quietly waited for Lancelot's order. "Prepare an airtight laboratory for me. The requirement is to be able to defend against space radiation." Lancelot directly issued an order to Dr. Leonard. At the same time, Lancelot's right hand opened, and azure portals appeared one after another in the entire mutant evolution home base. These portals are connected from the living area to the core experimental area, and each door extends in all directions, almost connecting the entire mutant evolution house. Swish. In the living area, some young mutants are looking at the huge portal in the square of the living area curiously at this moment. A mutant's neck stretches out like a snake, and its head is inserted into the portal. As the mutant put his head into the portal, anywhere in the base, all the portals, the mutant's head appeared up and down, left and right, looking quite cool. "Cool, I saw the entire mutant evolution house." The mutant opened his mouth and cheered excitedly. After he stuck his head into the portal, he almost saw the entire mutant evolution house. It was a magnificent space like a Rubik's Cube. The parallax made the mutant dizzy. Peng. Suddenly, the portal moved horizontally for a distance of 1 meter, engulfing the mutant instantly. 670 in front of Lancelot, a portal opens and the young mutant falls through the portal. "Vicky, how do you feel?" Lancelot glanced at the mutant Vicky, who fell to the ground, limp as mud, and said with a light smile, "My king, hail." After hearing Lancelot's voice, Vicky's originally limp body straightened instantly, and his whole body twisted like a snake to stand up. He looked at Lancelot frantically and shouted frantically, "My lord, I feel great. Through the portal, I feel like I can appear anywhere in the evolution house." Vicky couldn't be more excited. He just experienced the portal that appeared in the evolution house, as if space all folded together by this portal. The magnificent space dazzled the young mutant. "Very good. From now on, the House of Mutant Evolution has entered the era of space jump." Lancelot glanced at the portals opened by the entire base with satisfaction. These portals were linked by Lancelot and the space of the House of Mutant Evolution. It's as if these portals are supposed to be there in the first place, and there is no need for Lancelot to manipulate them at all. Anyone can go to the landsmith they want to reach through the portal. In August 1974, the evolutionary house of Mutant entered the era of space jump, and the space distance will no longer be able to limit Mutant. My lord, the space-level protection laboratory is ready. In the Mutant Evolution House, Dr. Leonard passed through a magnificent space portal and appeared in front of Lancelot. At this moment, Lancelot is sitting on a throne made of special biological shape-shifting metal, and the throne is quietly suspended in midair under Lancelot's repulsion from heaven. And beside the throne there stood a young and beautiful girl. The girl's nose was stamped with black nails. The most noticeable thing was the girl's eyes, which were a pair of mysterious reincarnation eyes. This is the hell that Lancelot just created. The hell path of the reincarnation eye can communicate with the underworld, absorb and store souls, and summon Hell Yama. Not only that, Lancelot can also be reincarnated through hell, and can summon the soul of a decedent from the underworld and resurrect it. Definitely, this is just the most ideal state. In this Marvel world, whether it is the underworld where death god Hela is located, or the death of one of the 5 creation gods, or the hell devil Mophaethor who bewitches the soul to fall, it is all about the soul. Expert. Lancelot didn't want to provoke these bosses, either he was just going to give it a try, imprinting the mark of the Hell Realm on the people in his mutant evolution house. If someone dies, the soul will be absorbed by the Hell Realm, and then go through the reincarnation of the Hell Realm born to resurrect. If it can be done, then the House of Mutant Evolution will metamorphosis into a mutant god who truly transcends life and death. Definitely, this does not happen overnight, and Lancelot also needs to carefully verify that the ability of Hell is to steal the authority of death and control death, which is originally the power of gods. Peng. The Hell Road next to Lancelot turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared immediately after Dr. Leonard arrived. Then Lancelot looked up at Dr. Leonard. In just 3 days, Dr. Leonard led his own duplication and built a closed base for Lancelot 100 meters underground in the House of Evolution that could perfectly defend against space radiation. Let's go, it's time to build a space portal. Lancelot was still sitting on his throne, raised his right hand, and a magnificent portal appeared in front of him, and on the other side of the portal was Dr. Leonard the built laboratory. Lancelot led Dr. Leonard into the portal and came to this huge pure white laboratory. The entire laboratory is extremely empty. Only in the center of the laboratory, there is an ellipsoidal protection area. This protection area is an isolation layer created by using biotechnology. This isolation layer can perfectly defend and absorb various microscopic particles in space. Can radiate. Outside the protection area is a fully functional disinfection area. In the center of the disinfection area are 3 sets of biological armor similar to Sentry. These sets of biological armor are specially manufactured according to Lancelot's requirements. Good job, Dr. Leonard. After entering this space-level laboratory, Lancelot nodded in satisfaction and then opened his right hand. Wongxiang Tianian. A gravitational force enveloped a set of Sentry armor in the disinfection area, and the Sentry armor suddenly floated up and quickly appeared in Lancelot's hands. Lancelot lightly pressed his hand on the center of Sentry's armor, and there was a slight vibration. The Sentry armor immediately disintegrated into pieces of biological scales and then fit perfectly on Lancelot's body. At this moment, Lancelot seemed to be transformed into Iron Man. The Sentry armor fit perfectly on Lancelot's clothes. The entire Sentry armor seemed to be weightless, and it did not affect Lancelot's actions at all. Lancelot raised his right hand slightly. At this moment, the countless tiny biological scales on the right hand quickly fit together, like Mystique Raven's skin, undulating like flowing water. My lord, this Sentry armor is implanted with Ms. Raven's shapeshifting ability and Mr. Darwin's adaptive evolution, and Ms. White Queen Emma's telepathy can perfectly achieve shapeshifting at will. And these biological scales have the characteristic of enhancing the ability of the X gene. At the same time, the internal core module is also implanted with Haihuang Xiao's energy absorption, and Mr. Gambit Ramai's potential energy and kinetic energy conversion. Dr. Leonard proudly introduced to Lancelot the biological armor named Sentry Eye on his body. Very good. When Lancelot thought about it, this Sentry Eye armor suddenly turned into a beautiful space suit under the fluctuation like flowing water. When Lancelot waved his hand, a magnificent portal appeared, and Lancelot stepped into it, entering the core space protection area of the laboratory. There is nothing in the entire protection area except those special biological isolation layers. After Lancelot entered, the pure white space suddenly turned into a magnificent space scene. Open it, the space portal. Lancelot stood in the center of the protection zone, opened his right hand, and Diogwi's space portal began to emerge from scratch. Kakaka. In front of Lancelot, space fluctuations like mirrors appeared. These mirrors are like a kaleidoscope, with countless magnificent spaces undulating constantly. And Lancelot closed his eyes and began to sense the small planet formed by the Earthburst star above the distant moon and the black stick above the small planet. Found it? A minute later, Lancelot finally sensed his own black stick. The reason why it took so long is because Lancelot didn't use the power of the reincarnation eye at all, but simply used the variant ability of the space portal to sense his own black stick. Great. Space portal open. Lancelot pushed forward with his right hand, and in front of the magnificent space portal, the kaleidoscope-like space mirrors shattered one after another. At the same time, Lancelot's space portal instantly connected to the small planet in the universe's starry sky. The portal in front of him swelled to a file size of 3 meters, and on the opposite side of the portal was the surface of an endless small planet. Boom. And as Lancelot opened the portal, energy rays, micro-energy radiation, etc. belonging to the deep space of the universe swarmed in through the portal in an instant. The air in the protection zone was evacuated instantly, and countless colorful microenergy particle radiation began to flood the entire protection zone army. Lancelot, who is in it, seems to be in the deep Manos dark space of the universe. The sentry-eye armor on his body perfectly isolates these energy radiations. Lancelot took a step forward and appeared on the small planet he built. This is the first time he descended into the starry sky of the universe through his body. Slightly feel the ground under his feet. It is not much different from standing on the Earth. The only difference is the various radiations in space. After feeling it for a while, Lancelot returned to the Earth through the portal again. Standing in the disinfection area, a bioenergy ray swept across the ceiling, and within 5 minutes it had already killed the sentry armor. Various space particle viruses. Notify Darwin and Magneto. Let them follow me into space and prepare for the construction of a space home. In October 1974, Darwin, the evolution master of the mutant evolution house, after more than a year of adaptive evolution, finally got the ability to survive in a vacuum biofilm. This is a light yellow special cell membrane similar to a magic inscription, which can decompose fine particle synthesis oxygen in a vacuum environment. After Darwin evolved the biofilm, the scientists of the House of Evolution immediately extracted the biofilm produced by this adaptive evolution. After repeated calculations by scientists, this biological substance named by Darwin as the space membrane can provide the human body with 3 hours of oxygen storage. In the current era, being able to survive in space for 3 hours is already an epoch-making evolution. So after the evolution of the space membrane, Darwin was immediately ecstatic. He walked out of the vacuum chamber directly, then changed into a scientific white coat, tidied up his attire slightly, and only came to the center of his laboratory. There is a magnificent portal emitting a bright light. Darwin stepped into the portal and immediately appeared in Lancelot's room. My lord, I succeeded. I successfully evolved the characteristic of staying in space for 3 hours. Darwin walked out of the portal and came directly to Lancelot with an excited face and said excitedly, "Has it finally succeeded?" Lancelot sat on the huge biological throne looking down at Darwin. Lancelot has been waiting to hear from Darwin ever since he built the space gate. 60 at this moment, the wait has finally come. Let's go, Darwin. It's time to go to space for adaptive evolution. Lancelot stood up from the throne, led Darwin through the space gate and appeared in the space laboratory, put on the sentry armor for Darwin. After entering the disinfection area, Lancelot glanced at Dr. Leonard who had been waiting beside him and ordered, "Yes, my king, doctor." Leonard nodded and then tapped a mechanical arm on his bracelet with his right hand and immediately placed the sentry armor in front of Darwin. Under Dr. Leonard's control, the sentry-eye armor dispersed into countless biological scales, and these biological scales quickly covered Darwin's body. Heavenly Way pain. Lancelot glanced at Darwin who was wearing the sentry-eye armor, then pressed his right hand on the ground and directly channeled his own heavenly way pain. Darwin, come with me. Lancelot transferred his consciousness to the heavenly Dao Pen and then led Darwin, who was wearing sentry-eye armor, into the space protection zone. Swish. As soon as he entered the space protection area, the sentry-eye armor on Darwin's body was automatically made into an exquisite and thick spacesuit. This spacesuit will allow you to withstand a small amount of space radiation. In the next adaptive evolution, you need to evolve the ability to resist space radiation. Tiandalpain took Darwin through the space gate and then descended to the small planet. Is this the space base established by my king? It's like a planet. Darwin couldn't help but marvel when he arrived at the small planet. He looked around and saw that he was standing on a vast plain with huge amounts of rumble. When Darwin was looking at the small planet in front of him, the whole planet suddenly shook, and Darwin looked in the direction of the walking in doubt. Magneto. Darwin's pupils contracted slightly, and he saw a familiar figure, his mutant comrade Magneto. At this moment, Magneto was wearing the Sentry Eye armor, suspended in midair with his hands open, and the countless metal materials in front of him were like building blocks, piled together constantly. In just a moment, a beautiful laboratory has begun to take shape. Warning, warning, low oxygen, low oxygen. Magneto's spacesuit suddenly sounded an alarm and Magneto felt his brain start to dizzy. Is it up to 1 minute? Magneto glanced at the unfinished laboratory in front of him with some regret, and then quickly flew towards the space gate in the center of the planet. My king. Before flying to the space gate, Magneto also saw Lancelot's Heaven Payne and Darwin in a spacesuit. Magneto quickly landed from midair and saluted respectfully. At this moment, Magneto's face was already showing a little pain. Go and rest, Eric. Lancelot nodded at Magneto, who had been traveling between Earth and space these days in a spacesuit. Magneto's metal manipulation is the most perfect master builder, and because of this, Lancelot sent him to space to construct a space base. However, the only regret is that even wearing a spacesuit, Magneto can only last a minute in space before he has to return to the Earth due to lack of oxygen. Magneto, at the moment, went back and forth a dozen times. Yes, my king. Magneto nodded, then entered the space gate and returned to the mutant evolution house. Darwin, how do you feel now? Lancelot led Darwin to the large laboratory built by Magneto before. Looking at the scattered metal materials on the ground, Tiandao Payne opened his right hand. Countless metal materials floated into the air with the gravity of Tiandao Payne, and then under the control of Tiandao Payne, the metal materials piled up rapidly. It's even faster than Magneto's metal manipulation. In just a moment, Tiandao Payne built an ellipsoidal building which looks exquisite like a future building. Go Darwin, go adapt to the space environment. Lancelot manipulated the heavenly path Payne to turn his head to look at Darwin and then ordered, Yes, my king. Darwin nodded and then entered the ellipsoidal building. The whole building looked like a pure Bajan space. Darwin was in it, and the Sentry Eye-type armor on his body quickly detached from his body and was just exposed in the room. Kai kai kai. As Darwin took off the Sentry armor, his body cells began to adapt and evolve rapidly. At the same time, a light yellow space film appeared on the surface of his body. This space film can provide Darwin with oxygen for 3 hours. Darwin began to adapt to the extreme environment of space, and Lancelot smiled after seeing the changes in Darwin. I believe it won't take long for Darwin to adapt to a biological organ that can perfectly survive in space. Lancelot glanced at Darwin and then controlled the heavenly Dao Payne and began to continue the vigorous space hypothesis. Speaking of which, this planet has not been named yet. Lancelot began to think about the name of this planet while using gravity to pile up all the metal materials into a building. House of Space, Mutant Evolution. Lancelot shook his head, directly denying the name. Gods don't live with humans. This planet is called the Kingdom of Gods. Lancelot opened his right hand, and the rocks on the planet's surface began to undulate rapidly. The huge amounts of rock pillars rose rapidly one by one, and they reached a distance of 10,000 meters almost instantly, and a huge amount of the Kingdom of Gods appeared in the sky above the planet. The small planet was thoroughly named by Lancelot, Kingdom of God. It means that this is the Kingdom of Mutant Gods, the new home of mutants. In March 1975, 5-year-old Tony Stark researched and manufactured the first V8 engine, and the name of Genius Stark resounded throughout the world again. In May of the same year, Howard Stark began to improve the arc reactor technology in all aspects. However, limited by the current technology, Howard Stark fell into a technical bottleneck. In June of the same year, Howard Stark held this year's Stark Industry Expo with his 5-year-old son Tony Stark. Howard did not exhibit any valuable science and technology, but he still stole the limelight. In July of the same year, the Vietnam War, which lasted for 20 years, ended in the defeat of the United States. After purchasing the biological strengthening serum promoted by Evolution Glory Biological Company, General Thaddeus Ross performed outstandingly in the Vietnam War and was promoted to the top rank of general. Also, because of the excellent performance of the biological strengthening serum, General Ross became obsessed with replicating the effect of the biological strengthening serum and even set his sights on the super soldier project. In August 1975, under the order of Lancelot, the center of the mutant evolution house began to move towards space construction. At this moment, the core experimental area of the mutant evolution house. Lancelot is sitting on the throne, quietly watching this directed evolution transplantation experiment. Magneto, Bradley, Aquaman, Anna, and Dr. Leonard are lying in the directed experiment cabin at the moment, waiting for their own space membrane. The transplant is over. My lord, the directed evolution is ready to be completed. Next to Lancelot, Dr. Graham, who is in charge of the directed evolution this time, is manipulating the directed evolution device with excitement, inputting the space membrane lifted from Darwin's body tilde in the directed evolution instrument. Let's get started. Lancelot nodded and gave the order directly. Following Lancelot's order, Dr. Graham directly turned on the directional evolution instrument, and the 4 directional evolution chambers suddenly burst into golden light. As time went by, the light became more and more intense, and at the same time, the surface cells of the 4 of Magneto's bodies began to turn golden. A layer of mysterious pale golden biofilm began to cover the 4 people's bodies, like a pattern of magical inscriptions, making the 4 people as if they were plated with a layer of gold, sacred and inviolable. 3 hours later, the golden light of the directional evolution chamber dimmed, and then the evolution chamber opened, and the 4 of Magneto sat up from the evolution chamber. At this moment, the golden space film on the surfaces of the 4 members of Magneto is faintly visible, and countless complicated patterns flicker on and off. Under the space film, the 4 people seem to be emitting golden light. I feel great. It's as if I don't need to breathe at all. Magneto felt his body at this moment. Under this layer of golden space membrane, he felt that he didn't need to breathe at all. The space membrane would break down the air in the air. Oxygen infused oxygen into his blood. Congratulations, you have become the first batch of mutant gods. Lancelot looked at the 4 of them with golden light in satisfaction and said in a deep voice, "My king, hail." The 4 of Magneto immediately knelt on one knee and saluted Lancelot respectfully. Go, let's build our god's kingdom. Lancelot looked at Wushwang and then waved his hand to create a portal. Magneto, Bradley, Aquaman, Anna, and Dr. Leonard entered the portal in a file and appeared in the space dressing area of the space laboratory. The Sentry II armor is starting to dress. After Bradley entered the dressing area, he lightly tapped his bracelet with his right hand, and his mutant ability immediately controlled the entire space dressing area. Under the control of Bradley, 4 pieces of Sentry II armor that had been prepared a long time ago quickly covered the 4 of them, and then formed a light space suit. Although they transplanted the space membrane and obtained the ability to breathe in a vacuum environment, they did not have the function of resisting space radiation, so they still needed this lightweight space suit to absorb space radiation for themselves. Let's go to the kingdom of gods. Magneto moved his hands slightly, and then the spacesuit rose from the ground and flew directly into the space gate ahead. Whizzing. Whoosh, Waterman, Anna, Bradley, and Dr. Leonard followed closely behind. The 4 passed through the space gate and appeared on the planet of the Kingdom of Gods in an instant. Magneto was already familiar with the road at this moment. After he came to the Kingdom of Gods, he immediately began to release his metal control ability. In front of an ellipsoidal building, the soldiers of the Mutant House of Evolution have already sent various building materials to the planet through the space gate. Magneto only needs to release his ability to his heart's content. Rumble. With the explosion of Magneto's ability, countless building materials floated up, and then there were waves of silent roars on the planet. Space cannot transmit sound, but it can feel the shock caused by Magneto through vision. Countless building materials fell like raindrops, and then a high-rise building hundreds of meters high rose from the ground. After Magneto built the hundreds of meters high building, Bradley and Dr. Leonard walked in. Dr. Leonard's body twitched for a while, and then hundreds of Dr. Leonard walked out of his body. These people began to move the electronic equipment next to the building into the building one by one, and then put them away by category. Ask for flowers. Bradley used his ability to directly control the operation of these electronic devices. All the lighting equipment placed in the building were lit up, and the communication equipment was built rapidly. The originally cold and dark building suddenly became full of technology. The communication equipment has been set up, and the medical protective equipment has been set up. Bradley's voice began to resound everywhere in the building. Waterman Anna, come with me. Outside the building, Lancelot's heavenly Dao Pain appeared in front of Waterman Anna and then brought Anna to a plane. Shenluo Tianzheng. Tiandao Pain opened his right hand and a terrifying repulsion burst out. 10 deep pits several kilometers long like craters were created by Pain. Exert your ability, Anna. After doing all this, Pain turned his head to the waterman Anna and ordered. I obey, my king. The water figure Anna bowed respectfully, and then under the watchful eyes of heavenly Pain, her body instantly turned into a stream of water. Crash. The water man Anna opened her hands, and she created streams of water out of thin air. And then, under the control of the water man Anna, fell into the vehicle in the deep pit in front of her. As time passed, the bottom of the deep pit began to be filled with water, and the water man Anna was still constantly creating water flow. The water resource has been solved. It's a pity that the current Storm Aurora Monroe doesn't have Awakening's own mutant ability. Otherwise, thunderstorm clouds can appear in the kingdom of gods. Sky God Pain looked at the waterman with satisfaction. Anna then suspended her body and entered the newly built building. At this moment, thanks to the efforts of Dr. Leonard and Bradley, the building has become fully modernized, with all kinds of electronic equipment running smoothly and all kinds of modern facilities. The most eye-catching thing is that on the top floor of the building, a biological shape-shifting the throne of the gods made of materials. This throne of God is so huge, like the crown of a building, and the shape of the throne is constantly changing. This is Lancelot's throne of the gods. Lancelot controlled Pain to sit on the throne, and suddenly had a feeling of seeing all the mountains and small things. And right in front of the throne is the huge amounts of Azure Planet. This huge amounts of planet seems to be very close at hand. In August 1975, Magneto, Aquaman Anna, Bradley, and Dr. Leonard, after transplanting the space membrane after metamorphosis became a mutant Protoss, they began to confront God non-stop like hardworking bees. The country is being built. Since August, under the leadership of Lancelot's Pain, the four of Magneto have frequently traveled between the Earth and the Kingdom of Gods. The Kingdom of Gods is changing with each passing day. Under Magneto's tireless construction, buildings over 1,000 meters high have sprung up. The overall architectural style is designed according to Lancelot's requirements, futuristic sci-fi space style. All kinds of spears rise one after another, looking majestic and full of sense of technology. The biological shape-shifting material developed by the Mutant Evolution House has been applied to the construction of the Kingdom of God. These buildings will change into different architectural styles according to everyone's wishes. In addition to these buildings, under the duplication efforts of Dr. Leonard, the entire Kingdom of God has completed the construction of all bioblack technologies, including directed evolution towers, biomedical towers, teleportation towers, and so on. However, under Bradley's variant ability, these high-tech, 170 technology devices still run smoothly even without energy. Waterman Anna even used her own ability to create a huge amount of lake due to the Kingdom of Gods. The construction of the Kingdom of God is in full swing. In February 1976, after several months of building the Kingdom of God, Lancelot called all the mutants together on this day. I will settle in the Kingdom of God. Lancelot looked at White Queen Emma, Black Emperor Zio, Red Devil Azatso, and Mystique Raven, Sabertooth Victor, Riptide, and other mutants in front of him and issued such a declaration. I will wait for the mutants to follow my king to the death. All the mutants knelt down and said in unison, very good, starting today, let's carry out the migration plan to the Kingdom of God. I need you to gradually shift your focus to the Kingdom of God. Lancelot showed a satisfied smile and then strode towards the directed evolution device in the core experimental area. My lord, please allow me and Mystique Raven to serve you. Just as Lancelot was about to transplant the space membrane, White Queen Emma and Mystique Raven appeared in front of Lancelot pleading, definitely, my sweetheart. Lancelot agreed to White Queen Emma's plea, and Lancelot, White Queen Emma, and Mystique Raven lay down in the evolution cabin at the same time. An hour later, Lancelot came out of the evolution chamber emitting golden light all over his body. Behind Lancelot were White Queen Emma and Mystique Raven, who also exuded soft golden light. Space Gate. A space portal appeared in front of Lancelot. He took White Queen Emma and Mystique Raven through the space gate and appeared in the space laboratory, whizzing. After Lancelot appeared in the laboratory, scientific researchers had been waiting for the battle, and personally put on Sentry II armor for White Queen Emma and Mystique Raven. As for Lancelot, with energy absorption and storage ability, he is not afraid of microenergy radiation in space. It was just because Lancelot needed the Sentry armor to provide him with some oxygen, but now that he has the space membrane, Lancelot no longer needs the Sentry armor. My lord, we are ready. White Queen Emma and Mystique Raven, who were wearing light and exquisite spacesuits, walked to the left and right of Lancelot and gently grabbed Lancelot's hands. "Let's go to our new home." Lancelot nodded and then led the two directly into the space gate. When they reappeared, the three of Lancelot had already stood on the land of the Kingdom of Gods, and with the arrival of Lancelot, 10 biological half-moon flight vehicles of TV University docked in front of Lancelot. The four of Magneto jumped off the flight controller and stood respectfully in front of Lancelot. "My lord, your room is ready," Magneto said respectfully, and then Magneto led Lancelot to an exquisite floating palace. The palace is suspended above the Kingdom of Gods, and it is changing its architectural shape at will, from ancient pyramids to medieval palaces to future science fiction palaces, constantly changing. Even Lancelot, after seeing the palace at this moment, couldn't help but praise it. The palace in front of him was majestic and extremely cool. Led by Magneto, the three of Lancelot entered the palace. The whole palace looked magnificent from the inside, but they could clearly see everything in the starry sky outside. And in the very center of the palace is an exquisite huge throne. "Eric, how's Darwin's situation?" Lancelot just glanced at his palace, then turned to Magneto and asked. Compared to his own palace, Lancelot is more attuned to Darwin's evolutionary situation at the moment. Darwin has adapted to some ability to resist space radiation, but it is not obvious. Magneto said, "Well, let's go and see Darwin." Lancelot opened his right hand and the space portal suddenly appeared. On the opposite side of the space portal is an ellipsoidal pure white space. At this moment, within the pure white space of the ellipsoid, Darwin's whole body shone with pale golden light, and his space membrane became more mysterious, and he also possessed more graphic runes. Darwin is doing physical exercises board. In the pure white space filled with traces of space radiation, Darwin has rarely lived the life of an otaku. There are many experimental equipment around him, and these experimental equipment will record Darwin's evolution process. He hasn't stepped out of this room for a month, and Dr. Leonard's duplication will regularly deliver food and water. While Darwin was doing physical training, a portal with huge amounts of magnificence appeared in front of him, and then Lancelot walked out with White Queen Emma and Mystique Raven. "My king, you are here." After seeing Lancelot, Darwin appeared in front of Lancelot with a vigorous movement and said with a smile on his face, "In the environment full of space radiation, his body has automatically adapted to a strong physique. Darwin, do you need to take a break?" Lancelot glanced at Darwin. At this moment, Darwin's body exuded a golden light as if it was plated with gold. "No, my king, I feel great now. I can feel my body changing every moment. I have a hunch that in another month, I will completely evolve into a body that is truly suitable for me, a space membrane for living in space," Darwin said with high spirits and excitement. "However, my lord, I feel a little confused now." After being excited, a look of confusion appeared on Darwin's face. "Talk about it." Lancelot looked at Darwin with some doubts, not knowing what Darwin's confusion was. "I only feel that 1 month has passed here. Why did Magneto say that the current Earth time has reached 1976? Darwin expressed the doubts that had puzzled him for a long time, and he hoped to get answers from Lancelot. "The time in space is completely different from that on Earth." Lancelot smiled and patted Darwin on the shoulder lightly. "You've never seen the Earth from space, Darwin." Lancelot waved his right hand, and a portal appeared in front of him. And while Lancelot was talking, he brought Darwin, White Queen Emma, and Mystique Raven back to his own inside the palace. Under Darwin's puzzled eyes, Lancelot walked to his throne step by step and then sat on it. Boom. And as Lancelot sat on the throne, the entire palace instantly became transparent, and the situation in outer space was clearly presented in front of Lancelot and others. Visual network. Lancelot lightly clicked on the armrest of his throne, and the huge blue planet in the distance began to zoom in rapidly in an instant. In the end, it was as if it was close at hand. "Darwin, have you noticed any changes?" Lancelot looked up at the huge amounts of blue planet and then looked at Darwin. "Forgive me for being stupid, my king." Darwin still had 29 dew on his hair, looking at the blue earth in front of him without knowing why. It's the rotation speed. Seen from space, the rotation speed of the Earth has become faster. White Queen Emma's observation skills are extremely amazing. She just thought about it for a while and found the difference of the Earth in front of her. The rotation speed of the Earth at this moment is like a high-speed train. That's right, from space the Earth is moving faster. Different reference objects will lead to different concepts of time. In simple words, 1 day in the sky and 1 year on the Earth. Lancelot looked at the huge planet in the distance and explained simply, "Darwin, we in space have surpassed the concept of time, which is why I call all people in the kingdom of gods mutant gods. God lives in the sky and sits and watches the clouds roll and clouds under the feet of human beings. My family has conquered time. In 1976, Lancelot led White Queen Emma, Mystique Raven to settle in the kingdom of God, completely separated from the earth beyond the time of the earth. 3 days after Lancelot settled down, Dr. Leonard also calculated the time ratio between the kingdom of God and the earth. 1:30. It is 1 day in the kingdom of God and 1 month in the earth. Following Lancelot's migration plan to the kingdom of God, in the past few days, mutants have been transplanted with space membranes one after another and began to settle in the kingdom of God. With the increase of mutants who settled in the kingdom of gods, the kingdom of gods is developing rapidly every day. In just 7 days, 10 giant cities with a file size 10 times larger than the Siberian base were built by these mutants. In the 7 days of the kingdom of God, 120 days and 4 months have passed on Earth. During these 4 months, the Earth has not changed much. The only thing that has changed is that the Stark Industrial Group announced its entry into the weapons field this year. And Howard Stark fired a Stark employee named Anthony 15 Vank, who was subsequently accused by the United States of being a spy, and sent back to Siberia the Soviet Union exile. The stock price of Stark Industries Group soared rapidly, becoming the leader in the field of weapons, and Howard Stark became the richest billionaire in the world. In August 1976, Tony Stark, known as the Genius Stark, built his first sports car by hand, and its performance was 200% higher than that of the sports cars on the market. However, when everyone praised Tony Stark's name as a genius, Howard Stark was furious and grounded Tony Stark at home. For a time, the name of his strict father, Howard, was rushed to be reported by the news media. Only Tony Stark knew that when he was building his sports car, he came into contact with a radioactive substance, which almost killed him. It was his father, Howard Stark, who personally went to the Evolution Glory Biotechnology Company, begged for a long time to get the antidote serum, and injected Tony Stark to help him get rid of the threat of the radioactive element palladium. Since then, Howard Stark has strictly prohibited Tony Stark from touching all contraband. It is also from this year that Howard Stark has become a strict father who does not lie. In December 1976, Wilhelm Stryker, who had been promoted to lieutenant colonel, discovered a magical extraterrestrial object in Africa, and then started research. And Wolverine Logan, who has been wandering all over the world, also met Wilhelm Stryker by accident. And then Wilhelm Stryker tricked Wolverine Logan into becoming his subordinate on the grounds that he could help Wolverine Logan become stronger. In May 1977, 10-year-old Carol Danvers fell down while riding a bicycle. She was stubborn and got up alone. However, Carol Danvers's legs were broken due to too much effort, and her father, after sternly reprimanding Carol, he bought a quick cure potion from Evolution Glory Biological Company. In September 1977, the future Falcon Sam Wilson was born in Hamlet, New York City. And also in this month, more mutants from the Mutant Evolution House began to undergo space membrane transplantation, and then entered the Kingdom of God where Lancelot was. At this moment in the Kingdom of Gods, Lancelot is sitting in his own palace, watching the clouds roll and the clouds calm down on the earth. 2 years have passed on Earth, but to Lancelot only 1 month has passed. During this month, the population of the Kingdom of God has exceeded 300 people, and these people were assigned to the living area of the City of God by Lancelot. And with the arrival of these mutants, the entire Kingdom of Gods is finally not so deserted. At this moment, Lancelot is sitting on his throne, flipping through the information sent from the Earth's Mutant Evolution House. Seeing that Tony Stark almost died of palladium poisoning at the age of 6, Lancelot couldn't help but lament the fate of Tony and palladium poisoning. And when he saw that Tony Stark used a detoxification serum developed by Evolution House, his eyes became playful. Although Lancelot has settled in the Kingdom of God, his mutant evolutionary home is still subtly affecting all aspects of the Earth. Wolverine Logan's plot is about to start. Lancelot tapped the table with his right hand, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. According to the original plot, Wolverine Logan was born in 1979, but because of Lancelot's intervention, Wolverine Logan deeply felt that her ability was insufficient. Even though she had awakened into the giant wolf form, she was still beaten by Sabretooth Victor. So after the first battle of Mutant, Wolverine Logan chose to leave the House of Mutant Evolution and searched all over the world for ways to become stronger. Bradley, pay close attention to Wilhelm Stryker. I want to control all his movements. Lancelot tapped the table with his right hand, and a three-dimensional stereoscopic projection immediately unfolded. Follow me, my king. Inside the three-dimensional projection, there is Bradley on the Earth. At this moment, Bradley is monitoring all the networks in the world through the brain wave strengthening device. Adamantium, the hardest metal on Earth. Lancelot is full of interest in adamantium. If he can master the formula of adamantium, he will be able to mass-produce adamantium. White Queen Emma. Lancelot turned on the communication device again and connected to Queen Emma. A minute later, White Queen Emma strode by in sentry armor, leaning directly into Lancelot's arms. "Have you found Anthony Vank?" Lancelot gently kissed Emma and asked calmly. 510, my king, Anthony Vank has been found. White Queen Emma nodded and said in response, "Very good, take me to see Adoni Vank. I need his arc reactor technology." Lancelot stood up directly from the throne. Now the Kingdom of God has entered a development bottleneck period, and energy is an important reason restricting the development of the Kingdom of God. The entire City of Gods needs a huge energy supply to keep all kinds of electrical equipment in the City of Gods running smoothly. These days, the energy supply of the City of Gods has been relying on Black Emperor Zio's continuous energy absorbing and release of energy. However, such an operation is a temporary solution rather than a permanent cure. Lancelot needs the power of Hai Huang Zio even more. After all, the 1980s is about to enter. In this era, not only is there a crisis of the invasion of the god ego, but also the ancient first mutant god apocalypse is also revived in this era. In this special energy bottleneck period, Anthony Vank is particularly important. After all, Anthony Vank is the only scientist besides Howard Stark who has the drawings and technical parameters of the arc reactor. April 1978, Siberia. A Soviet man who looks like a tramp is walking aimlessly in the icy field of ice and snow. Pulling his few luggage and tents behind him, this man looks like he is only in his 50s, but he has white hair, ragged clothes, and is quite down and out. This man was surprisingly Anthony Vank. After being repatriated by the United States on charges of espionage, the Soviet government also exiled Anthony Vank to Siberia on the charge of espionage, leaving him to fend for himself. 2 years have passed since he was fired by Stark Industries in 1976 and was exiled here. During these 2 years, Anthony Vank almost froze to death in Suwannamasa several times. Only God knows how Anthony Vank survived these 2 years. At this moment, Anthony Vank hated Howard Stark, who fired him to death. He vowed that if he could survive, he must fundamentally defeat Howard Stark. In terms of the wisdom that Howard Stark is most proud of, completely crush Howard Stark. Damn Howard Stark, F***K squid, even if I can't beat you, I can beat your son. Anthony Vank was shivering from the cold, and what supported him to survive now was the resentment towards the Stark family. Peng. Just as Anthony Vank lowered his head and cursed everyone in the Stark family weakly, his head suddenly hit a body like an iron tower. Anthony Vank looked up suspiciously, and suddenly saw a man with blue skin and rock-like muscles standing in front of him. This man, who looked like an alien, was standing in the ice and snow at this moment. His upper body was naked, and his lower body was only wearing a pair of thin pants. What fuck? Anthony Vank looked at the blue-skinned man in front of him in astonishment. His eyes widened for a moment, and he felt as if he had encountered an alien. I found Anthony Vank, and the Jixiang warrior team is on standby. The cyan-skinned man ordered the 19 soldiers with cyan-skinned skin behind him. Yes, Captain. More than a dozen blue-skinned soldiers who were also like iron towers and covered in muscles gradually revealed their figures from the air. Such a strange scene made Anthony Vank speechless in surprise. Captain Jihan raised his right hand and then clicked on the ring on his right hand, and a ball of telepathy in the ring was instantly launched into the sky. Received the telepathy signal and started to prepare for recycling. In the Mutant Evolution House, a group of scientists are busy on a machine at the moment. Open the space portal. The space portal is open. A scientist clicked on the instrument in front of him, and then the instrument immediately started charging, and then 10 space portals suddenly appeared in front of Anthony Vank. What is this? My God, these people can't really be aliens. Anthony Vank looked at the magnificent space portal in front of him in horror, screamed for a while. Biological imprisonment ring. Captain Jihan lightly clicked on his bracelet with his left hand, and then a ball of red mist began to roll over the heart of Captain Jihan's right hand. With the disappearance of the red mist, a biological scale suddenly appeared in his hands. Kakaka. Captain Extreme Cold clicked on the biological scale, and the entire biological scale immediately began to replicate itself and then became densely packed. At the same time, the biological scale quickly covered Anthony Vank's hands, and the biological scale shapeshifted into a blue color. Handcuffs. I feel so warm. As Anthony Vank was handcuffed by blue handcuffs, he felt as if a thick layer of insulation had appeared on the surface of his body, and this layer of insulation was protecting Anthony Vank from the severe cold. The body that was shivering from the cold became warm as it was. Let's go, the mission is over. Captain Jahan turned and walked towards the magnificent space portal, and the body of Anthony Vank, who was handcuffed, also automatically floated in midair, as if being pulled by something, and floated into the space. Inside the space gate, Anthony Vank only felt a blur in front of his eyes, and then he came to a magical base. In this base, countless eyeball-shaped lenses were floating in the air wantonly, and each eyeball lens was beautiful. Huen. Countless images were played from the eye lens, as if the entire Earth was concentrated in this base. The magnificent space portal seems to be inlaid with the space of the entire base. Soldiers in scientific white coats and heavily armed soldiers come in and out of the space portal. Before Anthony Vank could show his shock, he saw a girl in a scientific white coat, with beautiful blonde hair, a pale golden light all over her body, and a girl with outstandingly proportioned facial features walking over. Before Anthony Vank could react, the beautiful scientist took out a special biological patch from his pocket and stuck it on Anthony Vank's temple, start to read the spiritual memory. The beautiful scientist tapped her bracelet lightly, and then the two biopatches burst into light. Anthony Vank seems to have seen all the memories from childhood to the present at this moment. Some memories he has long forgotten, but now he recalls them in detail. Start to search all the memory information of Arc Reactor. The search is completed, and the spiritual memory is being transmitted. The beautiful scientist opened her right hand, and a group of spiritual memory appeared in her palm, and then she put it into a special mind within the instrument. Dr. Graham, choose some of our people and start instilling spiritual memory. The beautiful scientist raised her right hand casually, and then a middle-aged man projected with a pale golden light appeared. Dr. Rinnegan, bring Anthony Vank to the kingdom of God. My king needs Anthony Vank. Oh, by the way, Dr. Rihanna, I feel like you are not suitable for long blonde hair. The projection of Dr. Graham walked in front of Anthony Vank and then said to the beautiful scientist, Mr. Anthony Vank, please come with me. The beautiful scientist Dr. Rinnegan glanced at Anthony Vank and then lightly clicked on the bracelet. The original long golden hair instantly turned into long crimson hair. This, have I come to the kingdom of God? At this moment, Anthony Vank looked at everything in front of him in a daze. He felt that he must have come to the kingdom of God. For everything in front of him, only a miracle can explain Qing. Various biotechnologies that have surpassed the Earth for hundreds of years can be seen everywhere. People here can change their skin color and appearance at will, even grow wings in their bodies, or become ancient creatures. The science of human evolution is simply ridiculed wantonly here, and even Anthony Vank has seen magical humans who breathe flames, manipulate gold, manipulate soil, and so on. Mr. Kirklough, please clean up our guests. It is a blasphemy to my king to go to see my king in such a dirty state. While Anthony Vank was still in shock, Dr. Rinnegan took him to a room marked clean room. In this room, a Soviet man with 4 arms is sitting here bored. As you wish, Dr. Rinnegan. This man named Kirklough is a glorious mutant. Although his mutant ability is only clean, he is still honorable, because he can clean all the dirt and bacteria. Clean. Kirklough opened his right hand, and a tiny aperture was released instantly, and then this tiny aperture enveloped Anthony Vank. Just 3 seconds later, Anthony Vank changed from unkempt to completely new. Mr. Anthony Vank, please lie down here. We need to make some changes to you. Anthony Vank was standing at a loss in an ultra-sci-fi biological laboratory at the moment of the House of Mutant Evolution. The entire laboratory is fluctuating like running water, and the countless biological shape-shifting metals make this laboratory change every moment. In the laboratory, there was nothing, but following Dr. Rinnegan's words, Anthony Vank was astonished to find that the ground began to rise like flowing water, and then the rising part became an exquisite biological platform. The perfect ergonomic platform. On the platform, countless biological scales are constantly changing their shapes. And when Anthony Vank was lying on the platform, these biological scales were fluctuating, perfectly fitting with Anthony Vank's body skin. Anthony Vank felt uncomfortable lying flat. His thoughts had just arisen. These biological scales, he pushed Anthony Vank to half sit up. Oh God. Have I really entered the kingdom of God? The technology here is hundreds of years beyond the Earth. What is the Stark Group? It's shit in front of the technology here. Anthony Vank marveled from the bottom of his heart road. He has been comparing the technology here with the technology of Stark Industry. But now he realizes, what is Stark Industry? The technology here is simply 10,000 blocks away from Stark 437 Industry. Swish. And just when Anthony Vank was shocked, in this biological strengthening laboratory, a mind projection fell from the sky. After landing in front of Dr. Rinnegan, the mind projection immediately turned into a blonde, blue-eyed, extremely perfect woman. White Queen Emma. Dr. Rinnegan wasn't surprised when she saw this mind projection. She just turned her head, saluted White Queen Emma respectfully, and then stood behind White Queen Emma, waiting for Emma's instructions. The mind projection developed by Dr. Leonard is really convenient. It is indeed Dr. Leonard who has transplanted duplication ability. White Queen Emma moved her body slightly. Mind projection is a technology recently developed by the Kingdom of Gods. It took Dr. Leonard's Kingdom of God a day. Currently, Dr. Leonard is leading his duplication to conquer the mind acceleration technology. Once it is completed, the technological power of the entire Kingdom of God will truly change with each passing day. Inject Anthony Vank with bio-strengthening serum and thinking-enhancing serum. White Queen Emma glanced at Anthony Vank and then ordered, "Yes, my dear White Queen, Dr." Rinnegan nodded respectfully and then began to inject these two biological serums into Anthony Vank. Biological arms were quickly assembled from Anthony Vank's biological platform. These biological arms are like human hands, but they are hundreds of times more flexible than human arms. Each arm started to inject biological strengthening serum and thinking enhancement serum into Anthony Vank in an orderly manner. In just 1 minute, the two serums had been completely injected into Anthony Vank's body. Kakaka. At this moment, Anthony only felt that his whole body was full of strength. His thin body seemed to be inflated at this moment, and the bones all over his body made crisp sounds like popping beans. At the same time, Anthony Vank only felt that his slow thinking was as if he was on a high-speed train, and the problems that he had been unable to understand before were all integrated at this moment. Even at this moment, Anthony Vank felt as if he possessed Howard Stark's extraordinary brain. Here, this is simply the heaven for my revenge. Anthony Vank was extremely fanatical at the moment. He had already regarded the House of Mutant Evolution as a kingdom of gods beyond human beings and began to worship crazily. Perform directed evolution for him, and I will bring him before my king. White Queen Emma glanced at Anthony Vank, who had become extremely fanatical, and said, under the order of White Queen Emma, Dr. Rinnegan brought Anthony Vank directly to the directed evolution device, and before Anthony Vank could react, he had already completed the transplantation of the space membrane. What is this? I feel great. Looking down at the light golden space membrane on his body, Anthony Vank was dumbfounded. However, neither White Queen Emma nor Dr. Rinnegan answered Anthony's question. White Queen Emma just snapped her fingers lightly, and pieces of biological scales, BFAB, quickly synthesized a set of Sentry II armor covering Anthony Vank's body. Open the teleportation module and send Anthony Vank into the space gate. White Queen Emma ordered and then turned into a ray of light and disappeared. After receiving the order from White Queen Emma, Dr. Rinnegan lightly clicked on her bracelet, and a mass of thick red mist rolled out from the bracelet immediately. Peng. Anthony Vank, who was shrouded in the red mist, only felt a blur in front of his eyes, and then he disappeared into the biological strengthening room. When it reappeared, Anthony Vank was already standing in front of the space gate of the space experiment area, and the biological sentry armor on his body automatically changed into a spacesuit. Then when Anthony Vank was in a daze, the space gate expanded slightly, swallowing Anthony Vank inside. Anthony Vank only felt that his body was slightly weightless, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw a city of unique miracles. The ultra-futuristic sci-fi space city dazzled Anthony Vank, with countless spears rising straight into the sky. Thousands of meters high-rise buildings can be seen everywhere. Countless sentinels are crisscrossing in this miracle city at this moment, and countless shape-shifting biotechnologies dazzle Anton Vank. Just when Anthony Vank was shocked by the space city in front of him, two clusters of red mist flashed out, followed by two burly 3-meter-long men wearing armor, holding energy guns and exuding pale golden light from the Kingdom of Gods. The soldier appeared in front of Anthony Vank. Anthony Vank, follow me to see my king. A warrior with a leopard head and a body covered with shiny animal hair looked down at Anthony Vank and made a deafening voice. Swish. After the leopard-headed warrior finished speaking, he raised his hand directly, and a group of biological shape-shifting metal emerged and then turned into a half-moon-shaped flight skateboard. The skateboard automatically floated under Anthony Vank's feet, and then Anthony Vank adsorbent went up. Boom. Under the leadership of the leopard-headed warrior, The flight skateboard flew towards the magnificent floating palace in the center of the space city at a speed that surpassed the speed of the high-speed train. And with the flight of the flight skateboard, Anthony Vank stared at the space city below in amazement. The entire space city has everything you need, and there are many pale golden humanoid creatures, which are transforming the city at this moment. Someone manipulated the soil to give birth to plants. Someone controls the steel and builds the mansion. Someone unleashes flames, calcining metal. Someone releases the water and builds the lake. There are also people flying in the sky, constantly carrying items back and forth. What is this place? Anthony Vank couldn't recover for a while. He looked at this magnificent space city in astonishment and felt that he had come to a world of aliens. This is the kingdom of gods, the territory of mutant gods, the deep space of the universe, the kingdom of gods. Lancelot was sitting high on the biological throne, staring at the pictures in front of him with incomparable eyes. This biological throne is a bioblack technology built by the scientists of the kingdom of God. Every biological scale of the biological throne is connected with a biological eye lens and sentinel. Sitting on the throne, Lancelot is well aware of the situation in the entire kingdom of God. My lord, Anthony Vank has been brought here. Beside Lancelot, Mystique Raven is transforming into an Asian girl with perfect facial features at the moment, and she is gently massaging Lancelot. At the same time, countless messages flashed through Mystique Raven's eyes, and a pair of eyes turned into crystal-like biological eyeballs. This kind of biological eyeballs can share the vision. At this moment, pictures flashed in front of Mystique Raven, and then they were frozen outside the palace. The one-flight skateboard bring him here. Lancelot nodded and then gave an order. The walls of the palace changed slightly, and then a sentinel appeared in the palace. Sentinel quickly flew out of the palace and then opened his chest, revealing a magnificent space door, which instantly swallowed Anthony Vanko on the flight skateboard. Where is this? Anthony Vank looked up at the huge throne in front of him in astonishment, and Lancelot, who was high above the throne and exuded unparalleled coercion, couldn't help shivering even in his strengthening body. Trembled. Geass. Looking condescendingly at the shivering Anthony Vank, Lancelot directly ordered Geass to Anthony Vank without any nonsense. The birds in Anthony Vank's eyes fluttered and sang, and the original fear and anxiety disappeared in an instant, leaving only respect and enthusiasm for Lancelot. My king, please command me. Anthony Vank knelt in front of Lancelot fanatically, looking at Lancelot as if looking at his own god. Build me the arc reactor, and you will get the glory and eternity of being a citizen of the kingdom of God. Lancelot issued an order directly to Anthony Vank. Obey my king, the kingdom of God is eternal. Anthony Vank shouted frantically and then left Lancelot's palace respectfully. The energy problem of the kingdom of God will be resolved with the construction of the arc reactor by Anthony Vank. Lancelot stood up from the throne. Although Anthony Vank was delayed on the earth for a few days, for Lancelot, who was in the kingdom of God, he just gave an order, and Anthony Vank had already appeared in front of him. Raven, how is the construction of the spiritual tower? Lancelot turned to ask Mystique Raven beside him. My lord, the spiritual tower is about to be built. Mystique Raven hugged Lancelot's right arm and said with a light smile, Is it almost finished? Dr. Leonard really didn't disappoint me. Lancelot smiled lightly, and with a wave of his hand, a portal appeared in front of him. Lancelot led Raven into the portal and came to the center of the space city. At the center of the space city, a tower tens of thousands of meters high stood. Above the steeple, vast and infinite spiritual fluctuations are exuding at this moment. The entire spire is like a diamond, exuding a bright light. Open the Tower of Mind. Mystique Raven walked to the steeple, clicked lightly with his right hand on the diamond-like biological scales, and quickly shapeshifted the completely closed steeple, opening a door. Lancelot took Mystique Raven into the completed tower. Inside the tower was a pure white space with incomparable arrogance. Thousands of Dr. Leonard are currently leading hundreds of scientists in the spiritual field, busy in this pure white space. My lord, you are here. After seeing Lancelot, Dr. Leonard, who was busy, stepped forward to salute respectfully, and then brought Lancelot to the center of the pure white space with a full face of excitement. In the center of this pure white space, there is a huge amounts of brain wave strengthening device-like device. On top of the brain wave strengthening device, there are densely packed with countless biological energy pipelines. Inside a huge amounts of groove, there is a psychic brain completely manufactured by biotechnology. Numerous biological shapeshifting metals make this mind and brain ingenious and natural, and the mind and brain exudes a radiant light like a diamond, dazzling like the sun. My lord, What you see is the latest spiritual brain developed by our kingdom of gods. This spiritual brain is based on the variant abilities of White Queen Emma and Professor X, and is manufactured by adding a variety of variant abilities. Dr. Leonard was extremely excited at this moment, and began to enthusiastically introduce the ability of the mind and brain in front of him. The brain of the mind is the brainchild of the scientists of the entire mutant evolution house. They have already started to design it on the Earth. Now that they have come to the kingdom of God, Dr. Leonard and other scientists have spent 10 days, and finally the construction is completed. Ask for flowers. Don't underestimate these 10 days. During these 10 days, these scientists have traveled back and forth between the Earth and the kingdom of gods, hundreds of times, using the time difference between the Earth and the kingdom of gods, spending a lot of time on the Earth for design and research. And then through the space gate went to the kingdom of gods for replica construction. Even so, it took 10 days for the kingdom of gods to be finally built. The entire mind brain gathers almost all the mind power that mutant can produce: mind reading, mind control, mind shielding, mind transmission, telepathy, and so on. The minaret that houses the mind and brain is a huge brain wave strengthening machine designed by scientists. Through the minaret, the power of the mind and brain can cover the entire kingdom of gods. 0. Very good, let's turn on the mental shielding now. Lancelot nodded in satisfaction. The construction of the spiritual tower gave the kingdom of God the power to shield all perceptions. Obey, my king. After receiving Lancelot's order, Dr. Leonard immediately began to operate his mind and brain with fiery eyes. No need for any auxiliary tools, Dr. Leonard just stood there, and the psychic power released by the psychic brain automatically sensed Dr. Leonard's thoughts. Afterwards, in the entire pure white space, diamond-like biological modules began to open automatically, undulating like the waves of the sea. Boom. A moment later, the spiritual brain suddenly released a bright and vast spiritual wave, and the pure white spiritual power spread to the entire tower. At the top of the spiritual tower, a group of diamonds like the sun flashed out, and then the violent diamond rays spread in all directions like a tsunami. In just 5 minutes, the entire kingdom of gods was electrified. And as the light of the diamond gradually dimmed and disappeared, the entire kingdom of God also disappeared from the deep and dark space. Mind shielding. The power of the mind can shield the kingdom of gods from all tangible and invisible detections. Even if it is the detection of alien technology, it is impossible to find the kingdom of gods. No one can observe the kingdom of God unless one has access to mind gem or psychic magic. The establishment of the spiritual tower makes the kingdom of gods completely invisible in space. In addition to mind shielding, the spiritual towers of the kingdom of gods also have many spiritual abilities, among which the most widely used by scientists in the kingdom of gods are mind memory transmission, mind projection, and telepathy. Through the spiritual tower, the kingdom of God has completely realized the real-time spiritual communication with the mutant evolution house on Earth, as well as the mutual transmission of memories between the Earth and the kingdom of God. The mind projector was built rapidly. Through the soul projector, people in the kingdom of God can project their souls to the evolutionary house of mutant on Earth, without the need to travel between the two places through the space gate. The spiritual memory transmission can transmit the research results of the Earth's mutant evolutionary home to the scientists of the kingdom of gods, so that these scientists are making progress almost every minute. All scientists have backed up their research results and scientific knowledge in the 653 in the mind and brain, which is convenient for all scientists to read and bring forth the new. With the support of the spiritual tower, the time difference between the Earth and the kingdom of gods has been fully utilized. Scientists from the Earth began to come to the kingdom of gods one after another, only going to the Earth for scientific experiments through spiritual projection. Home of Mutant Evolution, Siberia, May 1979. At this moment in the House of Mutant Evolution, only a group of sentinels are left patrolling non-stop, and in the huge base, countless spiritual projections are constantly busy. And in a laboratory, Anthony Vank was unkempt, and in front of him was an arrogant instrument. I succeeded. Looking at the machine in front of him emitting blue light, Anthony Vank was as happy as a child. He is the only scientist who has not gone to the kingdom of God. After Lancelot stamped his thoughts on the kingdom of God, Anthony Vank directly let go of his hatred and devoted himself to building an arc reactor for Lancelot. In order to complete the construction of the space arc reactor in the kingdom of God as soon as possible, Anthony Vank is working almost non-stop on the Earth. Eat energy serum when you are hungry, inject vitality potion when you are sleepy, and inject fast recovery serum when you are tired. Even Anthony Vank transplanted duplication ability for himself. Hundreds of duplications worked day and night, and finally developed the arc reactor suitable for space today. Quickly turn on the transmission of spiritual memory, extract all the construction memory of arc reactor, and upload it to the spiritual tower. Anthony Vank looked at the huge amounts of arc reactor in front of him, then raised his right hand, and a cloud of red mist emerged from his palm, and out within the red mist are 2 soul patches. Anthony Vank put the spiritual patches on both sides of his temples, and then started the transmission of spiritual memory, and the memories about arc reactor were transmitted to the spiritual brain of the kingdom of God. And Dr. Leonard and others who had already received the news gathered in the mind tower at this moment, and each of them had a mind patch on their heads. As the minds and brains flashed like diamonds, all the information of the space arc reactor appeared in the brains of all the scientists. Quick, let's build the space arc reactor. Dr. Leonard opened his eyes and then directed the scientists to move quickly. Dr. Pym, use your Pym particles to shrink these materials. Outside a pile of materials, a white man in a scientific white coat took out a red test tube with his right hand. This white man is obviously Dr. Hank Pym, who researched Pym particles. At this moment, Dr. Pym put the Pym particles in his hand into a flashlight-like device and then pressed the switch. Shrink. A ray of light shone down and the material in front of Dr. Pym suddenly shrank into a small model. Then Dr. Pym opened his hand. A cloud of red mist emerged from his right wrist, instantly wrapped up these shrunken materials, and sent them all to a huge amount of plane in the space city. On the plane, all the scientists were on standby, and after the materials appeared, they began to quickly assemble them. In just a moment, a small exquisite arc reactor has been created by this group of scientists. Dr. Pym, it's up to you. Dr. Leonard nodded to Dr. Hank Pym, and Dr. Pym took out his flashlight-like device again and turned on the switch. The small arc reactor in front of him instantly changed to a normal file size, and the 5-meter-high arc reactor exuded a blue energy light. Zoom in, Dr. Pym didn't stop his movements, and clicked on the instrument again, and the 5-meter-high arc reactor in front of him instantly began to zoom in rapidly. As time passed, a huge arc reactor hundreds of meters high lay across the plane of the space city, and huge and vast energy gushed out from the energy port, straight into the sky. After the huge arc reactor was built, a space gate appeared in front of Dr. Leonard and the others. The figure of Lancelot walked out of the space gate. At this moment, Lancelot looked at the huge arc reactor hundreds of meters high in front of him and gently patted Dr. Pym's shoulder with his right hand. In New Jersey in 1970, Lancelot had already taken control of Dr. Hank Pym through Geass. Since 1970, Dr. Hank Pym has built the Pym Particle Laboratory at the Mutant House of Evolution. In 9 years, Dr. Hank Pym finally completed the application of Pym particles and made a reduction and magnification instrument through the biological shapeshifting metal of the Mutant Evolution House. It is an instrument in Dr. Pym's hand that is similar to a flashlight file size. As long as the switch is turned on, Pym particles will spew out from the instrument, and then directly shrink or enlarge the object. Dr. Pym, how is the design of the Ant-Man battle suit going? Lancelot asked again after praising Hank Pym. My lord, I have already designed the basic model of the first-generation Ant-Man battle suit. Combined with the shape-shifting metal of the Evolution House, I will definitely be able to surpass the original research. Dr. Hank Pym looked at Lancelot enthusiastically and excitedly, said in response. Very good, I'm looking forward to your research results, Dr. Pym. Lancelot nodded in satisfaction. The Ant-Man battle suit is not important. For Lancelot, the important thing is the next research in the quantum field. Boom. And when Lancelot was praising Dr. Pym, a dazzling meteor suddenly galloped through the dark space of the universe and then flew towards the Earth without stopping. Have you come? The God Egg has finally come to the Earth. Lancelot looked up at the shining meteor passing through the kingdom of gods with a smile on his lips. In June 1979, the 2-0 living planet celestial god Ego sent his energy duplication to Earth. The molecular control ability is exactly what I need. Lancelot's eyes were bright. He was very interested in the molecular control ability of the god Ego. However, before I get in touch with the god Ego, I have to use the pupil skills I have accumulated in the lottery. Lancelot stared at the huge amounts of the blue earth in front of him and said with a light smile. After settling in the kingdom of gods, due to the time difference between the earth and the kingdom of gods, there have been some notable changes in the lottery system for pupil art. It only takes 20 days in the Kingdom of Gods to be able to conduct a lottery draw for God-level pupils, and an average of 5 days for a second-level pupils lottery. And now Lancelot is about to run his own pupil lottery. The Kingdom of God within the spiritual tower. The original pure white space is now reflecting the deep space of the universe outside, and Lancelot, White Queen Emma, and Mystique Raven are standing in it, watching the spiritual images recorded by the spiritual tower. In the mental image is the endless deep space of the universe, the dark universe is silent, and a bright meteor is speeding towards it, and then it flies across the sky of the Kingdom of Gods. Pause, enlarge the mental image. Lancelot said calmly, following Lancelot's voice. White Queen Emma waved her right hand lightly on the mental image in front of her. The bright meteor expanded rapidly, and then the meteor showed its true colors. Inside the meteor is a humanoid creature exuding golden light, without a face. Only a blur of golden light can be captured. Lancelot's ruby eyes were looking deeply at the humanoid creature in front of him. As early as the golden humanoid appeared, Lancelot had already realized the identity of this golden humanoid. God Ego. In 1979, the god Ego will arrive on the Earth and then plant the seeds of the god and fall in love with Meredith Quill. In the following year, the god Ego will travel between the stars and the Earth. Emma, continue to monitor the situation of the Earth through the spiritual tower. I need to grasp all the movements of the god Ego. Lancelot gave instructions to White Queen Emma and then directly opened a space portal and returned to his palace. Although the god Ego claims to be a god in Lancelot's view because the god Ego is more like a mutant. He just mastered an ability to manipulate molecules, neither magic nor the body of an eternal titan like Thanos. Even the living planet he stored was built by him by manipulating molecules over billions of years. And the molecular manipulation of the god Ego is exactly what Lancelot needs. Therefore, he is going to wait until the lottery draw is completed, then go to the Earth to kill the god Ego duplication and make him one of his 6 puppets. After returning to his palace, Lancelot sat on his throne of God, ready to draw for his god-level pupil technique. Over the years, Lancelot has amassed a lot of pupil lottery draws. Ding, respected host, you have 4 lucky draws for god-level pupils and 8 lucky draws for secondary pupils, whether to use them or not. The long-lost voice of the system appeared in Lancelot's mind. Lottery draw, Lancelot said succinctly. Now the secondary pupil surgery lottery draw begins. The lottery draw begins. The lottery draw is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining secondary pupil techniques as follows. Pupil technique Sharingan, pupil technique white eyes, pupil technique Geass to modify memory, pupil technique Geass to read the heart, pupil technique Geass to predict the future, pupil technique hidden eyes, pupil technique deceives itself. Pupil surgery eye entanglement. 2. With the completion of the lottery drawing of the system pupil technique, Lancelot only felt that there were 8 more abilities in his eyes. First of all, within a circle of Lancelot's pair of red samsara eyes, 3 red hook jades appeared. Sangoku Sharingan from Naruto has super dynamic vision and illusion ability and can copy any body technique. At the same time, Lancelot's red reincarnation eyes exuded a layer of white light, which looked like a layer of white halos in the depths of the pupils. It's really beautiful. Pupil Beiyin, also from Naruto, has a super long-distance vision, can see through, and has a 360-degree viewing angle without dead ends. In addition to Sharingan and Beiyin, what Lancelot got the most is Geass ability, which can modify memory, read the heart, and predict the future. In addition to Geass, it is the same origin as Muxing, and it comes from the Megumi ability of the interpreter of Mayan City. Mayan can eliminate one's own sense of existence, thereby becoming invisible. Eye deception, it can change the reality and its own appearance in the eyes of others. With eye deception, Lancelot can change the shape-shifting image at will in the eyes of others. Mutant, the ability to remember everything. With Mutant, Lancelot is equivalent to gaining the ability of never forgetting. These 8 pupil techniques are very practical for Lancelot. Whether it is sharing eyes, rolling eyes, or modifying memory, reading the inner Geass ability, for Lancelot, it is a very outstanding pupil ability. Conduct the lottery draw for the god-level pupil technique. After sorting out the secondary pupil techniques he had obtained, Lancelot continued to start the lottery draw for the god-level pupil technique. Ding, the lottery draw for the god-level pupil technique is in progress, and the lottery draw is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the god-level pupil technique as follows. Pupil technique God's prosthetic eye, pupil technique kaleidoscopic Sharingan Uchiha Abido, pupil technique Eye of the Scoop, pupil technique Geass soul infiltration. Boom. Lancelot only felt a slight tingle in his eyes, and then the 5 god-level pupil techniques appeared in Lancelot's eyes. Pupil Art Prosthetic Eye of God. From the front of the blood world, it can arbitrarily control the vision of others and share the visual network and can see through anyone's ability information. Pupil Jutsu Kaleidoscopic Sharingan from Naruto is a pair of ultimate eyes owned by Albedo Uchiha. The pupil jutsu of both eyes is Time-Space Ninjutsu Kamimui, which has a special dimensional space Kamui space. And there is a kind of power of God in the eyes Susanoo. Pupil Art Slider's Eye from Suicide City is the unique pupil art of Slippery Demon King. The eyes can release high-energy rays like flashlight lights, and the creatures touched will immediately turn into a puddle of bloody meat sauce. Pupil G Soul Infiltration from the rebellious Lelouch has the ability to take the soul out of the body, sneak into other people's body and revive it. Simply put, it is the rebirth of possessing others' body. 4 kinds of pupil skills, both auxiliary, lethal, and survival. Now even if Thanos snaps his fingers through the Infinity Gauntlet, Lancelot's existence cannot be erased. Even if his body is annihilated, his soul can still be reborn through Geass possessing others' body. Shenwei. Lancelot gave a low shout, and the 3 hook jades in the eyes of reincarnation instantly joined together, forming a huge amounts of windmill shape. The ability of the kaleidoscope Sharingan was released, and Lancelot's body began to twist and shapeshift, and then was pulled into a huge 730 different dimensional space. Looking at the empty space of another dimension, Lancelot had a smile on his face. This extra-dimensional space is the unique divine power space of Lancelot. This space has the file size of 3 football fields, which is enough for Lancelot to build. Unless it is a space gem, no one can open the Shenwei space. This is an absolutely ideal secret base. Lancelot plans to embed his Shenwei space into the Kingdom of Gods and build a small god space. Lancelot's right eye kaleidoscope Sharingan turns, and then the entire body blur disappears. In the Kingdom of Gods, Lancelot appeared in his own palace, sitting on his throne. Lancelot's eyes exuded enormous coercion. God's prosthetic eye. Lancelot directly activated his God's prosthetic eye, an invisible wave spread out instantly, and pairs of eyes constantly floated in front of Lancelot. Some eyes are human eyes, and some eyes are clearly aliens can have eyes. The prosthetic eye of God can control the vision of all creatures and can ignore the distance of space. On Earth in New York City, a man suddenly froze for a moment, and then a golden light appeared in his eyes. The man's vision was instantly dominated by the God's prosthetic eye. With the help of the God's prosthetic eye's ability, Lancelot saw the God ego descending on the Earth. In August 1979, a bright meteor pierced through the atmosphere, and the meteor fell to the outskirts of New York City. A white man who was camping in the wild was startled by a sudden meteor, and then he saw a sight that he will never forget. In front of the white man, a golden humanoid creature is emitting light all over its body, standing on the ground. What fuck? The white man screamed in horror, and the scream obviously attracted the attention of the luminescent creature. Is this a living planet? The luminous creature opened its right hand, and the white man flew towards the radiant creature completely uncontrollably. Then a group of golden light enveloped the white man, and the originally vague humanoid creature turned into the appearance of a human on Earth in an instant. A handsome young white guy. What's going on here? Who are you? The white man looked at the scene in front of him in horror, and he couldn't help questioning in fear. Me? I was born billions of years ago. My name is Ego. You can also call me a god. The god Ego, who has become a human on Earth, glanced at the white man with interest and then opened right hand. The white man suddenly screamed and turned into a ball of life energy, which was swallowed by the god egg. It tastes good. After swallowing this ball of life energy, the god of heaven Yaji showed a smile on his face, and then he looked down at the ground under his feet. Countless pictures began to appear in the eyes of the god Igo. From the birth of the Earth to the transformation of the planet over billions of years, everything in detail, the formation and evolution of the Earth were all presented in front of the god Igo. During the long life of the living planet, the god Ego obtained the ability to read the data of the planet from the molecular level. He could see the age and evolution process of any planet. And the Earth under his feet has only just been born for billions of years. For the god Ego, it is still a young and somewhat excessive planet. A young planet, but there are tens of billions of lives. The eyes of the god Igo became extremely greedy. For tens of billions of years, the god Igo wandered alone in the universe. He did not meet a living planet like him, and the long-term loneliness gave birth to a crazy plan by the god Ego. That is to scatter his own seeds in every corner of the universe. He wants to use his own seeds to give birth to his offspring, and then let his offspring absorb the energy of the planet where he lives and feed it back to Yaji himself. The god Ego called it the Planet Devouring Plan. In order to complete this plan, he will send out his duplication every once in a while, searching the universe for a planet suitable for the birth of the god's seed. Manipulating a large number of duplications has severely reduced the divine power of the god Igo. And because of this, after the duplications of the god Igo come to the planet of life, they will wantonly slaughter the life of this planet, devour the nutrients of the planet, and provide more energy for the god Igo. A lot of nutrient power. This planet of life will become a delicacy on the plate of my god Igo Tilda. The god Igo laughed greedily and rampantly, and then he raised his right hand, and the soil under his feet immediately fell apart. Molecular manipulation allows the god Ego to control almost all matter and create various energy entities as he pleases. And now, he is using his divine power to create the seeds of the gods. Boom. A ray of light burst out from the hand of the god Igo, and then a golden seed appeared in the hand of the god Igo. The god Ego threw the seed in his hand into the soil under his feet. The seed of the god took root and sprouted immediately, and countless roots crazily drilled towards the center of the earth. But in just 10 minutes, this celestial seed has penetrated into the center of the earth and began to absorb the power of the center of the earth. What a young planet this is. The energy that this planet can produce is enough to make my divine power go a step further. At this moment, the god of heaven Yigo exudes golden light all over his body, and the seeds of the god of heaven continue to provide him with energy. At this moment, his every cell is greedily absorbing energy, which makes his body more solid, almost no different from that of humans on Earth. At the same time, his ability to manipulate molecules has also become more handy and more subtle because of the abundance of energy. The god Igo will eventually become the king of the universe. The god Igo laughed arrogantly, and then the soil under his feet floated and gathered, and a flight skateboard quickly condensed out. Boom! God Ego stood on the flight skateboard and headed towards New York City quickly. It will take a long time for the seeds of God to grow, and during this time he still has a mission, that is to conceive your own child. Over the long years, the living planet god Igo has the idea of multiplying himself. This impulse to reproduce is the only thing that Kai god Igo can't control. However, during the long reproduction activities, Yaji found that he seemed to fall in love with this behavior, and he was also keen to create his own duplication, so as to reproduce with the lives of hundreds or thousands of planets at the same time. And now, the god Ego is going to the center of the city to find a suitable female life to carry out this act. Boom! The flight skateboard broke away from the gravity of the Earth and flew at a high speed. In just a few minutes, the god Ego had already appeared in the sky above New York City. At this moment, his eyes are emitting a golden divine light, and he is using his molecular control to read the information of the city. Human civilization, language, technology, etc. are all read by it. Backward technology, backward civilization. After learning that the civilization of this planet didn't even manufacture a magnetic levitation flight device, the god Ego couldn't help but mocked. The flight skateboard under the feet of the god Ego disappeared, and he landed in New York City. Then he opened his right hand, and a pickup truck in front of him stopped suddenly. Inside the pickup truck, 10 blonde-haired, blue-eyed Caucasian women were beating their own square plates in annoyance. Damn the pickup, it's turned off again. Meredith Quill cursed helplessly and then opened the car door a little irritatedly. As soon as he opened the door, Meredith saw a handsome white man with a smile on his face. Stand in front of yourself. Need help, ma'am? The god Igo had a smile on his face, and every female creature he saw would show such a smile. For the beauty and ugliness of female creatures, the god Ego doesn't care. What he really likes is the kind of reproductive behavior. As for who the breeding object is, he doesn't care. Wang Di Hao, oh god, I must have met my own Prince Charming. Meredith Quill looked at the god Ego with full admiration at this moment, and couldn't help but hugged him. In the eyes of Meredith Quill, the god egg in front of him is very in line with his criteria for choosing a mate, and even makes Meredith feel love at first sight. She didn't know why she felt this way, but she just felt that she had fallen. Meredith Quill fell madly in love with the god Egg the moment he saw him. Mr. Egg, may I invite you to my house? Meredith Quill boldly courted, but the god Egg still smiled and nodded gently. Definitely beautiful lady. 17 In September 1979, Celestial Egg and Meredith Quill bonded together, and Celestial Egg gradually became obsessed with Meredith Quill's body. In October 1979, the celestial seed planted by the celestial ego thrived. Its seedlings broke through the ground and began to absorb the surrounding nutrients crazily. The originally lush trees and land all dried up and died. November 1979, Kingdom of God. Lancelot was standing in the center of the space city in the Kingdom of Gods at this moment. In front of him was a 1,000-meter-high spire emitting colorful lights. At this moment, the spire of this minaret is emitting magnificent space light, and the colorful brilliance like a rainbow is shining in it. Space Teleportation Tower. Lancelot had a smile of admiration on his face. 3 days have passed since Anthony Vank created the space arc reactor in the Kingdom of God. During these 3 days, Lancelot, who solved the energy problem of the Kingdom of God, immediately ordered Beast Hank, a super genius scientist of Mutant, to build a Bifrost that belongs to the Kingdom of God. And Beast Hank did not disappoint Lancelot either. He led the scientists to build the space tower in front of Lancelot in only 3 days. When Lancelot was looking at the magnificent Space 893 tower in front of him, a colorful space bridge was released from the spire, and the space in front of Lancelot suddenly shattered like a mirror. "My lord, you are here." Beast Hank stepped out from the colorful space bridge and saluted Lancelot respectfully and excitedly. "My lord, I succeeded. I successfully used the abilities of all mutants with space jumping ability to create a space teleportation tower." At this moment, Beast Hank turned into a blue-haired gorilla in front of Lancelot excitedly. "My lord, the space teleportation tower is running smoothly and the current test is good." Mutant Beast Hank turned into a blue-haired gorilla at this moment, and a 3-dimensional projection is floating on his right hand ring. There are countless data information within the projection. "Hank, you really deserve to be a super genius in the mutant group." Lancelot looked at the blue-haired gorilla with glasses in front of him and praised him. Beast Hank is one of the few super scientists among the mutants, and his talents can even match Howard Stark. And now, with the support of spiritual abilities such as the acceleration of thinking of the spiritual tower and the transmission of spiritual memory, Beast Hank has leapt into existence beyond Howard Stark. "Let's go, Hank. Take me to see the space tower you built." Lancelot reached out and patted Beast Hank's shoulder as a sign of encouragement and then ordered, "Yes, my king." Beast Hank straightened his glasses, then tapped the bracelet with his right hand, and the space tower in front of him instantly opened a magnificent portal. After Beast Hank led Lancelot into the portal, he came to the interior of the space tower. Lancelot looked at the space tower in front of him with great interest. At this moment, Lancelot seems to be in an azure world. Countless azure space lights are constantly flashing, and under Lancelot's feet is a colorful space bridge. After stepping on the space bridge, Lancelot was automatically brought to the core area of the space tower without Lancelot moving the space bridge by himself. The entire core area seems to be a natural azure sphere, and being in it seems to integrate with the space without distinguishing each other. At this moment, the azure sphere is just suspended in the center of the space tower, like a spiritual ball, exuding a dazzling but extremely magnificent space brilliance fluctuation. "My lord, this is the core of the space tower. I call it the Space Spirit Ball." Beast Hank stood behind Lancelot and talked. Among the mutants, whether it is the Phantom John, the Red Devil Assazor, or the future mutant Flashing, all have the ability to jump in space, and many mutants born in recent days also have various spaces. Ability. And this Space Spirit Ball was built by Beast Hank by integrating all the mutants' space abilities, and using Lancelot's space portal and the absorbed Tesseract's space energy as the main body. The Space Spirit Ball can send a colorful space bridge through the space tower, open the space channel, and enter the space between planets. Space Spirit Ball, a very appropriate name. Looking at the blue Space Spirit Ball in front of him, Lancelot's eyes were full of excitement. From this moment on, the Kingdom of God finally has its own Bifrost. Moreover, compared to the Bifrost in Asgard, the space tower in God's kingdom is more convenient and efficient. The only difference may be the distance of space transmission. Asgard's Bifrost can teleport across the stars. The distance of 9 ghosts arrives in an instant. As for the space tower in the Kingdom of Gods, it is not yet possible to carry out ultra-long-distance galaxy teleportation. "My lord, according to calculations, this space tower can allow our people to reach the Earth in an instant, and the distance in space will no longer be able to stop the Kingdom of God." Beast Hank said excitedly with his eyes reflecting the brilliance of the Space Spirit Ball. "And I'm still optimizing the Space Spirit Ball. Once there is a new space-type mutant compatriot awakening, I can add this space system ability to the Space Spirit Ball." My king, the space spirit of our kingdom of gods, it will definitely surpass the Asgard Bifrost in myths and legends. At this moment, Beast Hank's eyes are full of confidence, and he firmly believes that as time goes by, the space spirit ball he developed can surpass the Asgard Bifrost in myths and legends. Very good, Hank. I will leave the matter of the space spirit ball to you. Lancelot nodded in satisfaction and looked at Beast Hank with a pair of red reincarnation writing eyes. Geass memory added. A fiery red bird flew out of Lancelot's eyes, and at the same time, a lot of memories about Asgard's domain appeared in front of Beast Hank's eyes. This is Lancelot's ability to modify memory using pupil Geass to add memories about Asgard and Bifrost to Beast Hank. So, if Asgard is real, Bifrost is also real. Beast Hank was in a trance for a second and then recovered again. At this moment, Lancelot had already added information about Asgard to his mind information. Yes, Hank, you created the Bifrost of our kingdom of gods. The mutant Protoss will be proud of you. Lancelot said solemnly, anyone who contributes to the kingdom of gods and the mutant Protoss will be remembered by the entire kingdom of gods. And Beast Hank, who created the space spirit ball, should be respected by everyone. In December 1979, on the outskirts of New York, the god seed planted by the god Ego continued to grow vigorously and had grown into a small tree. Everything within a few kilometers of Fang Yuan has become dead silent, and within a few farms close to the seeds of the gods, all kinds of livestock are dead. Several farmers looked at the livestock in front of them in horror at this moment. In just 1 minute, the livestock that had just died turned into a pile of skeletons. Oh God, the devil must have done this. I must have provoked the devil. Pastor, I'm going to church for the pastor. These farmers were all terrified by the scene in front of them. They took out the cross in their homes tremblingly and began to pray devoutly. Boom. While the farmer was praying, a beam of colorful light descended from the sky and instantly landed on the place where the seeds of the gods were. Angel is here. God, have you really manifested? The farmer saw the colorful beam of light descending from the sky and immediately kowtowed like garlic. He looked up devoutly and saw a man with white wings is flying out. My lord, I have already reached the earth. Within the colorful beam of light, mutant Warren Worthington III spread its wings and quickly landed in front of the unused seeds. Mutant Angel Warren, possessing angel-like clean white wings, was a child in the first battle of Mutant, but now he is an adult. At this moment, Angel Warren retracted the wings behind his back, raised his right hand, and a cloud of red mist quickly appeared. And then in the red mist, a piece of rhombus-shaped biological shapeshifting metal appeared. Bass. Angel Warren gently placed this rhomboid shape-shifting metal in front of the celestial seed, and then the rhombus-shaped metal automatically began to grow by itself. One by one, the rhombus-shaped biontals began to replicate themselves, and were superimposed on each other. In just 1 minute, they turned into a semicircular airtight enclosure with huge amounts of, sealing the celestial seed and the surrounding area several kilometers away. Stand up. Turn on the mind shield. Angel Warren lightly pressed his bracelet, and the bracelet suddenly burst into a ball of dazzling light. Within the entire semicircular airtight enclosure, a group of spiritual fluctuations swept out, and then the celestial seed, together with this area, was instantly shielded by spiritual power. What's going on? Why can't I sense my celestial seed? In New York City, Meredith Quill's home, the celestial egg who was in the midst of reproductive activities suddenly stopped, his eyes burning with anger. Who is it who moved my god's seed? The god of heaven, Yi was furious, and everything in the entire room was reduced to ashes in the anger of the god of heaven, Yi. Honey, what's the matter? Meredith Quill on the bed looked at the angry god egg in astonishment. It was the first time she saw the elegant Mr. Egg angry, sleeping. The god egg ignored Meredith Quill's inquiry and tapped Meredith Quill's head lightly with his right hand, directly closing Meredith Quill's head forcibly. Brain, let it fall into a deep sleep. No matter who it is, I will make you feel the wrath of the gods. A set of golden battle armor appeared on the body of the god Igo and then flew directly to the outskirts of New York City. Boom. The god Ego has the ability to fly faster than the speed of light, but the eyes of the god Ego showed a hint of confusion just after appearing in the sky above New York City. He couldn't find the location of the celestial seed at all, not only the celestial seed, but he couldn't even remember where he planted the celestial seed. What's going on here? Why can't I remember the location of the celestial seed? Celestial Ego was astonished. As a celestial god, he possessed a terrifying memory ability. However, at this moment, he was flipping through his memory, and he could clearly recall an insignificant event tens of billions of years ago, but he couldn't recall where he planted the god's seed. Find a high-energy reaction and start detection. Inside the enclosure, the bracelet in front of Angel Warren unfolded automatically, and countless biological scales perfectly covered Angel Warren's body, forming a cool biological sentry armor. At the same time, countless information began to emerge in front of Angel Warren's eyes, and the incapable and furious image of the god egg also appeared in front of Angel Warren's eyes. My lord, have you discovered the god of heaven, egg? Do you need to terminate the operation? Angel Warren frowned slightly, and then directly transmitted his voice to the kingdom of gods through telepathy at this moment. In the kingdom of God, Lancelot is sitting on his throne at this moment. The prosthetic eye of God is opened. In Lancelot's eyes, everything seen by Angel Warren on Earth is presented in detail. Looking at the impotent and furious god egg above New York City, Lancelot had a mocking smile on his face. Ignore him and continue to act. Lancelot directly issued an order to Angel Warren, and the Mind Tower released a wave of mind waves, which perfectly transmitted Lancelot's order to Angel Warren's mind. Of course, my king. Angel Warren stretched out the wings on his back, knelt down on one knee and saluted respectfully, and then the biological sentry armor on his body was quickly removed, turning back into a bracelet turn on the space transmission, and the space coordinates are being determined. Angel Warren tapped the bracelet lightly and said in a low voice, "Boom!" The kingdom of gods, the spire of the space tower, burst out with a burst of colorful light, and a bright colorful space bridge covered the Earth in an instant. Boom. Huge amounts of the colorful space bridge fell from the sky again, almost covering the semicircular enclosure almost immediately after Angel Warren pressed the bracelet. Watfak. And the god Ego, who was burning with anger and had nowhere to vent, also saw the colorful space bridge falling from the sky at this moment. It's Bifrost of Asgard. The original anger of Ego, the god of heaven, disappeared immediately after seeing the colorful space bridge, replaced by a face full of horror. Seeking flowers zero in the entire universe, only the Aesir of Asgard has a Bifrost that can easily span endless planets. Wherever Bifrost passed, the divine power of God King Odin descended. Great God King Odin, no offense intended. At this moment the god egg was already trembling, and he made an ancient god clan ritual in the direction of Bifrost, his eyes full of fear. Although he claims to be a god, but in front of God King Odin he can only be beaten violently. God King Odin represents the power of the level Godfather. Rumble. And just when the god Ego was terrified, the seven-color space bridge disappeared instantly, and the semicircular enclosure and the seeds of the gods inside the enclosure disappeared together with the bridge. In the kingdom of God, a magnificent colorful space bridge shines down, and then in the center of the space city, a semicircular enclosure appears, and then the enclosure quickly disappears, revealing Angel Warren inside and the future that exudes golden light. God's Seed. Wongxiang Tianian. In the sky above the space city, Lancelot's right hand opened, and the celestial seed suddenly rose from the ground and flew towards Lancelot and was caught in Lancelot's hand. Hungry Ghost Way. Lancelot directly activated the ability of Samsara I Hungry Ghost Way, and the life energy originally absorbed by the god seed was immediately absorbed. The celestial seed, which was originally like a small tree, suddenly changed back to the golden seed form again. God's prosthetic eye. Lancelot opened the god's prosthetic eye again, and all the information about the god's seed was presented in Lancelot's eyes. The celestial seed is an energy absorption converter made by the celestial ego, which can absorb the energy of the planet and convert the energy of the planet into life energy. Any life that absorbs this energy will usher in the evolution of life. Evolution of life. This is exactly what our mutant gods need. Lancelot smiled on his face. It has to be said that the god Ego is not particularly wasteful, and this god seed is exactly what mutant needs. Dr. Leonard reproduced the ability of the celestial seed. The three blood-colored hook jades in Lancelot's right eye instantly turned into a windmill shape, and the power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan was released, brought to Lancelot's Shenway space. At this moment, the space of Shenway is no longer as empty as it was before. A huge amount of palace is located in the center of the space of Shenway, and countless mutants and scientists come and go in and out of the palace. Yes, my king. Inside the palace, Doctor. Leonard nodded respectfully, then opened his right hand, a biological scale appeared, and the biological scale turned into a delicate hollow sphere, sealing the celestial seed into pressure. In December 1979, the sky god Ego saw the space bridge falling from the sky over New York City, and the sky god Ego, who regarded it as Asgard Bifrost, was trembling with fright. and within this month it directly turned into a meteor and escaped from the Earth. In March 1980, Hope Van Dyne, the Wasp, and Black Panther T'Challa were born one after another. In April 1980, Dr. Hank Pym came to Lancelot's palace with his wife Maria Trevia and his daughter Hope, who was just born 1 day old, and asked for the blessing of Lancelot, the king of the kingdom of gods and the god of mutants. Lancelot then personally turned on the X gene in Hope, transforming him into a mutant, and the mutant Hope who turned on the X gene gained flight and the ability to release electrical pulses. In May 1980, Darwin, the evolution master of the kingdom of gods, finally evolved a golden space membrane that can perfectly adapt to the space environment. This space membrane has the characteristics of hiding and appearing according to the environment. Afterwards, all the people in the kingdom of gods underwent directional evolution transplantation of the golden space membrane and perfectly obtained the ability to survive in space in 220. So far, all the people in the mutant evolution house have moved to the kingdom of God to settle down, and the tens of thousands of people have made the huge amounts of Space City prosperous and lively. The base established by Lancelot on the Earth has not been abandoned either. There are countless sentinels inside the base. These sentinels are responsible for guarding the base, and the scientists of the kingdom of God will project their minds onto the Earth from time to time. Using the Earth and the time difference in the kingdom of God is for scientific research. As the population of the Space City increased, Lancelot ordered that the kingdom of gods be fully armed. All the scientists took action and started the construction of the energy transmission tower. In June 1980, the god Ego, who had disappeared for 6 months, returned to the Earth again. After returning to his own living planet, the god Ego finally discovered the difference between the space bridge and Bifrost that he had encountered before. The god Ygg was furious and wanted to regain his face as a god. And the god Ego, who just returned to the Earth, was pleasantly surprised to find that Meredith Quill was pregnant before he had time to find the trace of the previous space bridge. Although the god Ego is very keen on reproduction, his godly physique makes it difficult for him to give birth to his own sons of the gods. Among his 8 million descendants, there is not a single son of the gods who belongs to him. Oh my Meredith, you are really amazing. At this moment the god Egg was hugging Meredith Quill excitedly. He had already conducted a comprehensive examination of Meredith Quill, and was pleasantly surprised to find that there was a trace of the power of the gods in the body of the child conceived by Meredith. The god Egg was really excited. This was the first son of a god he conceived. He could clearly feel that the child in Meredith's womb is frantically devouring the life energy of the mother. Egg, what do you think our child should be called? Meredith Keel also looked at the god Ego with an excited face. Being able to give birth to the crystallization of love for the god Ego made her feel that she was far away from this mysterious child. Mr. Egg came a step closer. Peter Quill. The god Ego said without thinking, all his descendants are called Peter, the difference is only the mother's surname behind. Peter Quill, my dear child. Meredith stroked her belly lovingly, then raised her head suddenly. I'm going to Evolution Glory Biological Company, and I want to provide the best medical protection for my children. Meredith's excited words made the god Ego stunned. He didn't know what the Evolution Glory Bio Company was. He came to Earth to plant the seeds of the gods, and to reproduce with Meredith, he has never cared about the situation of the Earth. Looking at Meredith, who was packing up excitedly, the god Ego gently pressed Meredith's temple with his right hand, and all the memories about the Evolution Glory Company had been extracted by the god Ego, a super biological group aimed at the evolution of life. The god of heaven Ygg frowned slightly, and for some reason he felt a trace of fear in his heart. Even the god Egg couldn't tell what he was afraid of. He decided to follow Meredith and go to Evolution Glory Company with her. Half an hour later, the god Ego got down from the old pickup truck, looked at the huge X skyscraper in front of him and frowned again. Ego, why did you stop? This is the best biological company in the world, with the best biological medical conditions in the world. And the most conscientious thing is that there is no cost for diagnosis and treatment here. Meredith C. turned his head and looked at the god Ego in doubt and praised the Evolution Glory Company endlessly. Let's go, let me see what kind of company this is. The god Egg shrugged and then followed Meredith into the building. The lobby on the first floor is spacious and bright and has a sense of future technology. In the pure white lobby, there are crowds of people, including patients and staff with evolutionary glory. Hello, I want to conduct a comprehensive test for my child. Meredith skillfully walked up to a girl in a white coat and said with a chuckle, Okay, ma'am, please lie down in front of this instrument. The girl in a scientific white coat smiled and took out a white bracelet and then tapped the sun on the bracelet. The wristband unfolded automatically and turned into a white medical cabin. Meredith did not have any accidents, and the citizens of New York City have become accustomed to such a situation. Meredith was lying in the medical cabin, and then the medical cabin closed automatically, and an X-shaped energy ray swept across Meredith's head and finally stopped at Meredith's abdomen. There is no X gene, but there is a high-energy reaction. The girl who was smiling at the beginning gradually became serious at the moment. She looked at the three-dimensional projection in front of her, and inside the projection was a fetus emitting a faint light. "Dr. Daniel, please come here." The girl pressed her right hand on her temple and said silently in her heart, and as the girl said silently, 10 young men who are a bit too much came over. And the moment he saw this man, the face of the god Igo, who was still waiting for the result with his arms folded, changed drastically. "Isn't it an entity? Is this a mind projection?" Sky god Ego looked at Dr. Daniel, who was walking towards him, and couldn't help being startled. In the eyes of the god Ego, Dr. Daniel in front of him is not a human being, but a special kind of spiritual projection. Even the Kree Empire cannot grasp the power of the mind. On this backward Earth, the god Ego actually saw a mature mind technology. Fact, this evolutionary glory company is definitely not an ordinary biological company. The face of the god Igo was gloomy after he saw Dr. Daniel in the state of mind projection. The first thing he thought of was several god seeds in the current hospital. Boom. The god Igo's eyes were burning with raging anger, his right hand opened and Dr. Daniel in front of him flew into the hands of the god Igo. Memory reading. The god Ego grabbed Dr. Daniel's head with his right hand, and the power of molecular manipulation began to penetrate into Dr. Daniel's brain. However, as soon as the god Ego infiltrated, he suddenly discovered that Dr. Daniel's eyes had become cold and ruthless aloft, and a round of fiery red birds occupied Dr. Daniel's eyes. Chirp. In Dr. Daniel's eyes, too. 5 birds flapped their wings and sang, and the power of the sky god Ego was instantly burned by the birds. Geass Guardian. This is Lancelot's gift to the people of the Kingdom of God. The power of Geass can protect their brains from damage. It's time to meet the god Ego. At this moment in the Kingdom of Gods, Lancelot stood up from his throne, and the god's prosthetic eyes let Lancelot know everything that happened on the earth. Lancelot is going to the earth to kill the god Ego directly. Boom. In New York City on Earth, a bright, colorful space bridge descended from the sky, ignoring the buildings, and appeared in front of the god Ego. Space bridge. After seeing the space bridge close at hand, the eyes of the god Ego became furious, and he once again remembered the experience of fleeing from the Earth in embarrassment when he was scared by this space bridge a few months ago. Boom. In June 1980, a magnificent, colorful space bridge descended from the sky and landed in the Hall of Evolution Glory Company in New York City. The entire White Hall was suddenly resplendent and dazzling, reflected by the space bridge. At the moment when the space bridge descended, all the patients in the hall stopped all their actions as if time was frozen. What feck? Sky God Egg looked at the surprise scene with a gloomy face and couldn't help cursing. In the long time of tens of billions of years of the god Ego, he has seen countless life races and witnessed many strange and beautiful things. But he dares to say that what he saw today is the most in his long time. Surprising thing. Those who are frozen are not blocked in time, but in thinking. Swish. And as these patients freeze, all the staff members of Evolution Glory Company who were here showed their true colors. All the staff members fluctuated like flowing water and then turned into sentinels one by one. These sentinels are all controlled by the personnel of the Kingdom of God through teleportation, and at this moment they show their true colors 15, all kneeling on one knee, facing the direction of the space bridge. My King Yang Yao, my King hail. All the sentinels made a frenzied mechanical sound, bowing their heads in unison. Blah blah. Inside the space bridge, Lancelot stepped out, a pair of red samsara sharing eyes shining with golden light. Behind Lancelot are mutant Protoss from the Kingdom of Gods, White Queen Emma, Mystique Raven, Magneto, Black Emperor Zio, Gambit, Ramai, Red Devil, Azatso, Sabertooth, Victor, Beast, Hank, Torrent, Quest. Are these weak human beings? The god of heaven, Ego, had a serious expression on his face. He could feel the powerful life energy from Lancelot and others. Especially Lancelot, the life energy on his body seemed to be like a vast ocean, which surprised the god Egg. Go, my mutant Protoss, charge for me. Lancelot walked out of the space bridge, waved his right hand, and a biological shapeshifting scale came out, and then turned into an exquisite and unparalleled throne. Lancelot sat proudly on the throne in such a posture, with his right hand lightly pointing to his chin. He ordered the mutant Protoss around him. "As you command, my king. Lead forward for my king." Black Emperor Zio, Magneto, and Sabretooth Victor immediately knelt on one knee and responded respectfully and enthusiastically. "As is you." Huang Zio moved his body slightly and then said something to the Red Devil Asazuo beside him. "Leave it to me." The Red Devil Azazu nodded, and then billowing red mist gushed out from the red body. Where the red mist passed, all the patients disappeared. The Red Devil Asazo sent all the humans who were in the way to other places. In the entire spacious hall, only the mutant Protoss and the god Ego remained. "God Ego, let me show you your abilities." Lancelot sat on the throne, looking down at the god Ego with indifferent eyes and said indifferently, "I am even the supreme god." Facing Lancelot's mutant Protoss, the god Ego was furious at this moment. From Lancelot's body, he felt the aura of the celestial seed. Obviously, the disappearance of the celestial seed had something to do with Lancelot. Bass. The god of heaven Yi opened his right hand, and the ability controlled by molecules was released instantly, and the ground under his feet quickly appeared one by one metal. "Go to hell, mortal." The sky god Ego roared, and then countless metal spikes flew towards Lancelot's mutant Protoss. Ridiculous attack. Facing the metal made by the god Ego, Magneto sneered and opened his right hand directly. All the metal spikes hovered in front of Magneto, and then all the metal spikes turned into liquid metal and began to mix shapeshifting. A metal sword blade was manufactured by Magneto. Magneto just waved his right hand lightly, and the metal blade instantly pierced into the body of the god Ego at a super fast speed. Boom. The metal blade nailed the god egg to the wall behind at this moment in Magneto. It is no longer the City Iron Hand who can only control metal in the first battle of Mutant. Using the teleportation of mind memory, Magneto became a doctor of electromagnetism and began to be handy with the mutant ability that controls the magnetic field. "Merry Falk, I am the god Ego." The eyes of the god Ego, who was nailed to the wall, burst out with a golden light, and the molecular control directly disintegrated the metal blade on his body, and the god Ego also floated to in the middle of the sky. The body of the god Yi also completely turned into an energy entity. Boom. Everything around began to shake, and the metal walls were transformed into rocks in an instant, with extremely sharp rock spikes overwhelming the sky, rushing towards Magneto densely. Magnetic force field. Facing the dense rock thorns, Magneto simply opened his right hand, and a magnetic field instantly turned into an invisible barrier, blocking all the rock thorns. "Give it to me, go die." Seeing that the magnetic field released by Magneto blocked all his attacks, the god egg was finally out of anger. He opened his hand directly, and Magneto's body suddenly flew towards the god Ego uncontrollably. Molecular control is a panacea ability. By manipulating molecules, the god Ego can freely create and destroy any object, and can also control gravity, etc., and can also decompose life from the molecular level. At this moment, the god Ego controls the gravity of this planet by manipulating the molecules, and eliminates the magnetic field created by Magneto from the molecular level. The god Ego waved his right hand, and Magneto's body suddenly hit the wall heavily. Even with a magnetic field to slow down the vibration, Magneto was still thrown in a mess. Energy emission. Just as the god Ego was concentrating on dealing with Magneto, Huang Zio raised his right hand slightly, and a huge mass of energy instantly turned into an energy beam and blasted on the body of the god Ego. Boom. The body of the god Ego was instantly blasted out of the X building by the energy beam of the Black Emperor Zio, and was directly blasted to the outskirts of New York City. "I'm going to kill you 223. It smashed to the ground in the outskirts of New York City in embarrassment, and the god Ego was furious. The surrounding life vegetation all withered, and the huge life energy was sucked into his body by the god Yi. Boom. At this moment, the god of heaven, Ego, exudes golden radiance all over his body. Just like a god of heaven descending from the earth, he is staring at the space portal opened in front of him. Inside the space portal, Black Emperor Zio, Magneto, Riptide, Sabretooth Victor, and Gambit Ramai stepped out. Roar. After Sabretooth Victor walked out of the space door, he let out a roar, and then his body turned into a 10-meter-high giant Sabretooth. Afterwards, Sabretooth galloped across the ground with a vigorous posture, obviously having such a huge body but running silently. Life disintegrates. Seeing Sabretooth rushing towards him, the eyes of the god Ego burst into light, and the flesh and blood on Sabretooth's body began to melt instantly. However, within just a breath, the ablated flesh and blood grew out of Sabertooth's body again, and Sabertooth rushed directly in front of the god egg, and a tiger pounce directly pressed the god ego to the ground. The terrifying power made Sabertooth feel like a huge mountain pressing on the god ego at this moment, and a huge tiger head approached the god ego, biting the god ego's neck with one bite. "Go away, you disgusting mortal." On the outskirts of New York City, the god ego tried hard to push away the 10-meter super giant Sabertooth on his body. However, no matter how hard Guantian god ego exerted, even broke out all his divine power, he was still firmly trampled under the feet of Sabertooth Victor. God Igo, a weak god. Sabertooth Victor bit the body of the god Igo, and then his head swung one after another. The terrifying Sabertooth pierced deeply into the body of the god Igo. Peng peng peng. Sabertooth Victor's head shook, and Egg, the god of heaven, was thrown around on the ground randomly like a piece of rag, and was thrown into pieces. My lord, Sabertooth Victor has touched the threshold of the 6th-level mutant. In the center of New York City, inside the X-building of Evolution Glory Company, White Queen Emma stood beside Lancelot, looking at the blue sky that was close at hand. Space Portal said with a light smile. At this moment, Sabertooth Victor has changed from a 5th-level metamorphosis to a 6th-level mutant. Using the mutant standard formulated by Lancelot, a 6th-level mutant can already be called the god of mutants. The 10-meter-high Sabertooth Victor, with its instantaneous burst of strength, is even about to catch up with the future superhero Green Titan. Even if it is the god ego, if it is the body of the god ego, the living planet with the power of the planet can easily defeat Sabertooth Victor. But what appears on the Earth at this moment is only the entity duplication made by the living planet. It was terrifying, but it seemed extremely weak in front of Sabertooth Victor. Roar! Sabertooth Victor let out a deafening tiger roar. His whole body stood up, and a pair of tiger claws slammed on the body of the god egg. Boom. The tiger's claws shone with a gloomy cold light, and the sharp blade that surpassed the metal jumped out, directly drawing deep invisible bone wounds on the body of the god Igo. And the god Yaji was also sent flying hundreds of meters away by the tiger's claws, and rushed towards Haihuangzio, who was beside him. Energy absorption. Haihuangzio showed an indifferent smile on his face, raised his right hand. And the kinetic energy of the sky god Yaji, who flew upside down, was instantly absorbed by Haihuangzio, and what was absorbed at the same time was the life of the sky god Yaji energy. Mary Falk, you are blaspheming the dignity of the gods. The god Ego felt the divine power on his body being absorbed crazily, and immediately cursed angrily, and the force platform controlled by the molecules fell directly on Haixiang again. However, being controlled by the elements called God's power by the god Ego, at this moment it is like a mud cow entering the sea, and it has no effect on Haihuangxiao at all. How is it possible, Tilda? The god Ego stared wide-eyed. He used life ablation on Sabertooth Victor before, but it was cancelled by Sabertooth's terrifying healing ability. Now the human beings in front of him are obviously flesh and blood. Control has absolutely no effect on it. Is this your life energy? Sure enough, as my king said, it can make our mutant gods evolve. At this moment, the Black Emperor Zio was shrouded in golden light, and his body cells were stimulated by the life energy of the god Ego. Next, the flesh cells have been transformed into pure energy cells. Haihuangzio is moving towards the energy form. His energy absorption has been completely solidified in the energy cells, and the upper limit of his energy absorption has been raised rapidly. This is also the reason why the molecular control of the god Ego is ineffective against the Black Emperor Zio. He has already obtained the energy cells, so he has no fear of the ability of the god Ego. Energy release. Haihuangxiao showed a serene smile on his face, grabbed the right hand of the god Yaji, and burst out a cloud of golden power of the god in an instant. Boom. The golden power of the gods instantly blasted the god Igo, and behind the god Igo, Torrent Quest opened his hands, and a violent tornado swept out immediately. But in the blink of an eye, Torrent Quest tornado has turned into a super large tornado that reaches the sky, and everything around it seems to be swallowed by the tornado. Go away. The god of heaven Yaji was extracted a huge amount of life energy by the Black Emperor Zio, which made his original young and handsome appearance instantly become an old man with a beard. Under the old face is the endless anger of the god Igo. His eyes once again burst into divine light, and the tornado in front of him instantly collapsed and disappeared from the center. Its molecular control can affect any object from the molecular level, and the same is true for the tornado in front of it. the atmosphere is drawn away. After the tornado was wiped out, the god Igor's beard and hair were all stretched out, and he was suspended in the air again. Then he opened his right hand, and the air that was tens of kilometers away was absorbed into his body and decomposed into life energy. But in an instant, the entire area has turned into a vacuum state, as if there is no trace of air in the deep space of the universe. It's a mere planetary ant suffocate to death for me. The god of heaven Ego stared at him. To deal with this kind of planetary life that needs to breathe, pulling out the atmosphere and turning it into a vacuum state will be invincible. In the long time of tens of billions of years, the god Ego used this method to easily kill the lives of dozens of planets. However, just when the god Ego laughed wildly, thinking that the winning ticket was in his hands, the mutant Protoss below suddenly showed a mocking smile on their faces. Swish. A layer of golden, mysterious, exquisite, and unparalleled space film slowly began to emerge from the forehead of the mutant Protoss, and then spread all over the body. In the blink of an eye, in front of the sky god Yaji, there appeared a few existences exuding golden light all over their bodies, who looked more like gods than the sky god Yaji. How is this possible? The pupils of the god Yaji shrank violently, and he couldn't believe his eyes. What did he see? There are races that can survive in a vacuum environment, and they are still flesh and blood. You must know that there are as many planet races in the universe, but those that can survive in a vacuum environment are very limited. Except for the Asgard Protoss of the Nine Realms, only the eternal Titan Thanos can survive in space without any technology at all. But now, on a small backward planet, he saw a group of races that could exist in a vacuum environment. What the hell are you guys? Even the god Egg couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise at this moment. He felt that he must have come to a fake planet. Super electromagnetic gun. However, it was Magneto's deep and powerful voice that answered the god Ego. At this moment, Magneto was surrounded by clusters of blue magnetic field circles, and the coin in his hand was constantly accelerating in the magnetic field. Then a huge azure blue beam of electric light burst out from Magneto's right hand, piercing through the chest of the god Ego almost instantly. The god Ego looked down at his chest in astonishment. At this moment, a huge amount of blood hole appeared in his chest. On the edge of the blood hole there was a mass of plasma-like matter. These substances were constantly destroying the body of the god Ego, one weak god. Magneto's cold words struck the proud heart of the god Egg like a bolt from the blue. Enough. At this moment the god of heaven, Egg, was completely out of anger. He shouted angrily, and then his whole body began to swell rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he had already turned into a 1,000-meter-high titan. Boom. At this moment, the god of heaven, Ego, truly released all of his Neokian's power belonging to the god of heaven. Molecular manipulation allows him to freely control his own mass and volume. At this moment, a god with a height of more than 1,000 meters had a huge divine light in his eyes, like a searchlight, and landed on the mutant Protoss with a bang. I, the god Egg, will let you experience the true wrath of the gods. The deafening voice rolled and crushed, and just the sound formed a huge sound wave, blasting the earth into a huge pit of huge amounts of. And within the sound wave, Hai Huangzio raised his hands high, greedily devouring the rolling sound wave, and an invisible gas mask wrapped Hai Huangzio, Magneto, and others. Stand back, my fellow mutant Protoss. Lancelot, who had been sitting on the throne, finally let go of his right hand supporting his chin, and a cloud of red mist emerged from the throne. In the blink of an eye, Lancelot had already appeared in front of Weishin Yigo. On the outskirts of New York City, a vast sky god rose from the ground at this moment. However, this god, who is thousands of meters away and exudes infinite divine light, has not attracted any attention from New York citizens, as if this god does not exist at all. My king, at this moment in the outskirts of New York City at the feet of the god Ego, the slightly embarrassed Hai Huangzio and others knelt down in front of Lancelot with guilt on their faces. It's okay, after all, the god Ego is a god who has existed for tens of billions of years. In front of Hai Huangzio and others, Lancelot stood proudly, slightly raised his head and looked at the huge amounts of god Ego in front of him. Has another bug appeared? Die to me. Two huge amounts of energy shockwave burst out from the eyes of the god Ego, and they fell towards Lancelot with a bang. Hungry ghost way. Lancelot just casually glanced at the golden shockwave attacking, and the red samsara Sharingan in his eyes suddenly exploded with an invisible gas mask. The power belonging to the reincarnation eye was released, and all the golden shockwaves were absorbed by Lancelot. The 1,000-meter-tall giant god Igo's expression was extremely gloomy at the moment. He looked down at Lancelot, who was standing in front of him and was only less than 2 meters tall, but his eyes showed a rare look of fear. His molecular control is able to analyze the information ability of all life from the molecular level. Although the mutant Protoss made him a little embarrassed, it took some time for him to decipher the abilities of these mutant Protoss. However, at this moment, Ego, the god of heaven, was astonished to find that he was completely unable to interpret any information about Lancelot in front of him. Whether it was at the genetic level or from a molecular perspective, in the eyes of Ego, the god of heaven, Lancelot in front of him seemed to be enveloped by a cloud. It is like a layer of unknown fog hazy, and it is completely impossible to peek into all its information. God Ego, I hope you don't disappoint me too much. Ever since I got the god-level pupil technique, I have never done it with all my strength. Lancelot's eyes exuded a huge pressure. Since the pupil technique lottery, after obtaining 4 god-level pupil abilities, Lancelot has never used all pupil abilities. And now, the god Ego in front of him is Lancelot's best test subject. Lancelot only hopes that the god Ego can persist for a longer time. Arrogant mortal, die to me. After hearing Lancelot's indifferent words, Ego, the 1,000-meter-high god, suddenly burst into anger. When his body moved, the ground cracked. At this moment, the already thin air at an altitude of thousands of meters rolled over. Geass absolute order. Lancelot looked at the god egg who was striding towards him. The power of Geass absolute order burst out, and a vast bird soared into the sky. Chirp. The vast flying bird almost covered the sky and covered the sun, like a phoenix bathing in fire shrouded in this space. In front of this flying bird, the 1,000-meter-long body of the god Ego looked like a normal human being. What kind of power is this? At this moment, the face of the god Yaji changed greatly, and his face was full of horror. He looked at the vast flying bird in front of him and felt extremely panic in his heart for a moment. Boom. Vast birds rushed into the huge eyes of the god Ego, and the god Ego, who was originally full of anger, seemed to be stagnant in thinking for an instant. God's prosthetic eye insight. Lancelot's pupil's golden rings sparkled, and the powerful nose that belonged to the god's prosthetic eye burst out. The prosthetic eye of God can understand all biological information in the world, and at this moment, Lancelot fully exploded the power of the prosthetic eye of God. In Lancelot's eyes, the body of the 1,000-meter-high sky god Ego began to shrink, and at the same time behind the sky god Ego, the huge living planet appeared in Lancelot's eyes. The living planet Ego. The body of the god Ego, at this moment Lancelot seems to be standing in front of the living planet Ego. The god's prosthetic eye allows Lancelot to easily see through all the information about the living planet Ego. In the void of the universe, in a dark and dead space, a huge planet that is so vast that it even surpasses the planets in the kingdom of gods is currently suspended in space alone. On the surface of the planet, there is an extremely huge face. At this moment, the position of the eyes of this face is releasing golden divine light. Who is it? Who is spying on me? At this moment, the living planet Ego was full of astonishment. Just now, he felt a pair of golden eyes suddenly appearing in this cosmic space. These eyes are so cold and ruthless, but high above, the coercion exuded. Even the god Ego couldn't help. The volcano in his heart began to erupt frequently. He is terrified. Because just seeing these eyes, the living planet Ego seemed to be watched by a real god, making him terrified. Chirp. Just when the living planet Yaji was terrified in this dark world, a bright and vast fiery red flying bird emerged from the void. This flying bird was so huge that even in front of the living planet Yaji can also, BFFJ, feel its size is huge. What is this? Living planet Ego looked at the vast flying bird in front of him that had reached 1/10 of his file size. Sound waves. The sound waves rolled and spread, and the meteorites floating around fell apart immediately. However, the moment the sound waves touched the vast birds, they penetrated as if the birds did not exist. What the hell is this? The huge face on the surface of the living planet Ego showed a look of shock and anger, and then his divine power was released, and the surrounding meteorite fragments instantly turned into a semi-fluid material wall, blocked in front of Asuka. At the same time, Yaji released a vast spiritual power covering this vast material wall. Boom! However, in just an instant, the vast birds broke through this wall composed of spiritual power and semi-fluid matter. Oh no. Looking at the flying birds flying towards him, the continental plates in the living planet Ego are constantly moving, and what is displayed on the surface of the planet is a huge and frightened face. Chirp. The vast bird uttered a cry again, and then instantly rushed into the body of the living planet Ego. The surrounding planet matter seemed to be non-existent and was penetrated by the vast bird. Inside the core of the planet is a vast brain composed entirely of energy, which is the core body of the god. Ego, the living planet, is just the external body of this brain body. At this moment, a humanoid golden phantom appeared above this vast brain, and this phantom was looking up at the galloping birds. Psychic power, phoenix force, or mind gem power? Fake squid, what the hell is this? At this moment, the brain of the god Igo exploded with enormous spiritual power, trying to stop the bird's footsteps. But no matter what kind of spiritual power erupted by the god of heaven Yi, it seemed to be futile in front of this vast bird. The bird instantly covered Igo's brain, and at the same time the duplication of the god Igo on the brain instantly disintegrated. In his own brain, the living planet Yigo heard a voice that was cold and heartless, like an order from a god king. Sleep. No, no, I can't sleep, I definitely can't sleep. After hearing this voice, the living planet Yigo showed pain, and the brain inside the planet burst out with huge spiritual power, and began to constantly fight against the high road sound. I, the living planet Ego, will no longer sleep from now on, so as to fight against the voice of the brain. In Lancelot's eyes, the living planet Ego let out waves of terror, and the original golden light in his eyes suddenly flickered from time to time. A wisp of fiery red will appear. In the living planet Yigo's brain, there is always an indifferent voice affecting Yigo's brain. In order to fight against this influence, the living planet Yigo will no longer hibernate, sleep, or even sleep from now on. Originally, the living planet Ego would sleep regularly to spend the long, lonely time and supplement his brain nutrition. Now, however, under the categorical order of Lancelot's Geass, the living planet Egg had to give up sleep, and the immortal celestial god would henceforth be plagued by insomnia. No, no, no. The Earth, the outskirts of New York City, the god Igo, who seemed to be thinking stagnantly, came to his senses at this moment. He looked at Lancelot under his feet in horror and let out a voice of anger mixed with shock. Just now, the living planet Yigo gave up 99% of the duplications scattered in the universe and put all his hearts into the body of the Earth god Yigo. Egg, the true god, descended completely. Mortal, what did you do to me? The god Ego questioned Lancelot loudly, and because of the anger of the god Ego, the surrounding weather began to change, and dark clouds enveloped the entire sky over New York City. The sudden thick dark clouds made the citizens of New York City full of consternation. But then the eyes of these New York City citizens became confused, and they became indifferent to the dark clouds above their heads. New York City, inside the Xavier Academy for Geniuses, Professor X Charles Xavier is wearing a brain wave strengthening device, sitting on a chair, and the huge and vast spiritual power sweeps across the entire New York City. No one can interfere with my king's battle. Professor X, who had become mature and stable, had a frenzy in his eyes at the moment. After Lancelot transferred all the mutants to the kingdom of God, Professor X already knew how ridiculous the humanitarianism he insisted on was, and Professor X began to fanatically worship Lancelot, who led the mutants to glory. But because of the shame in his heart, Professor X has no face to face Lancelot, and because of this, he has been living on the earth all these years, instead of going to the kingdom of gods. At this moment, after feeling the arrival of Lancelot and others with his spiritual power, Professor X felt that he had to do something so that Lancelot and others could fight with peace of mind, without being disturbed by humans on Earth. My lord, it's the psychic power of Professor X on the outskirts of New York City. White Queen Emma smiled, then chuckling at Lancelot. Professor X, I see. Lancelot nodded lightly with a smile on his face. Compared to Professor X, it was more important to fight the god Ego in front of him. Mortal die. Seeing Lancelot ignoring him, the god Egg was even more angry, especially after being given the terrifying Geass. The god Ego felt tormented every moment. Rumble. The god Ego raised his right hand, and his terrifying arm slammed towards Lancelot with terrifying power. Eye of the slippery scoop. Facing the huge arm of the god Egg, Lancelot raised his head. His eyes immediately emitted high-energy rays like the lights of a torch, and scarlet rays of light burst out, and the shining death light engulfed the surroundings. The light instantly shrouded Tianqinji's right arm. Psst, scoff. With the release of Lancelot's eye, the huge right arm of the god Egg was instantly melted into a pool of boiling bloody meat sauce. The sky god Egg suddenly let out a piercing scream, and his right hand turned into a puddle of blood in an instant under the eyes of the terrifying slippery gourd. What did you do, Falk Squid? The god Igo screamed in pain, but his right arm was still unable to recover. Such a strange scene made the god Igo terrified. Swish. And just as the god egg was screaming incessantly, Lancelot's eyes shone brightly again, and the light instantly enveloped the body of the god egg. Golulu. As Lancelot's eyes erupted with bright rays of deathlight, the body of the god who was thousands of meters away began to bleed constantly. The huge body of the god Ego turned into a puddle of blood in an instant, and the blood rolled down, flooding the ground under his feet like a river of blood. In just an instant, the terrifying body of a 1,000-meter-high god melted into a pool of blood under Lancelot's slippery eyes. As expected, it is a god-level pupil technique. The eyes of the scoop are more terrifying than Superman's retinaser. Lancelot's pair of eyes like searchlights gradually disappeared, and the death ray gradually disappeared, looking at the god Yi who had turned into a pool of blood. Lancelot showed an indifferent smile on his face. My king hail, my king Yang Yao. Behind Lancelot, the mutant Protoss were extremely excited at the moment, and they witnessed Lancelot's divine power with their own eyes. Those eyes, like the eyes of death, melted everything they illuminated. This group of mutant Protoss looked at Lancelot with fanaticism, as if looking at their own gods. For this group of mutant Protoss, Lancelot is their god, the king of mutant Protoss, god King Lancelot, the prosthetic eye of God. Lancelot's eyes shone with golden light, and the prosthetic eye of God was released again, and the river of blood under his feet appeared in front of Lancelot's eyes. Under the god's righteous eye, at the bottom of the blood river, a golden phantom with the size of a molecular file is roaring silently at this moment. Swish. In just an instant, the surrounding blood surged, and then gathered into a human form again, and the older god egg appeared in front of Lancelot. Seeking Flowers 0. As a god, as long as Yi's body exists, his energy duplication can be resurrected infinitely, but each resurrection needs to consume a lot of divine power. Even if the living planet egg is fully supplying the divine power of the god egg, it is still somewhat powerless at this moment. The revived god Ego, the original fright and anger in his heart had long since disappeared, replaced by endless fright. The god Ego was afraid, and he began to fear Lancelot in front of him just as he feared the god King Odin before. He just wants to escape from here now, even fleeing far away from this planet that frightened him. Boom. The god Ego flew towards the sky above the earth with a bang, but in the blink of an eye he had already appeared in the outer space of the earth. White eyes. Lancelot opened his white eyes, and within the pupils of both eyes, a group of white rings reflected, and the vision in front of him began to expand rapidly. Lancelot's eyes were like telescopes outside the sky. Standing on the earth, Lancelot had already seen Ego, the god who was fleeing quickly. Did you escape? Lancelot closed his eyes and looked at the fleeing god egg with interest. A mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. God Ego, you don't know anything about the power of gods. Lancelot sneered, then turned to look at his own mutant Protoss. Let's go to the kingdom of gods and wait for the god Ego. Lancelot gave instructions to the mutant Protoss and said with a chuckle, Yes, my king. All the mutant Protoss knelt on one knee, and then White Queen Emma pressed her right hand to her temple, down the space bridge. White Queen Emma's spiritual power was instantly captured by the spiritual tower of the kingdom of God, and then the spiritual tower passed White Queen Emma's order to Angel Warren, the manager of the space tower. Boom. Angel Warren controls the space spirit ball at the core of the space tower, and a dazzling, colorful space bridge descends to the earth in an instant, enveloping Lancelot and others. In the next second, Lancelot and the others had already returned to the kingdom of God. And the figure of the god Ego is still speeding in the outer space of the earth, thick mouse room.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.